Franeker. Beschrijving van het Rijksplanetarium te Franeker, by Swindon and Eekhoff. Description of the Isinga Planetarium. With exemplary zeal he devoted himself to science, physics, and astronomy, made valuable contributions through important series of observations related to meteorological, electrical, and magnetic phenomena, taught many excellent students several scholarly works. The author of this work, the famous scholar, Jan Hendrik van Swindon, born on June 8, 1746 in The Hague, where his father was a lawyer for the court of Holland, had only studied 3 years at Leiden University when he was appointed in 1766, age of 20, as professor of philosophy, logic, and metaphysics at the University of Friesland in F. For Franeker, it was a great loss when he was called to become a professor at the Athenaeum in Amsterdam in 1785. There, he shone in all his glory, and under every circumstance and political change, proved highly beneficial to the scientific world and the interests of his country, as a beloved and respected human being. He passed away on March 9, 1823, at the age of nearly 76. The number of his published larger and smaller works amounts to over 90, considered the fourth in the line of great naturalists who have promoted Holland's fame in physics. He might surprise foreigners on their own soil with striking evidence of intelligence and learning, and among so many famous men, radiate glory. 18 academies and societies have honored him with membership. I.C. Isinga. His memory was dignily celebrated by the professors D.J. van Lennep and G. Mol, and several poets. J.H. van Swindon, Description of the National Planetary Opticum at Franeker, from 1778 to 1780, conceptualized and executed by Carnot. Enlarged with additional illustrations and published, preceded by the life of Isinga and a history of his planetarium, by W. Eekhoff. Archivarius of the City of Leeuwarden. 1851. The Schoonhoven, by S. E. van Newton. Intended. In high regard for the esteemed Isinga and his famous masterpiece, I readily took on this task, after consulting with an expert. However, fulfilling this duty proved to be far more laborious than I had anticipated. Mr. S. E. van Newton of Schoonhoven, the present owner of the copyright of Van Swindon's description of Isinga's planetarium, desired to provide a new edition of this work, which has been out of print for several years. At his request, I agreed to supervise this publication and contribute a historical introduction in place of the preface by Dr. J. Brouwer, originally included in the second edition, and now considered of temporary interest. W. Eekhoff Dunwarme, Leeuwarden, July 1851. I trust that in the upcoming publication, Life of Isinga and History of his Planetarium, I will have gathered together all that can sustain our enduring interest in both subjects. In the continuous interest that the planetarium experiences, this publication aims to extend its reach to better and more permanently appreciate the value of the work of art and the merits of its creator. Page U. Contents. The Life of I.C. Isinga, and a concise history of his planetarium. 1 commission for the first print of this description to Mr. S. P. van Swindon, Advocate for the Court of Holland, 1780. 53. Introduction. 46. Description of a fully mobile celestial globe. 55. First chapter. General outline of the entire work of art. 63. Second chapter. Description of the actual planetarium. 69. Third chapter. 83. Fourth chapter. Bowing. Comparison of this planetarium with others, primarily those by Romer, Huygens, Desaguliers, Richt, and the movable sphere in the Leiden Library. On the skills required to manufacture a planetarium. 93. Chapter 5. Description of the celestial sphere and sundial. Eye of the celestial sphere. 99.2. Comparison of this celestial sphere with certain others. 110. Third. Of the sundials. 118. Chapter 6. Description of the third and last part of the work, namely, of the moondials. 121. I. Indication of the lunar phases. 122.2. Indication of the moon's motion round the earth. 128.1. Of the lunar orbit. 129.2. Of the width of the moon. 103. Of the length of the moon. 134 Phenomena of the rising and setting of the moon. 135 of eclipses. 141 data of lunar eclipses. 142 of solar eclipses. 143 conclusion. 147 appendix. 145 appendices to the foregoing description, as well as an appendix concerning a small planetarium, by I.C. Eisinger, attached to the second edition of 1824. 156 appendices to the third edition of 1851. Orain. 159. Overview of the planets discovered since the year 1780 until the end of 1850. 162. 163. Overview of the satellite planets or watchmen discovered since the year 1780 until the end of 1850. 162 Overview of the orbits of the main planets. Overview of some characteristics of the main planets. 164. The life of I.C. Eisinger and a condensed history of his planetarium. Project.door. Since that surprising encounter, Professor Van Swinden has visited. Operational planetarium, one that Europe could not rival. A masterpiece crafted within the fleeting moments of 6 years, using a simple cardboard box, without so much as Professor U.P. or any other natural sciences, physics, who resided only a few steps away in this small academic town, knowing about or consulting on the P. The zoo often hosted distinguished men, who, free from vanity, quietly retired, frequently narrating to the elderly Professor Van Swinden their friends that, around 40 years prior, while he was a professor in Franeker, he had heard about Anneker, he had heard of Anne, intriguing device at a citizen's home. There he fell into rapture when he suddenly encountered a complete and pound. Van Swinden again visited the planetarium. He examined it in all its parts and studied every requirement of such a work. And veneration. 70 years have passed since in 1850. Van Swinden published this description. With each visit, his admiration for the instrument and his respect for the deserving manufacturer grew, and that is why he felt compelled to provide an extensive description of it, in order to show the world what an overwhelming beauty and excellent piece of art had been created by a simple citizen, whose intelligence and skills were worthy of fame. His death. Undoubtedly, he has thereby attained his purpose, for both at home and abroad the high value of this planetarium was recognized. Thousands, and among them some of the most distinguished, even princely persons, came to examine and admire it, and far beyond expectation were the honors which Eisinger received for it during his lifetime, and also after H.Cal. This planetarium still retains its value, both as a fruit of scientific research and as an artistic work of machinery, and has not been overshadowed by any other more excellent work of this kind. But what is particularly remarkable is that in spite of the progress made in arts and sciences during those 70 years, in spite of the advances in machinery in England, Germany, and France, since such great strides have been made, and astronomy has increased greatly in extent and weight through numerous new discoveries and more thorough research, which we now offer to our compatriots. Thus, the interesting visits that Franeker, after almost losing all traces of its former scientific greatness, can still receive from compatriots and foreigners as a tribute to Eisinger's artistic creation, which is also highly valued by the Frisians, have made it necessary, among other things, to publish a third edition of Van Swinden's description. We wish to do this in accordance with the needs of our time, too. Let us turn our attention to his contemporaries in time and art beforehand. We dare to trust that all those interested in the description of the instrument will need to know by whom and under what circumstances it was manufactured, what consequences this had for the manufacturer, how his fate unfolded, what changes the planetarium has undergone since 1780, and what further the main conditions and events related to it have had. Through the following life sketch of Eisinger, and the concise history of his planetarium both so closely intertwined, we hope to meet this need, and thus also offer a new glimpse into our desire to promote Friesland's fame in arts and sciences, which Eisinger has contributed so much through. It has often been observed that the Frisian people have a particular inclination for the study of mathematics in general, and specifically for astronomy, geodesy, and engineering. 4. The last 3 centuries have provided numerous examples of this, many of which are mentioned in the well-known lecture by Professor C. Ikema. However, there was probably no period richer in producing such intellectual achievements than the latter half of the previous century. Why Frisians? Remarkably, the tendency towards study was most commonly found among people from the lower classes or farmers, who in their work seemed to find barely enough incentive to focus on these subjects. The long-lasting peace, tranquility, and prosperity from 1713 to 1780, hardly interrupted, led many to seek mental sustenance in these solid studies, which, besides sound judgment, require a capacity for focus, consider accurately, and no less perseverance, qualities that are certainly found in high degree among man. 5.1. Perhaps the example in education of the famous Willem Loret, who was raised in an orphanage in Leeuwarden, and through great mathematical abilities rose to become an extraordinary professor at Franeker, continued to benefit many long after his death. 1744. Instrument maker, land surveyor, and wine grower. However, it is known that most of the following scientists and engineers received little or no education from others, but acquired excellent skills through their own genius and persistent effort. In 1763, he made a device called by him a magnetometer, and published several thoroughly edited texts. Leeuwarden had the famous Hortulanus of Princess Maria Louisa, Johann Hermann Knoop, who had taught mathematics for a long time, as Heikki Hanstra from Buitenpost did in arithmetic, when the carpenter Wietse Fops Dongjuma, named after his hometown town, Dongjum near Franeker, settled here under the patronage of the mentioned princess, as a mathematical eye. He formed a circle of students with whom he made many astronomical observations. Mathematical writings of some of them, such as Gerrit Tjeerds, A. Postumus, and H. Balk, are still available in the library of this city. The teacher Tjeerd Ringmere made himself worthy by his textbooks on accounting and grain trade 1763. The painter Rienk Jelgerhuis also practiced mathematics, as evidenced by his notes on Caspar Philip's Perspectiva Leeuwarden, 1769. Louis-Jean F. Wiersma, originally from Wartina, had already published a mathematical arithmetic in 1754, while residing in Dokkum, and later moved to Leeuwarden in 1777, where he was followed 2 years later by the skilled Lucas Oling, originally from the Stadhout. Wiener, who became renowned for his important mathematical example book. Notable names also include Matthias Siderius, who as lieutenant colonel and engineer of the Dutch Republic published a theory of fortification in 1781 and foundations of military engineering in 1784, and J.W. Karsten, who was awarded gold in 1787, in Leiden for writing a guide to understanding geometry. Even in the past, the Academy of Franeker had diligent practitioners of wisdom, natural science, and astronomy during this period, including high teachers Antonius Brugmans, Van Hantem, Van Swinden, Nicholas Uppe, Van Berghem, Jacobus Pearson, Tholen, from Leeuwarden, and Adolphus Wypisch from Franeker. N, especially for his telescopes, which were highly valued for a long time. Also associated with this academy were David Mies, from Leeuwarden, known for his herbals, and Jan Peters van der Bilt from Elvrouwe Parochie, serving as an amanuensis and caretaker of the collection of physical instruments. Origen, who first gained distinction by making clocks, and later optical instruments, achieving great renown. In the mentioned context he was succeeded in 1791 by Sybren Tijkies van der Vliet, from Franeker, who had been a coach driver for a long time, but through diligence and effort, due to his association with the Vanderbilt, he achieved such success that he also made optical and other instruments. Upon his death in 1806, he was succeeded by Boke Isma van der Bilt, from Franeker, who, as a skilled craftsman, bore the name of his grandfather and manufactured numerous telescopes, viewers, and other tools that are generally considered to be a facto. High quality, 6 Doro. Moreover, at that time, in the simple citizenry of Franeker, there were several individuals who practiced mathematical sciences for themselves, and of whom little more is known than their names. These included Willem Witzes, Douwe Wytema, Dirk Dodengda, Martin Claver, and Peter Idzerds Portier, who was also known as a very skilled draftsman of ships and landscapes, tea-books that received long-lasting popularity among the public. Also, the chemist Baudouin Thibault and the renowned philosopher Franz Hemsterhuis, both born in Franeker, should be mentioned here. In the vicinity of Franeker, near Solwerd, lived at that time the brothers Rience and Klaas Piers Salverda, distinguished by their intelligence, judgment, and Nog was Wouter Martens van der Werf, born in Woudsend, highly regarded as a master of science and astronomy, while Pibo Steenstra, son of a ship's carpenter, had the fortune to be noticed by Prof, became a lecturer in science, maritime science, and astronomy in Amsterdam, publishing several good texts. From his family also came Wibo Fenia, a Dutch Reformed teacher and Deventer, known for his extraordinary abilities in higher mathematics. The town of Harlingen honored the former Secretary Matthijs Adolf van Uitzinga in 1787 with proofs of his great expertise in navigation and astronomy in his works. Instructions for a navigational instrument by which the latitude every night, with an appendix, and also his co-author Abe Jans Hinks. In the village of Aklem near Franeker, the farmer Klaas Gerrits Waringa was a genius, very skilled in science and engineering, who caused a stir by manufacturing an electrizing machine and other artistic objects. In that place, there also lived at the time a very skilled clockmaker, Tijerd Radsma, who made a moving globe with great ingenuity, of which Prof. van Swinden gave a brief description and comparison in 82 of his description of Isinga's planetarium, after he had already made 8 of these pieces and delivered them to Harlingen and Amsterdam. From the nearby village of Arum came Obe Sixth Bangma, who, like Henricus Ane from Ademirdum, acquired honorable scientific connections in Holland through their skills and published writings. Drieberts 1799, and afterwards Evert Scherps Verwerda, a carpenter from Leeuwarden, whom we still know. By the way, there were still several silent practitioners of mathematics and astronomy in Friesland during the last half of the 18th century, whose residences we do not know but only their names, and who distinguished themselves as calculators of the almanacs of the years under their names. They are Gerrit Tressling, 1755, likely in Leeuwarden; Leendert Holder, 1764, possibly a teacher in Arum; H.D. Hilkema, 1770, Hanso Lemstra van Booma, 1775, later a bookseller in Sneek in 1791. S.S. Joner Ver, 8780, Pixu, 1784. Gerrit Hendricks, 1793. Martin Jonker, 1794, Leheitz early on. But already enough to show that Friesland, in particular during the second half of the 18th century, was fertile ground for mathematical minds. We can mention several more names, such as Van Hendrik Angema from Franeker, who published a table of divisors of all natural numbers Leiden 1767. Van Nicolaas Epkema from Werdum, who translated Wolff's tables on trigonometry Amsterdam 1765 into 65. Dutch. The outstanding brothers Peter, Albert, and Arjen Roelofs from Hegem, who rose to Remorkab. Mechanical engineering seemed to be inherited. In the notable and beautiful village of Dronrip, in Menaldo-Medel, between Leeuwarden and Franeker, where Reamer Sibes once lived, who was the first mathematics tutor of the later famous Willem Loret in the middle of the previous century, there was. Additionally, a family established, in which the desire and aptitude for mathematical sciences and MSc. There lived the brothers Jelty Ises and Eenwijnses, from Oosterlittens in Barderadale, who practiced the profession of clockmaker. From a young age, both had devoted themselves to arithmetic and geometry during their leisure hours, and it remained a pleasurable occupation for them to engage in, and the time that exceeded their earnings they spent on creating one or another work, of art or craft, in which their rare skill served both minds. Of the various pieces made by Jelty, it is known that he, at a young age, made a 2-masted galley ship, 9 feet long, with all its appurtenances and in proper proportion, even accommodating 2 men to go to sea. As a lover of music and singing, he made for household use a clavichord, and later an organ cabinet, the design of which he observed during the restoration of the church organ of Dronrip, over which he had guardianship. However, they particularly engaged in calculating and assembling sundials in various, and sometimes peculiar forms, many of which were placed around homes as decorative elements. A workbench made by Jelti, with particular ingenuity, proved great assistance in all these tasks. The youngest brother, Anain, left early for Franeker, where he became a weighmaster and receiver or collector of the mill, turf, etc. He has become. Jelti continued to live in Dronrip as a farmer, and married Hitchi Steffens from the neighboring village of Winsum, with whom he had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest of these sons was named Stephanus Jelti, who later took the name Ijinda. He was born on March 24, 1755, and soon distinguished himself, like his older brother Izzy, by a rare talent for mathematics and astronomy, which was developed and nurtured through his father's daily instruction. The fruit of his diligent studies was compiled in 1776 into a large book with 257 pages, which he titled Fundamentals of Astronomy or Astrometry, treated theoretically, where he presented the foundations of this science with careful handwriting, neat drawings, and calculations. In the following year, he added there behind a work of art, which he called mnemonica or sundial, all measured and drawn by compass and ruler according to the latitude of Dronrip. This contains on 170 pages images and descriptions of 86 different kinds of sundials, which testify as much to his neat way of working as to his inventive mind. He passed away on January 27, 1814. As a father, he also had the luck to see the talent and interest for these subjects flourish in his eldest son Jelte, who soon proved to be of great promise. Even after the death of his father, who died old at over 69 years on October 24, 1785-9, he continued to work in the family home and business, spending his free time both on astronomy, calculation, and engineering, as well as on music and producing beautiful graphic and writing work. At the age of 17 he produced, as a pastime, a moving astronomical work of art in the form of a standing clock, on which the fixed stars rose and set with the sun, indicating true and mean time, the age and phases of the moon, etc. However, this father's joy was soon turned to sorrow when this young man fell into French conscription, went to Russia, and after the great hardships of that campaign, died in a hospital in Kaunas, Poland, in 1812, deeply mourned by his family. From such a family, which had the privilege of enjoying life in high degree with love for art and science, Izzy Jeltis, or as he later wrote himself, Izzy Izinga, sprouted. On February 21, 1744, in Dronrip, in house number Born, in 131 in Kirkeburen, he was taught from a young age both in the trade of wool and in those sciences, arts, and hobbies that filled his mind and pleasanted his hours by his father. That this son showed inclination, aptitude, and eagerness to assist his father in all his undertakings was for him an incomprehensible joy and strong motivation to do everything he could to enhance his knowledge. And still quite young, he would now and then visit the neighboring city of Franeker to receive some education in arithmetic and the foundations of mathematics from a burgher named Willem Witzes. Through him, he studied the first 6th, 11th, and 12th books of Euclid, and gained some training in spherical trigonometry, knowledge of the celestial system, use of astronomical tables, and calculating eclipses. At the age of 17, he was fortunate enough to become acquainted with Wietse Fops Donjuma, a highly esteemed mathematician and instrument maker in Leeuwarden. Despite the imperfections of his education, due in part to a lack of suitable textbooks, his extraordinary natural ability and intelligence would have been sufficient with just a few pointers to process, expand, and apply what he heard, continuing along his own path. When the attention of astronomers turned particularly to the remarkable phenomenon that the planet Venus would transit the disk of the sun on June 6, 1761, he designed these instruments for making precise observations. Even the national government took an interest, and allowed him to manufacture these tools at state expense, and make observations from the then uninhabited old castle Camminghaberg, near Leeuwarden. When these observations fortunately fell out, and Wietse Foppus reported them to the learned world in 2 Works 10, the provincial states further honored him with an annual allowance of 100 dailers, which was later increased by 48 gold. It may have been possible for the young Isinga to attend these observations, and derived strong encouragement from their favorable and honorable outcome, to dedicate himself with zeal to his favorite studies. He did this indeed, and as a result of these exercises, a folio manuscript has been preserved, containing drawings and calculations of sundials, and such a volume of over 100 pages, containing precise calculations of all, would take place from 1763 to 1800, accompanied by drawings of those that would be visible in Franeker, books and tables that give the pre-calculated positions of the main celestial bodies. This work of an 18-year-old youth, combined with his calculations of the positions of the planets, for which he made tables for each month at the beginning of every year to assist in observations, might later arouse the admiration of great since he had accomplished this work, completely unaware of the existence of astronomical yearby. Without claiming any praise or honor, Isinga performed all this in Dronrip, in his parental home, in complete silence, as a rest after a day's work, without causing any stir, even without seeing that these studies would be of any future use or advantage to him other than offering satisfaction for his thirst for knowledge. He followed a natural impulse, and was content with himself. Yet that parental home could not be his destination. At the age of 40, he married Pietje Jacobs from Hillard, and in 1768 settled in Franeker as a wool chamberman in the House de Ijevar, opposite the town hall. Wool trading flourished at that time with 21 State fabric mills operating, providing employment to hundreds of hands and bringing tons of gold into circulation. As a quiet citizen who seemed to be concerned only with his profession, and who made an annual journey to Leiden for his wool trade, he lived without much interaction with others, and went unnoticed. This was also a result of his nature and character, which entirely reflected the calm Fries, who, in silent introspection, did not require help or praise from others. He even had no dealings with people from the same trades, remaining steadfastly devoted to his peaceful pursuits. No one could therefore suspect in him a spark of reason that would lead to the most daring enterprise. Church strictness fostered a narrow-minded fear of dire consequences, as so many judgments of God do to the sins of mankind. Although there were many lovers of astronomy in Friesland at that time, the majority of the population, however, still held such restricted and peculiar concepts about the movement of celestial bodies that extraordinary phenomena often led to great movements. A devout theologian who called himself a lover of truth found this to be the inspiration for writing a work titled Philosophical Considerations on the Conjunction of the Planets Jupiter, etc. This was also evident in 1774, when an expected remarkable phenomenon was anticipated, that the planets Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, as well as the Moon, would be located at the same time on 8 May in the same zodiac sign of Aries. How would the minds of the ignorant, who make up the majority of any population, not be disturbed by such a prediction? He argued here, in a calm tone, that this conjunction could have a destructive influence not only on our planet, but also on the entire solar system. Indeed, it could be a preparation or beginning of the disintegration of the universe. Approach of the last day seemed likely 12. Eventually, it reached such a height that the government intervened. The general fear with which May 8th was greeted was fueled by printers and songsters, who in public streets exhorted the faithful to repentance and penance. That this phenomenon, just like the previously occurring conjunctions of Mercury and Mars, and of the first planet with the Sun, would have no influence on Earth 13. After having the songs collected from the printers and the singers imprisoned, the government had a specialist place a notice in the Leeuwarder Courant, stating that on that day nothing else would happen than that before sunrise one would be able to see the forementioned planets and the moon in the described celestial sign, and however this popular movement was not entirely without consequence. This had the desired effect, for the day so feared passed calmly, thus shaming every foolish prediction and all petty fears. On the contrary, it had an important one. Amidst the general unrest, Isinga remained calm. He feared nothing, while the tables he had created indicated the correct positions of the planets, as demonstrated during the observation of the phenomenon. That Isinga rejected Ptolemy's system and clung to Copernicus's mistaken theory was, of course, after so many years of research and practice. He regretted only the ignorance of the crowd, who apparently had no understanding of the state and movement of celestial bodies, while he marveled at how widespread was still the notion that the Earth was placed at the center of the universe, that the sun and planets moved around it. The desire to convince others. The allure, how pleasant it would be to possess a tool by which one could at all times verify and demonstrate the true state of celestial bodies. The possibility of achieving this in a simple whale, these filled his mind. I'm the position of the heavens, the true place, and the regular movement of the sun, moon, and stars. Besides the satisfaction such a domestic endeavor offered within his area of interest, he believed it would also demonstrate the unfoundedness of the fear of adverse effects on our Earth when the planets were in conjunction or conjunction. After communicating the plan to his wife and setting the duration of the work at 7 years, they diligently began their labor, without neglecting his profession, which always remained a priority. After serious contemplation, he assessed his capabilities, and the idea turned into a plan, which became a firm decision to take matters into his own hands, in order, for his convenience and pleasure, and when opportunities arose, to educate others, to construct a regular moving mechanism in the attic of his living room that would constantly show H. The entire mechanism was now calculated and considered, and then adjusted to local conditions and the limited space at his disposal. We will only mention the obstacle caused by the bed, on which he spent his nights. As a result, objections and difficulties soon arose, which he could anticipate in advance, and which, nevertheless, had to be overcome by patience or wit. He could only overcome it with great effort, by reducing the swing of the pendulum, which had to set the entire clock in motion, to 80 beats per minute, while a longer length for 60 beats, according to his initial plan, would have made that bed unusable. Even the dimensions of the beams of the building, whose raised floorboards had to be connected to a new attic where the work would take place, caused an objection to the placement of all the wheels, leading him to use 3 axles instead of 1. All forces of mind and body had to be strained, while he himself accomplished everything. The calculation of the required teeth in 100 wheels and cogs, with such different movements, also cost him great effort and care, especially as he subsequently also connected a celestial sphere and moon dials to it. And having 4 necessary copper wheels made according to his specifications by a clockmaker, and that his father, whom he consulted about the work, turned some discs and shafts on the lathe produced by these. Despite being a man of few words, he was a chamber and calculator, a draftsman and engineer, a carpenter and watchmaker, a lathe operator and painter, and so on, without ever having seen an observatory or any part of one, without making use of the many tools and texts that already existed back then, and without receiving help from anyone other than. Hidden from all eyes, shunned by any encouragement, and avoiding even the slightest mention or display, he continued his work quietly and advanced every day in silence, and that he was imbued with a pious spirit, full of reverence for the great Creator of the admirable universe. This is testified by the spells still present in his workshop, which he had before his eyes every day. Remember that God is always here. 14. However, amidst these diligent efforts, unforeseen obstacles arose, causing him to lose precious time. Moreover, he found himself appointed as collector or receiver of the nation's resources in relation to brandies and port duties. He was called upon to take on several unavoidable responsibilities, such as collector for the poor, officer of the shooting corps, alderman or member of the city government, and guardian of the poor. In this capacity, he prepared very precise lists on which the imposts on various goods were calculated. These lists only came into the eyes of those for whom they were intended, and his communication thus did not attract the attention of experts. Although these could also be very useful for merchants and other recipients, he had them printed in 1778, and made some mention of the instrument that he had underhand at that time. With even greater mental power and diligence, he continued his work, and yet it was not 4 years later, in February 1780, that the instrument was largely completed. Nevertheless, all these relations were to him pleasant tokens of distinction and confidence, which he took care to preserve. But by this time, the hours of active effort, which he so willingly and with love devoted to his planetarium, decreased. Between this edge and the sun, he installed 7 almost circular slots in the ceiling, in which the planets represented by hanging balls complete their predetermined orbital time around the sun, powered by a clock mechanism, with its pendulum above, the bed and gears between two ceilings above and below the beams. Here is an overview of the entire system. In the center of the room he depicted a standing sun on the ceiling, radiating 24 rays, with alternating black lines extending to the outer edge, representing the ecliptic, and dividing the circle into 12 and the circle into 12 sections, indicating the zodiac signs or the constellations. The ball in the first groove represents the planet Mercury, which completes its orbit around the sun in 88 days. That in the second, Venus, the morning and evening star, requires 225 days for this, 365 14 days around the sun, beside whose ball a smaller one, the moon, revolves in approximately 27 days, rotating both around the Earth and its own axis, and being carried once around the sun every year, thus always keeping the golden side of this moon ball, which is half gilt and half black facing the sun. Mars, with a 687-day orbital period. The fifth, Jupiter, with 4 smaller balls representing its aim. In it, a pointer, revolving once in 365 days, indicates inside the signs and degrees of the length of the sun on the ecliptic, and outside the months and days of the year, and the sun's declination. Moons or guardians takes 11 years and 13 days to complete an orbit. In the sixth groove, a ball surrounded by a flat, broad ring, and accompanied by 5 moons, represents Saturn, which completes its circuit around the sun in 29 years, and 164th around the sun in 29 years and 164 days. The seventh and outermost groove depicts the path of the sun, this last celestial sphere, and no less the moon pointers, which represent the irregular motion of the moon very accurately, caused Isinga to take the greatest pains and care in their construction. Up to the indication of the moon's motion around the earth, he had further placed on the attic 2, and on the bed canopy, 2 large and 4 small circles with pointers, between which in the middle were equal indications of the day of the week, the hour of the day, and the year, as well as of the apparent movement of the sun and fixed stars. They were Profs. J. H. van Swinden, G. Koopmans, and E. Wajiri. The glass model of the universe was completed, although not yet painted, when, on February 22, 1780, 3 professors from Franeker unexpectedly visited Isinga at Isinga's request, having heard that he had made a nice little instrument that they'd would like to see. With his usual modesty, Isinga answered that he did not know if his instrument deserved the attention of the gentlemen, that it was far from complete, as time had lacked for him to finish it, but that he was still willing to show it to them. They entered the citizens' parlor, raised their eyes, and occasionally asked for some explanation from the maker. The beauty of this work of art, and although he spent 2 full hours on the occupation, he still doubted whether he, overwhelmed by wonder, had seen and followed everything perfectly. What the last 2 professors thought and felt remains unknown. But Professor van Swinden, who had seen many distinguished planetariums, who often thought about such instruments, and indeed once designed a sketch of a simple planetarium, as soon as he had, saw the whole thing and understood it not at all, or he was carried away by a fundamental delight in. On March 13th, he visited Isinga once again in the company of Professor Schrader, Professor Garcin, Baron van Alva, Dr. P. Stinstra, and others. Upon returning home, he examined everything, drew the main points, considered the requirements of such an instrument, read various authors to convince himself of the value of this planetarium, and put down some thoughts and questions for further investigation. During a study of several hours, he now realized that the first journey had escaped much of his attention, and that the artwork possessed more excellent qualities than he had expected. After a third inspection and frequent inquiries from the manufacturer, his wonderment, far from being worn away by time, grew even greater with a detailed knowledge of the whole. It was delightful for him to perceive how the greatest difficulties disappear before a great intellect like a fog, and how one can produce the most complex pieces with the simplest means, when possessing a suitable mind. As he learned each piece's essential value, his respect for the manufacturer grew, and his joy increased from making progress in certain parts of the machinery through his teachings, and only a lack of time prevented him from sharing it with his correspondents in Paris, Petersburg and Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. Van Swinden first gave air to his merit with this excellent work by designing a brief sketch of it, which he sent to his brother, the advocate S.P. van Swinden in The Hague, as well as to the Academy of Sciences in Brussels, to Prince van Galitzine, to the famous scholars Deluc in London at that time, Cat in Montmorency, and Gauss in Montpellier. Yet as a citizen and scholar, he realized his duty towards his homeland to make known the achievements of an excellent citizen and citymate. Due to their inventive intellect and special abilities in engineering, the Frisians could justly pride themselves on Isinga, alongside the English on Harrison and Ferguson, who received excellent rewards. He did this with diligence and study commensurate with the value he attributed to the artwork, and as a result, it turned out much more comprehensive than he had initially anticipated, due to the pleasure he derived from composing it. He carried the work, by which he achieved great honor, to his above-mentioned brother, who after a few weeks came in person to see the planetarium with his own eyes and share in his brother's admiration. In order to prevent misunderstandings and incorrect evaluations, Van Swinden decided to provide a detailed description of the entire planetarium, which he did in June 1780, before the painting and gilding of the room and objects that Isinga worked. On from August 1780 to May 1781, hardly had this description seen the light of day, and the general awareness of the high value of the planetarium grown, or the quiet residence of Isinga was almost daily visited by a number of people, who, out of curiosity or interest, came to inquire about the activity. From February 22nd to June 4th, viewing was only permitted to some 20 individuals, mostly university professors and Protestant preachers, often under the guidance of Prof. Van Swinden. But as soon as the description appeared, the number grew so much that from June 22nd to July 31st, there were over 100 visitors, including many distinguished persons and scholars. How pleasant these manifestations of interest were! The demands were great, but they hindered him because the tool presented itself as very insignificant, and still had to be completed and painted. He therefore had to deny access for a time to occupy himself with it. In the meantime, he only admitted a few people. After completion, in late May 1781, the occupation was reopened, and from then on there was a great influx of viewers from all parts of the country. Entire companies made a special trip to Franeker to see this work of art, which has since been revered as the most notable attraction of the city. There was widespread admiration and great praise heaped upon the simple creator, often too exuberant, so that these honors often proved more bothersome than pleasant to him. In the past he used to record the names of visitors, but now he has adopted the practice of having each visitor sign a simple book or album as a memento 17. A work of art that had aroused such widespread admiration could not fail to attract the attention of the states of Friesland, which in former times had encouraged the pursuit of science and art in this region through many distinguished acts of favor. 18. At the National Assembly on July 18, 1783, it was proposed that an outstanding hemisphere invented and produced with great labor and expense by Mr. Isinga of Franeker had become more widely known thanks to the description provided by Professor Eshley, due to the latter reason, to request the considerations of the gentlemen curators of the Franeker Higher School. After Van Swinden had presented it in this light, attracting the wonder and attention of scholars both within and outside the country, and which deserved the visible marks of approbation and participation from the high government, so that the National University, there might also have benefit and honor from it in the future. A decision was made, ESP. Fortunately, they sought counsel and guidance from the man most qualified to judge the matter. They requested Van Swinden's considerations, which he happily complied with. This was accompanied by an extensive letter, approximately 17 pages long. R.S., even English journalists, after the publication of his description. 19. On September 7, 1783, he answered the two questions: whether the artwork deserved visible evidence of the approval and participation of the government, and whether such evidence could also be provided so that the university would benefit and gain honor from it. He agreed to the first question, primarily because this planetarium is outstanding and unique in its design, as there was no other known artwork that depicted the arrangement, movements, and phenomena of celestial bodies so numerous, accurate, as evidenced by comparisons with other tools and the high praise from renowned foreign schola. Annex 10. Because the inventor had displayed a keen intellect, wisdom, and imagination, which deserved great admiration in an area that often goes unnoticed by casual observers, namely, the artistic arrangement of the machinery, which achieves all kinds of a machinery, unequal movements with the simplest means, and thus overcomes the most challenging objections of mechanical mind within himself, of which he was not even conscious. Yes, Van Swinden testifies, he had been left speechless on multiple occasions while contemplating the entire system of gears, as a man like Isingha, without any formal education in engineering, without consulting anyone or any book, unaware that similar instruments existed, indeed never having thought about tools before developed an extraordinary. Truly, he concludes on this point, the more I contemplate the work of art, the more I admire the simplicity of its mechanism and the entire system, and experts have shared my wonder. Therefore, he elaborately argues in the third part, how honorable it would be for both the states and Isingha if, following the example of France, England, and others who recognized and revered excellent abilities, the high government were to award him, encourage him, and compensate him for his heavy expenses and incomprehensible efforts by granting a sum of money, thereby branding his services and honor with the seal of the sovereign, which would serve as a strong incentive to many other Frisians to harness all their strength and resources to benefit the country, the arts, to expand the fame and honor of the Frisians. But even greater proof of his high regard for the work of art was given by Professor Van Swinden, when, in response to the second question, he proposed nothing less than to persuade the states to invite and enable Isingha to, at the expense of the land, create a completely new and more perfect planetarium within the Academy building, which he would have. He had to accommodate to the cramped space of his home, and which could not be moved. And also that an extensive description of it, enriched with good plates, might be published at public expense, thereby promoting the benefit of the studying youth, and spreading fame of the Academy, as well as the benevolent and admirable zeal of the high government in fostering useful arts and sciences. Such advice from the most competent judge was undoubtedly more honorable for Isingha than the state decree, which was subsequently issued on 6 March 1784, are of his choice, valued at no more than 100 silver ducatons F315. Certainly the amount of this gift, as a token of the approval and participation of the highest authority, is much lower than Professor Van Swinden's estimated value. Despite Professor Van Swinden's high regard for the artwork, and his powerful words to highlight its exceptional merits, his final proposal was not considered, and as mentioned earlier, it was decided only to praise Isingha's skill and zeal in every way, and to offer him, as a sign of the state's satisfaction with his work, a piece of worked silver. Van Swinden, and in the manner in which the silverware consisting of a coffee can and teapot that he had chosen was delivered to him without any commission, appropriation, or guidance by the servant of a silversmith. He had possessed less self-sufficiency, and if, in the entire handling of this matter, he had not already perceived the signs of the cramped spirit of the then smoldering state dispute that so greatly distressed him, and later caused him to shed so many tears, it was far from Isingha's mind, with the completion of his tool in May 1781, to consider his work as finished. No, he continued tirelessly to improve and perfect the entire project. As a relocation and arrangement of the entire mechanism of this movement was connected to this improvement, he carried out this enhancement with great effort. Soon it occurred to him that the pointers, which represent the lunar light figures mounted on the pillars of the shutter, could be moved to the attic, where there was more space to accurately depict the mechanism 20. However, he crowned his work by composing a manuscript that would enhance the lasting value of his artwork, even for future generations. In November 1784, he indeed produced a detailed description and illustrations of the external appearance and internal composition of the entire planetarium. This carefully edited document, 100 folio pages, was intended for his sons, to whom he entrusted that after his passing, they and their descendants would be able to keep the instrument in order and functioning. With admirable precision and clarity, he exposed the entire system and explained why he had designed it in such a way. 21. Embled, and set in motion, and educated them about the pendulum's ability, the power of weights, and how certain parts of the movement could be isolated, allowing the entire mechanism to be moved by rotating a crank as desired, etc. In 7 chapters, he described, with accompanying illustrations, the external appearance and internal movement of each ring, wheel, pinion, or axis, assigned a specific name to each part. He instructed them on how each piece should be disassembled, re-assembled. Following these guidelines, he believed that the instrument could remain functional with very little effort and cost for many years, even generations. But sooner than he could imagine, indeed even during his lifetime, it would come to a halt, fading away for years into oblivion. He so considered the brave and worthy man, who now believed he had accomplished everything within his power to ensure the uninterrupted continuation of his beloved and famous artwork. The peace and tranquility that Holland had enjoyed with prosperity and unity since 1780 were disturbed by political disputes and that year's annual distribution of commissions. Isinga shared this fate. Soon the overwhelming power of the Prussian troops restored the authority of the stadtholder. The long-defended Franeker was retaken, and hundreds of Frisians found it wise to leave their homes, possessions, and homeland, to thus escape greater dangers. By flight, in that year, Franeker became the epicenter of the unrest, where armed discontent against the stadtholder's authority had converged, while Isinga, the quiet, peaceful citizen, found himself at the head of city civic power, having been tasked with overseeing the affairs of the Schutterij shooting society by the magistrates and burgomasters after a few months, he had to endure the death of his beloved wife without being allowed to stand by her in her last moments. Aware of his innocence and good intentions, he too had to leave his wife and children, and separated from his beloved planetarium, he wandered aimlessly in a foreign land. The upbringing of his sons was left to relatives. His house was rented out, his furniture sold, and no one paid attention to the silent work of art, for which he had been crowned with so much praise and honor not long ago. For a time, he stayed in Steinfort and Gronau, bowed under deep sorrow. Te Enschede mitigated the friendship of the capable Lambertus Nieuwenhuis, though he was a practitioner of natural and mathematical sciences, in whose family he was warmly received, for a while endured almost unbearable suffering. In April 1790, he dared to leave Gronau, and walked through Coevorden and Assen to Groningen, where he sought opportunities to establish himself as a Wolkemer. He thought he had found it in Visvliet, on the Frisian borders, and could live there safely for almost a year and resume his profession. But the enemy, from whom he had fled, did not sleep. Years. She became the support and joy of his life, and they had 2 daughters. He then returned to Visvliet and received numerous proofs of supporting help there, and also found a second wife in Treintje Ilkis Sikema. The revolution of 1795 ended his exile. In early April 1791, he was captured there on behalf of the Friesland court, taken to the Blokhuis in Leeuwarden, and after a lengthy trial, convicted on April 27, 1792, on the charge of having participated as a member of the defense establishment in the rioting movements in Franeker in 1787, and sentenced to banishment from this province for 5. He returned to Franeker but found his house rented out to strangers, so he initially had to find another place to live. It was not until the following year that he returned to his home, resumed his previous work, and his planetarium, after a 9-year pause and lack of interest, once again became the main focus of his care during leisure hours. With renewed enthusiasm, it was restored and put back into operation, and soon reopened for the public, attracting many interested visitors once again. Under the enjoyment of domestic happiness, and the well-deserved esteem of his fellow citizens, Isinga spent many peaceful and happy years. Thanks to general confidence, he was honored with the observation of various relations. Constantly, as a leisure activity, he engaged in astronomical calculations and instruments. In 1797, he was even appointed curator of the National Academy in Franeker, and he diligently contributed to the restoration of this famous university from its deplorable state. To this end, he had attached this map to a rotating disc, and provided it with a border on which the months and days are indicated. This is still attested by one preserved in his family. Stereographic design of the starry sky, from the North Pole to 35 degrees south deviation, by J. E. Bode, made easy for use. There is a glass theory on the horizon, altitude, circles, and 16 compass lines are drawn, all very suitable to represent at a certain time the positions of the fixed stars 23. The last part, conceived and drawn by him, was a small planetarium showing the orbits of Mercury, Venus, Earth with its moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn in their respective distances from the Sun, whose details are given in the appendix to the then description. His constant desire to improve the planetarium from time to time was fueled by a secret wish that always filled his spirit with enthusiasm. It was the hope that it might be within his power during his lifetime to see himself in a position as prophet. What Van Swinden had first proposed was to assemble a much more perfect planetarium elsewhere on a larger scale, for which he had already made all the necessary calculations and drawings. He had expressed this desire several times, and even, as an exile, offered to carry out this project, provided he could return freely and safely to his homeland, but to no avail. 24. The purpose of this proposal was to generate sufficient interest to invite Isinga to create such an artwork, at the expense and within the building of the society, incorporating all desired improvements. This hope was revived when the excellent Gerrit Hesselink, professor at the Mennonite Church in Amsterdam, showed such great interest and admiration for the planetarium in August 1800, that he felt inspired to propose a paper on the subject to Felix, Meritus Society. However, this matter did not come to fruition. The wish was supported by the honorable art lover J. de Moore from Amsterdam, who during his visit to Isinga in the same month expressed deep admiration and gratitude, and offered a sum of 1,000 guilders if it were possible to convince Isinga to invite him to create such a planetarium in Amsterdam. This hope was further strengthened when Isinga received a visit from Admiral de Winter, Marshal of Holland, in 1808, as he called himself in the album. If he did not succeed in this, then he hoped to realize this plan through the united efforts of many supporters of science and the homeland. After admiring the artwork with great enthusiasm along with his companions, he intended to bring up the matter with King Louis during his planned trip to Friesland, urging the prince to commission Isinga to create a more complete planetarium and hemispheum, either in the building of the Franeker Academy or elsewhere, but again in vain. The king's journey made no progress, and later events brought this plan into oblivion. 25. Meerman, General Director of Science and Arts, from summer 1810. That is why it is particularly strange that, despite all the endeavors of the then regime to discover and encourage merits and talents for which Arjen Roelofs, Seeds Johannes, distinctions, Isinga was overlooked, and he was not even mentioned in the well-known report by Mr. J. Indeed, this would have wounded Isinga's pride, who, in his modest humility, was almost unaware of his own greatness. Lication of his life description, 26. No less delightful for Isinga was the experience in 1824 of a reprint of Van Swinden's description of his planetarium, Ens Frederik der Nederlanden, during which both rulers took the trouble to crawl into the narrow space of the mechanism, especially to observe the uneven movements of the moon pointers. That Crown Prince Willem II visited him with equal interest on July 29, 1820, and that Mr. Jacobus Scheltema publicly recognized his services in 1818 through the Pio. But nevertheless, he was honored. After the joyous restoration of the homeland in February 1816, with the appointment as brother of the Order of the Dutch Lion, and in the same year as a member of the City Council, that King William I, who conferred the first distinction upon him, honored his planetarium with a visit on June 30, 1818, along with the learned and sophisticated Jan Brouwer, a retired teacher among the dopers in Leeuwarden, introduced this new edition to the public with an extensive preface, which mentioned some biographical details and testified to his warm regard for both Isinga and Van Swinden, as well as their work, along with a description of the plates. He also added an annex concerning the small planetarium, conceived and designed by him, and crafted in wood by Willem Jans Jansen, a farmer from Dongjum. The significance of this print was enhanced by the addition of 3 large plates depicting the departure, insulation, and bed canopy, designed by Isinger and his friend Claes Johannes Sannes in 1820, and now cast in copper. Appendices from Isinger himself, containing a list of changes and improvements made to the artwork since 1780. J. Brouwer. Moreover, this publication was embellished with the well-similar image of the venerable old man, drawn by K. J. Sands, a grain dealer from Franeker, and provided with an appropriate caption by Dew. It was moving for the worthy man to receive numerous signs of interest, continuously and seemingly increasing. These were indeed a remarkable phenomenon. As the number of visitors to the planetarium had already significantly increased in the previous years, it became even more so when the reprint of Van Swinden's description, which had over 200 people registered, reached many hands, and general attention was once again focused on the artwork. The timing of the invention had been very favorable to promote enthusiasm. It was then the golden age of physical skills, when physics was amusing. Indeed, in the middle of the 18th century, the study of physical sciences, in general and compared to other periods, had fallen into decay. But those sciences, and in particular astronomy, were revived at the end of that century with new vigor. Celestial mechanics was practiced and gave astronomy a new direction and higher speed, for important and numerous discoveries followed one another. The demands of science were stricter, and the art of observation became a difficult task as the field of consideration expanded. These began in the year 1781, and have not stopped, so that in the last 70 years only 13 new planets have been discovered. The year 1780, when Van Swinden wrote and gave the name of a complete planetarium to Isinger's work, was thus the last year on which it could be said of any such instrument. As a result, all attempts to mimic the planet system, aiming to accurately represent it, came to an end, and existing telescopes became greatly inadequate. It subsequently became almost impossible, to such a great extent, to place the newly discovered Uranus at a distance that would allow it to coexist with the older planets, and even less so for the 4 new planets discovered at the beginning of this century, whose orbits intersect and envelop one another. For these reasons, their value in the eyes of experts declined significantly, and the same obstacle further hindered Isinger from creating a larger-scale planetarium. The signs of lasting interest that the Isinger planetarium may encounter, despite all this, are based on its initial fame upon completion, as well as the mechanism of the device, which will always deserve attention and admiration. Yet it is as if, generally, above the veil of respect for such a work of human knowledge and skill, this planetarium renders another expression of gratitude for the services it has once proven in public enlightenment. Through this medium of astronomical fiction, indeed, the Copernican system has found easier access to the public, becoming a popular belief and displacing misunderstandings. His work of art. Jew. And now, as the former superstition regarding the relationship of Earth to Sun and planets has vanished, the indications of the planetarium are in perfect agreement with what everyone has learned and believes. Now, more than ever before, the capacity of the general public is suited to understand the representation and appreciate the high value of tea. Yet the calm satisfaction of Isinger was sometimes disturbed by a disturbing thought. It was the fear for the fate of his beloved artwork after his demise. Many visitors shared this fear, and expressed their desire for it to be preserved and maintained in some way for art and science. That glimmer of hope was not in vain. That his house would be sold and occupied by strangers, who, lacking respect for art and science, would allow such a valuable piece to deteriorate through neglect and rust, and once neglected, could eventually collapse this, which he, based on his experience during his exile, harbored a certain expectation. In that address, Mr. Brouwer had pointed out such a feared loss, which would bring shame and disgrace to Friesland and the Netherlands, and fostered the hope that His Majesty's generous interest might ensure the preservation of the artwork for the fair common good. Great was the joy of the venerable greybeard over this honorable decision. Eizert Ebinga van Humalde, himself a connoisseur and even greater patron of art and science, was then governor of Friesland. Through his mediation, King William I, by decree of December 28, 1825, desired to purchase the planetarium for the kingdom. Old subsequently passed to his son Jacobus Isinga. Not long after, Isinga, the father, moved into a neighboring house, and his son took over the house of the planetarium. Along with this, supreme supervision was entrusted to the then professor of astronomy at the Royal Athenaeum in Franeker. On October 4, 1826, the governor, accompanied by a notary and 2 witnesses, went to Isinga's residence, where the deed of transfer was signed, whereby he ceded his house and planetarium for the sum of 10,000 guilders to the kingdom, with the 10,000 guilders to the kingdom, with the provision that he would have free housing and 200 guilders per year for supervision, all of which thus, the long-held fear was dispelled, and the continuous existence of the artwork ensured for public benefit. Thus, almost all of Isinga's wishes were fulfilled, and the 81-year-old man could face the hour of dissolution with calmness. He had no more desires, as he regarded this royal favor as the highest tribute that could be bestowed upon him and his artistic creation during his lifetime. Not so thought his fellow citizens, whose government had long pondered on the most appropriate means to show their respect and admiration for the graying man while he was still alive, arid to defray the costs from his own funds. It was then agreed that the mayor of Franeker, on behalf of the city council, would speak with the governor, Sir Abinga of Humalda, about this matter. Mr. J. Sheltema had already given a hint to this effect in 1818, and expressed the wish that such a proof of interest, this token of gratitude and respect, should not be postponed until after his death, but could still be presented to him, thereby to brighten up and illumine the quiet evening of well-spent life. He welcomed the intention very much, and not only approved it entirely, but tried to overcome the objection concerning the bearing of the costs, by deciding that the tribute to Isinga should be paid by the city of Franeker, but as his oldest friend, fellow villager, schoolmate, and not least as a worshipper of the gray-haired man, he requested, or off, 27 Volgorn. This offer was accepted, and it was decided that a portrait of Isinga would be created as a sign of respect, to be placed in the council chamber of the city hall in Franeker. 1827. The execution of this task was entrusted to the renowned painter, Willem Bartel van der Kooi, Isinga's longtime friend and admirer, who at that time seemed to be developing the full potential of his exceptional artistic talent, in order to enhance the value of this monument. In a life-sized kneeling figure, he portrayed the elderly thinker seated in a leaning chair at a table, with a drawing of the great solar eclipse of September 7, 1820, on it, while the small planetarium is positioned to his left, and behind him is the image of the room where the large planetarium is located, which shows its position as of April 10. He reached the fiery castles of light. This elaborate and masterfully treated scene was enclosed in a simple yet elegant frame, with the following powerful words by Horace placed above it: Arcas attigit igneus. This exquisite monument was dedicated to Isinga and Franeker, and the 13th of November, 1827, the day on which it would be presented to him, was a holiday for this city. After the painting had been hung, the municipal council, to which Isinga belonged, met. N.S. He did this with the following warm and eloquent speech: Honorable gentlemen, a commission consisting of Dr. J. Banga and Mr. J. W. de Crane now invited Mr. I. Abinga van Humalda to join them, after which he presented the masterpiece, now revealed in all its glory, as a gift intended to adorn the council chamber permanently, and serve as a lasting tribute to the great man, both for his contemporaries and for future generations. Therefore, nothing could have made me happier than UA's acceptance, at my expense, of this proposal to that end. When I learned more than a year ago, from the mouth of your city's mayor, your UAA's intention to set up a lasting and public monument of respect and homage to your Isinga and his brilliant intellect, it naturally inspired in me a desire to contribute mine as well. I thought about the occasion, which gave me the opportunity once again to demonstrate how much everything that enhances the fame of our Friesland holds dear to my heart, a fame to which Franeker has made such a significant contribution. I regarded this moment with eagerness, when I would have the pleasure and honor of conveying to your city the assurance of the high regard that inspires me. But what is the purpose of this assurance? After all, I recall with gratitude the fortunate years I spent at the renowned university in this city during an earlier era, when students came from every corner of our Netherlands, but also from distant regions of Europe and other parts of the world seeking knowledge, and where scholarship bravely stood above the vicissitudes of time. It is especially pleasing to me here to greet you, Isinga. It is well known to you, my lords, what I have done in promotion of its interests. May it adorn your council chamber, and let every viewer admire and pay homage to the great man. 28, therefore, most honorable lords, receive this gift from my hand as a token of my grateful affection. You will find in the tribute rendered to you now no vain dream image, as proud grandees are wont to do. I bow to you with respect, and look up to you greatly as my village mate and schoolmate of former years. May your life be spared for a long time, until you share in the great work of creation, observing it in all its extent from close by. No, but your humility should still be noted, a deep desire from your fellow citizens to possess the vibrant image of a beloved and worthy fellow citizen long after this time. In general, my lords, may your city always prosper. May those who love her sail well. I thank you for the numerous signs of friendly goodwill and trust you have shown me. I keep them in my heart, and I will add my respect for you to those you rightfully receive from your citizens. This impressive speech by the elder statesman was answered on behalf of the council with well-meaning expressions of gratitude by Mayor I. de Swart, who responded with distinction. He passed away gently on the morning of August 27, 1828, reaching the age of 84 years and 6 months. 29. The life of Isinga, so rich in care and effort, but even richer in scientific enjoyment, in honor, and in the complete satisfaction of all his just desires and expectations, was soon drawing to a close. Departing from Humalda and the entire council, they welcomed him to his home, offering everyone a pleasant opportunity to spend this holiday further in cheerful gaiety, filled with a sense of respectful gratitude towards the noble Frisian patron and heartfelt sympathy for the contented old man, who counted this day among the happiest of his life. In accordance with his wish, his mortal remains were buried in the cemetery of his birthplace Dronrip, in the family burial plot. That resting place was once again covered with the same stone that previously bore his father's grave inscription. Strange it seemed, however, that they continued to neglect adding a second inscription for his eldest son. Lord Van Humalda's plan to provide for this remained unfulfilled, due to his death in 1834-30. Even in 1841, Professor de Crane expressed the wish that there would soon be a simple and elegant memorial there to remind passers-by of his resting place and his merits. It was left to the Frisian Society for History, Archaeology, and Linguistics to rectify this oversight and pay tribute to Isinga's memory, which he rightly deserved. Tribute to Isinga, inventor and manufacturer of the famous planetarium in Franeker, born in Dronrip on February 21, 1744, died in Franeker on August 27, 1828, Boo. On the proposal of Mr. J. then, on April 12, 1845, after the recognition of the name only on the mentioned grave marker, a large stone was placed in the wall of the beautiful village church of Dronrip, next to the main entrance, and alongside the peak. Family grave, containing, between simple praise and decorative work, the following inscription: Ride in this cemetery, dedicated by the Frisian Society of History, Archaeology, and Language, MDCCC alive. By this I have fulfilled the proposed task as concisely and businesslike as possible. 31. It is always a great pleasure to be able to highlight the achievements of a great man and pay tribute to his memory through our association. Here, the mention of Isinga's life went hand in hand with the remembrance of men whose memories are dear to me as the eternal feeling of friendship and kindred spirits. Unstated was their respect and admiration for Isinga's artistic creation, but they added a prudent caution or wise foresight to it, which we should not overlook if we wish to pay him true homage rather than overpraise. Yes, Humalda and de Crane, Brouwer, Sannes, and van der Kooi, even those who paid tribute to Isinga in his struggle, have brought honor and fame to Friesland, and we, who have dealt with all on a friendly basis and now belong to their descendants, have taken up the thoughts and feelings of those seniors to carry them forward to the next generation. Even if they regretted that Isinga's only wish, to establish a more complete planetarium elsewhere, remained unfulfilled, they did not lose sight of the fact that for his person and this artwork the greatest honor lay in the fact that he had achieved such a grand goal under adverse conditions and with very limited resources. There was, however, evidence of a particular genius for mechanics in him, and he acquired the greatest admiration. In particular, the constraints of time and space, and especially the unsuitable condition of his home, sharpened his mind and developed his intellect and skill, which overcame great obstacles, highest simplicity of execution. This view was increasingly lost sight of, and therefore Isinga's reputation would have been little increased, even though he later accomplished elsewhere the most perfect planetarium on a grand scale. Another viewpoint even threatened to divert scientific astronomy in Friesland with a mistaken course. In their pursuit of this supposed honor, they wasted time and resources and did not take the path that is the only one leading to astronomy. For many gifted amateurs, many admirers of the starry heavens, who, based on the fame of his planetarium, held Isinga to be a great astronomer, were thus led astray into believing that manufacturing such an instrument was the pure and highest honor for an astronomer. Isinga's artistic work has had a favorable influence on thousands upon thousands' understanding of the course of the heavens for more than 70 years. Various other deserving persons I could mention who have suffered shipwreck on this misconception, and thus failed to cultivate the fruits of knowledge and observation for the sciences, to which so many in this province truly possess the aptitude. It is my heartfelt wish that this influence be permanently preserved, and that no incorrect conception or envy be fostered. Leeuwarden, January 5, 1851. That is why I kindly took note of the aforementioned observation, which was communicated to me by that esteemed expert who, through his aid and counsel, has greatly assisted me in delivering these works to a third party, but who did not request my recognition. After all, it is our collective responsibility to maintain Isinga's honor and fame, free from neglect or exaggeration, and to sanctify them for the benefit of future generations in the interest of science. W. Eekhoff, Bargdalda, commissioned by the first printing of this description, to the Honorable Mr. Dear Brother S. P. van Swinden, J.U.D., Attorney at Law for the Province of Holland. Here is a description which, I hope, will fully justify the feelings of wonderment with which I was seized upon seeing the masterpiece of Isinga the Elder, and which were so strongly expressed in my letters to you on this subject. 2 reasons have prompted me to publish this description, but that wonderment, now that I am familiar with the work, is even greater than it was at first. Firstly, because it has occurred to me that Isinga deserves it no less, given his inventive genius and special aptitudes for engineering, which have made him renowned throughout the world. 32. They hold in high esteem a Ferguson, who, though merely a farmer, devoted himself to engineering and made great strides in it. 33. The English rightly glorify a Harrison, a carpenter, who, by sheer intelligence, became one of the greatest engineers, and to his good fortune stumbled upon an invention that enriched him. Why then should the Frisians not likewise boast of a Frisian who, under similar circumstances, has shown no less intelligence and skills, and whose talents in these inventions do not need to yield to many others? No other means was within my power, except to describe the work, and thus make the maker known to the general public. In doing this, I have fulfilled the duty of a literate person who should not neglect anything that can promote arts and sciences, and I consider it not to be omitted by a good citizen, with someone who aspires to the glory of the city, in which I live as much as I can make known. This is what I am now doing, within my abilities, for our country, through this description. I have already done this regarding foreign countries by sending a brief sketch of this artwork to the Academy of Sciences in Brussels, Galitzin, Sir de Luc in London, Father Copte at Montmorency, and Mr. Gauss in Montpellier. From this description, you will be able to deduce whether the sketches you have read before sending were sufficiently accurate. Nothing but the lack of time has prevented me so far from sharing this exquisite piece with my correspondents in Paris, Petersburg, Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. Going into further cultivation of intellect and useful skills lies beyond my abilities, Retaliation of a different kind is not within my control. Added to this compelling reason, which carries great weight for me as it aligns with the concept of duty, is another. My own experience has led me to conclude that it is not possible to examine everything thoroughly, unless one first knows what needs to be seen, and on which pieces one should especially focus one's attention. I was overpowered by the variety of the pieces, and perhaps by astonishment. Although I have seen several planetaria, of different kinds, and have sometimes indulged my thoughts on such subjects, as you may perhaps remember, that many years since I sent you several works on the subject, yet I must confess that when, with two of my fellow officials and Friesland, I first beheld the work of Isinga, on the 22d of February 1780, I spent near 2 hours in contemplating it, and was transported with a real ecstasy at its beauty. Yet by no means saw I all that was to be seen. You understand that I am not speaking of astronomers here. With regard to this, from my experience, I can draw no conclusion. I only speak of those who, like both of us, understand astronomy merely as a hobby, and for whom it is therefore necessary that each piece be developed separately in order to better distinguish it in its context. Then I formed certain thoughts and questions, in part to enable myself to speak more solidly about this work in the future. Upon my arrival at home, I examined everything. I noted the most significant aspects. I allowed my thoughts to wander regarding such tools. I read several writers, trying as much as possible to consider the intrinsic value of the work, according to need, even separately from the circumstances of the creator. Reflecting on this, it became clear to me that it was not possible for me to have seen everything perfectly. Indeed, I found that he who had been capable of creating what I had seen must surely have had enough intelligence to continue and create things that I thought were lacking because I did not remember having seen them before. Shortly after, namely on March 13th, I, along with some good friends, had the opportunity to examine it more closely, which took several hours. At that time I realized that during my first trip, despite my attention and vigilance, I had missed some attention and vigilance things. I identified what I thought was missing. I discovered new beauties, and indeed when I looked at the piece again after some time, I found I hadn't noticed everything. So it is not until through repeated conversations and considerations that I have fully learned to know everything. What has happened to me can also happen to others, who, by their profession, have devoted themselves no more than I to astronomy, and this could detract from the fame of the work. I felt it necessary to prevent this, and I thought I could do this favorably by accurately describing the state of the entire artwork. This was even more necessary because certain things, and the most rational ones, are found within which cannot be noticed nicely without prior instruction. One sees, for example, the moon indicators, but one does not see, and this is the most important, that they move with a very uneven speed to follow the irregular movement of the moon. Otherwise, my description is not embellished. I have faithfully described what I saw. This becomes evident either through the movements of those indicators, when the mechanism with the crank is moved very carefully and deliberately, or when one examines the gearwork, which the maker also shows and explains completely, so that one must conclude from its arrangement that the speed of the indicators is indeed uneven, beautiful, and exceptionally suited for displaying phenomena. The artwork is completed, with the exception of some details still to be painted and gilded. I have described it as if it had already been painted according to specifications. There are those who doubt whether everything is as it seems. I assure them in response, come and see, and I am certain that after a careful and attentive consideration, they will be convinced that this work of art is not only beautiful, given the circumstances of its creator, but that it is, in itself, and when viewed from every angle, exquisitely bay. The creator, who is no less moral than intelligent, will certainly take into account all instructions that are given to him, as much as possible. During that time, the artwork cannot be properly displayed to enthusiasts. His professional duties have not yet allowed him to incorporate painting, gilding, etc., into the work. But he has planned to dedicate the months of August and September of this year to that purpose. My description has become much longer than I initially thought. The main cause of this is undoubtedly the pleasure I experienced while writing it. How captivating it is to witness how even the greatest difficulties disappear like chaff before a great intellect. How delightful it is for someone who is not entirely insensitive to explore the abilities that God has granted to human reason, and how one, through simple means, when they possess a suitable mind, can create the most complex pieces, he maker to it. I have learned much, especially as regards what is truly called simple ease in executing something. The simplicity of means used to produce composite effects is a distinctive mark of great minds, just as of nature. Yet these pleasant results are sometimes disturbed by a single idea. As I learned the essence of each piece, my admiration for the Creator grew, and my joy increased from this opportunity to make progress in certain areas of craftsmanship, because I cannot conceal, and even if I could, why would I want to? That from the invention and arrangement of the parts in this machine, and from the reasons which have led T. Who knows how far he might have carried it? Who knows what he could still do if he were not constrained to follow another occupation? What, I said to myself, is it to be regretted that that man has not been able to devote himself from his youth to mechanism and all that appertains thereto? If, like Harrison and Ferguson, he had been permitted to dedicate himself entirely to mechanism. Farewell, dear brother. Franeker, 15 June 1780. Description of a complete mobile heavenly system, by the High Professor J. H. Van Swinden, published in the year 1780. Receive this piece with the accompanying opportunity, wherewith I offer it to you, and be assured that I hold, and will always remain your very willing brother, J. H. Van Swinden. Ions and suppositions of configurations. S. of the planets. This machine is not to be despised in use, either by astronomers themselves, who, with a single cast of the eye, can thereby know the positions of all the primary planets, and also demonstrate them directly with a stick. So often, if they have any of any kind. Questions about the present ephemerides, less familiar in these, they can replace the tedious calculate, etc. Major users are indeed the learners, who, by easy contemplation of machines, do not despise the idea of astronomy for themselves, a utility that also benefits the teacher, whose labor and tedium in teaching is greatly alleviated, since beginners cannot easily grasp from small schemes where nothing moves the directions, stations, and retrogression. Its principal use is in introducing astronomy to princes and magnates, who usually do not have time to turn over books, and these sacred matters, meditating on them for a long time, should be carefully studied. Thus speaks the renowned Horrebow about Romer's Planetarium, Opera, T3rd, p. 149. See also 3941 and following of this work. Description of a complete mobile sky system. Introduction. Such minds, through their own capabilities, often attain the same goal more swiftly than others require the instruction of skilled men and the aid of previous inventions. All that excels in its kind and deserves our respect is an indubitable truth, but that respect can and must increase, indeed change into admiration, when the objects we consider excellent are thought out and made by men who, on account of their circumstances, education, and calling, may be regarded as more or less capable. These reasons lead me to call the artwork I will describe now not only very beautiful, but even marvelous, both due to its inner elegance, which would do honor to the most skilled scientists and engineers, and the circumstances surrounding its conception and creation. Dan indeed is the invention and creation of admirable pieces, no longer a product of acquired skills, or of a genius thus refined, but of an inventive mind that possesses enough force to demonstrate matters from within, consider them properly, and realize the discovered designs without difficulty, in spite of all obstacles. In this regard it should be, in one word, identical whether you are looking at the instrument itself or the starry sky. This simple sketch of a well-constructed celestial mechanism is sufficient to demonstrate, in general, that its creation is not among the easiest tasks. Difficulties. A planetarium or celestial system, in the broadest sense, is a device that accurately simulates and displays the movements of celestial bodies, allowing one to observe at any given moment the true and relative position, as well as the movements of Earth, Moon, and wandering and fixed stars. Moreover, such precision is required in the representation of movements that over long periods, there is no significant difference between the trajectory of depicted bodies and those of actual stars, thus enabling both the past, present, and future state of the starry sky to be reconstructed and known with great accuracy. Even the sharpest mathematicians from ancient and later times, such as Archimedes 34, Posidonius 35, Copernicus 36, Rita 37, Romer 38, Huygens 39, and others 40, who were thoroughly experienced in mathematics, astronomy, and engineering, have diligently sought to represent the movement of celestial bodies using various instruments, which they successfully accomplished in various ways. Then, if one considers the skills and fame of the mathematicians reported, it will not seem strange that such artistic pieces, whatever ingenuity and skill they may require in devising them, and whatever labor they may cost in making, if they could ever be made, would have been produced by such men. But how strange, how wonderful, and perhaps incredible, it will not happen that a similar instrument, yes, a celestial machine, which contains almost everything that all the known things taken together indicate, and moreover many more things that may never have been actually made before, and none of them can be found in any so-called planetarium, designed, calculated, and made by a man who possesses only the skills and the fundamental principles of mathematics and astronomy that are sometimes found among enthusiasts of these sciences, who has never had any manual or guide to observational or practical instrument-making from anyone, received any help, never seen or read books on this subject? Mathematics. I.C.G. Isinger. Thanks 1780 as a member of the City Council of Franeker, who has for several years owned a flourishing factory producing Friesian tissues, is the inventor and creator of a work of art that deserves the highest praise from all lovers of art, astronomy, and mechanics. A great affection for mathematics, already felt in his earliest youth, led him to dedicate all the hours he could spare from his father's woolen mill to making progress in this field, and even once a week he would travel from Dronrip, his hometown, to Franeker to receive instruction from Willem Witzes, a burgerman with considerable experience in M. With this master, Isinger studied arithmetic, the first 6 books and the 11th and 12th books of Euclid, and learned something, though very little, about algebra. Subsequently, he received some guidance from these on the measurement of the foot, the arrangement of the celestial system, the use of astronomical tables, and calculating eclipses. These were lent to me by him, enabling me to form some judgment as to how far the education had progressed. However, he further developed all this by his own intellect, having never read any printed books, except for scene tables and astronomical tables by van der Molen and L. Heyer, to learn mathematics or astronomy, but only had opportunities to use and copy his master's writings. The passion gradually grew stronger in the young man, and he found much pleasure in calculating eclipses, so that he made a very accurate calculation of all solar and lunar eclipses that would take place in Franeker until the end of the 18th century. 41, moreover, he has added very neat diagrams, so that one, with a glance, can discern the hour of the beginning, middle, and end of the eclipse, its size, from which side it will begin and occur, as well as the apparent path of the moon. Isinger also had a passion for observing the wandering stars in the evening. To make this easier, he used to calculate a table of the positions of the planets for each month at the beginning of the year. Thus, in silence, he carried out work that he was unaware was done annually by the most renowned astronomers in Paris, London, Berlin, Vienna, and Italy, to promote Astronomy 42. Thus we see how sciences are sometimes practiced in a very remarkable manner by people from whom one would not expect it. All this occurred amidst household concerns, and the occupations of a profession that provided much work, and had little connection to astronomical hobbies. Nevertheless, it was never neglected, as some might perhaps imagine, but rather used in snippered moments. However important these activities may have been, Isinger would never have thought, or had the opportunity, to exercise his engineering abilities, of which he was not yet aware, had it not been for a peculiar incident. In the spring of 1774, a little book was published on the supposed ill effects of a conjunction of planets, occurring on May 8 following, which would very likely produce great misfortune and fear on our planet. He noticed that there was nothing to fear for us. This encouraged him to check, by means of his annually calculated table, what was to happen on the mentioned day. 43. This thought was immediately followed by the decision to make such a device. It is only great minds that can take such a giant step in one go. The difficulties that arose were indeed seen, but soon vanished. This calculation made him realize that it would be pleasant to have a device in which one could at all times be aware of the true state of the celestial bodies, so as to thereby suddenly be freed from all future calculations. The hands went to work, and since it could only be done in snatches of time, it became clear that several years would be needed to complete such a difficult piece. With the 4th year, the planetarium was already in use. 44. Therefore, at the request of the inventor's housewife, who had already been very eager to see the end of the work from its beginning, the time of 7 years was determined. The 6th part has now 1780 appeared, and the instrument is, except for some minor details concerning mainly the external finish, completed. This is enough about the man's circumstances. The observatory was then alternately transformed into a calculator, an engineer, a draftsman, a clockmaker, etc. They do not contribute to the inner beauty and essential value of the work of art itself, but they are very suitable for greatly increasing the respect that is justly due to the inventor and maker, as well as the fame he has thus acquired. Everything was first thought out, sketched, drawn, adjusted, and subsequently made, all of which was done by Isinga himself, except that, not possessing a lathe, he asked his father 45, to whom he consulted on the fabrication of this work of art, turn some discs for him, and had 4 brass wheels made according to his design by a clockmaker. Hat one may be able to determine in what this one excels, or is exceeded by those others. First chapter. In describing this work of art, I will follow this order. First, I shall present a general sketch of it. Then, I shall carefully unfold each of the 3 separate parts of which it consists, making such pieces, and on the comparison of this work with certain other pieces of the same kind. So general sketch of the entire work of art. 1. The room in which the work of art stands, and to which it belongs, is a long square 13 feet wide, and about 16 feet long. 2. The chimney is in the middle of 2 sliding windows, and the side opposite the chimney has just been wainscoted, with a bed in the center and a cabinet on each side. The space above the doors of the cabinets and the bed is fitted with 3 panels. The central and largest one, which is above the bed, is separated from the other 2 by 2 pillars. The planetarium itself is attached to it, and the mechanism in the mentioned intermediate space of 5 or 6 inches is hidden. Here, how everything appears when one stands before the chimney or in the middle of the room. 3. The room has double flooring, one which lies on the beams and is not visible in the room. The other is 5 to 6 inches from the beams, so that no beams are visible in the room. Saturn moves in a circle with a radius of 10 feet. The planets are all spheres, half of whose surface is gilded, with the gilded side facing the sun. The pillars on which these spheres rest pass through slits, cut out in a circular manner in the ceiling. Looking up, one sees a planetary system in which all the planets move around the sun at their true times and relative distances, as well as the moon, which revolves around its axis and around the earth in 1 month, and is also carried around the sun by the earth in 1 year. 4. Further along towards the bed, one encounters 3 circles in this ceiling. This circle is surrounded by another, on which an indicator shows the apparent position and motion of the sun, as well as the constellations, months, and days. At the edge of the middle circle, which has 2 feet at the median, the names of the 7 days of the week are marked, and each day is very clearly divided into 24 hours. An indicator that revolves once in 7 days points to each day and each hour. Between the edge and the center, there is a groove in which the number of years is shown. This number remains constant for an entire year and changes at midnight from December 31st to January 1st of the following year, so that with the beginning of the year a new number is found. 5 June. This circle, containing nothing special, will not require any further description henceforth. To the right of this circle, 4, there is one indicating the position of the ascending node of the moon, and to the left another serving to indicate the farthest point apogee of the moon. Much will be said about these two circles hereafter. 6. Away. Above the bed, in the central panel, one finds a clean planisphere or celestial sphere, surrounded by an horizon or zodiacal circle of 18 inches. The edge of the horizon is divided into hours. On the celestial sphere, the main stars are marked, along with an ecliptic divided into signs, on which a tiny sun moves. The celestial sphere rotates once daily with the sun, and the sun also traverses the ecliptic in 1 year. Thus, at any moment during the day, one can observe the sun's position in the sky, and in the morning and evening, the positions and times of its rising and setting. Moreover, one becomes aware of the locations, rising and setting of the main stars, which can be seen from Franeker, at all moments both day and night. Actions radiate from the zenith. Only the meridian is straight as it should be. 7. In order to make it easier to locate the stars in the sky, either by their true ascensions or by their distances from the 8 main compass directions, after searching for them on the celestial sphere, some straight hour lines radiate from the center of the celestial sphere towards the horizon, and some curved lines representing the mentioned deer. 8. On the same panel, next to the celestial sphere, there is a small circular scale on each side. The one on the left hand indicates sunrise and the other sunset, except that both these times are at present, when the sun is actually rising or setting, indicated by the mirrored sun on the horizon of the celestial sphere. On each of the 2 pillars that separate the central panel from the others, there are 2 small pointers, hence of the moon from the sun, from which its age and its phases are evident. 9. At the top on the right-hand side, it indicates the distance of the moon from its ascending node. The bottom one shows the distance of the moon from Aries, or its length along the ecliptica. The upper indicator on the left-hand side shows how far the moon is from its farthest point apogee from Earth, and the lower one serves to indicate the dista. 10. Finally, on each of the side panels above the cases, there is an indicator. The one on the left-hand side shows the hour of the moon's rise, and the other that of its setting. There you have a brief sketch of everything this beautiful instrument indicates. A great number of movements indeed, all happening in and at their proper time, and all caused by one clockwork consisting of 4 wheels. This clockwork, the mechanism of the celestial sphere, with its moon dials and gear trains that transmit movement in the planetarium, is hidden in the space between the bed, cabinets, and beams. The clock is wound once a week, but it would not be difficult to make it go longer. Although all the parts are so interconnected and linked to the clockwork that they perform their movements together, there are 2 things to note about this. 11. First, each piece can be easily removed without disrupting the movement of the others, which is necessary to prevent any disorder when, over time, something might be missing from one part, and to prevent everything from stopping due to the absence of stopping due to the absence. A single piece. The other point is that, although the entire mechanism receives its movement from a clockwork, it can very easily be detached and put in motion by another means. To achieve this, one removes a few wedges or pockets from the gear that receives the movement of the clockwork and transmits it to all the other gears. At this point, all movements, except that of the clockwork, stop. Subsequently, an axis carrying a disc with a rope running around it at one end, and a screw without an end at the other, is lowered by unscrewing a small screw. The thread of the screw without an end then grips the copper arms of a gear connected to all the others. This rope runs below the bed over a wheel, which, in one of the cases, is moved by a crank. When the crank is turned, the entire mechanism is moved by hand, just as it was before by the clockwork. Former times, or are likely to exist in future years. 12. The external appearance of the entire mechanism is already very neat, and will be elegant when everything is painted, gilded, and marked according to the design, which is to be carried out this summer 1780. This separate movement is, for 2 reasons, very useful. First, to show, whether to amateurs or students, if the instrument, which is very suitable for educational purposes, is used. All the phenomena that can only take place over many years in a very short time, and secondly, to investigate by this means the conditions that have already existed in. It is also very pleasant that, while sitting in the room, One need only raise one's eyes to see the entire planetary system and the whole starry sky. The arrangement is also very well thought out, as this otherwise bulky piece does not take up any extra space and can be better observed from all sides than if it were in a glass case in the middle of the room. 13. She said this as a general outline, sufficient for the moment. Yet, however advantageous one may think of it regarding the subject, it would only give a very feeble idea of its inner beauty and of the maker's genius. It will therefore be necessary to go into some details and unfold certain things more accurately. An observant reader has already realized that this work is not any ordinary planetarium, but consists of 3 distinct parts. 1. 2. The actual planetarium, visible from the ceiling of the room. 3. 3. The planisphere, or sky field, with its pointers indicating the rising and setting of the sun. 6. 7. The moon indicators, visible on the pillars. 8. Side panels. 9. And even the ceiling itself. 5. These observations all refer to the irregular and apparently erratic movements of the moon. These are the 3 aspects we must now consider more closely and describe more accurately. Second chapter, Thor, being, du Elrodborn Rain, Trolling, Fire Jew and 14. Description of the common orbital system. To make the description of the orbital system clearer for everyone, and so that it would be easier to judge what belongs in such a system, it will not be amiss to give here a general sketch of the state and movements of the planets. Our solar system consists of the Sun, 6 principal stars and 10 smaller stars, satellites, watchmen, or moons. The orbital periods of the principal planets differ greatly, and according to the latest and most precise observations, they are as follows. The principal stars all revolve around the Sun, the satellites around their respective principal planets, and are also carried along with these planets in their revolution around the Sun. 46 Venus, 224D 16O, 40 NM 32s, 15. 47 315 A2, 58 Men, 27s, 103,000, 928.974, Saturnus, 29, 164 D7OU, 21 N. Compare the tables attached to this, and further entries in this work. This is called the eccentricity of each planet. This eccentricity varies greatly for each planet. The orbits which the planets describe around the Sun are not circular, but elliptical, and the Sun does not lie at the center of these orbits, but at a certain distance from the center of each orbit. If one sets the average distance of the Earth from the Sun at 1,000, then the average distances and eccentricities of the planets will be as follows. Distance. Eccentricity. Mercury 38, 80 or 210, eccentricity of Mercury's distance from the Sun. Venus 723, 5, 71,000, Venus, Earth 1,017, 171,000, Earth, Mars 1,524, 142, 931,000, Mars, Jupiter 5,220,000, 1. Mars, Jupiter 5,201, 253, 491,000, Jupiter, Saturnus 9,539, 532, 591,000, all Saturnus, Aturnus. The eccentricity of Mercury is then very notable. 16. Although the orbits of the planets are approximately circular, they all except Mercury differ so little from a circle that it is customary to represent them by circles whose center is as far from the Sun as the midpoint of each planet's orbit requires. 17. From what we have just said 15 regarding the shape and midpoints of the orbits of the planets, it follows that the distance of a planet from the Sun is not always the same, but greater or lesser. Every planet is then at one time in its orbit at the greatest, and at one time at the least distance from the Sun. The former point is called the aphelion, the latter the perihelion. Mercury, for example, at its nearest approach is 1/5 of the entire distance from the Sun to its center, and at its farthest distance 1/5 further from the Sun than that center, and therefore in its farthest distance Mercury is 25 parts further from the Sun than at its nearest approach. Since the planets are not always equally distant from the Sun 16, they do not have a uniform motion, but move faster as they draw nearer to, and slower as they move farther from the Sun. The speed is least at the most remote point, increases progressively as the planet approaches the nearest point, and there attains its greatest magnitude. It then decreases gradually as the planet moves from the nearest towards the most remote point. The astronomers begin their calculations from the most distant point. They call true anomaly the distance of a planet from that point, and mean anomaly the distance at which the planet would be if it continued in a uniform motion with its mean velocity. The true anomaly is smaller than the mean when the planet moves from the most distant point, where the motion is slowest, to the nearest point, and greater when it moves from the nearest point, where the motion is fastest, to the most distant point. At the most distant and nearest points, the true and mean anomalies are equal. 1848. The orbit which the Earth follows, and in which therefore the Sun appears to move, is called the ecliptic or zodiacal circle, divided into 12 signs, Aries, Taurus, etc. The planet, during its course, is sometimes above, sometimes below the ecliptic, and twice on the ecliptic itself, or at its nodes. The orbits of the other planets are not in the plane of the ecliptic, or parallel to it, but are inclined to it, one more and one less, and intersected at 2 points called nodes. The distance on which the planet is above or below the ecliptic is called its latitude, north latitude if the planet is above, and south latitude if it is below the ecliptic. The ascending node is the point at which the planet intersects the ecliptic when it is rising above it, and the descending node is the point of intersection when the planet begins to descend below the ecliptic. 19. Astronomers generally reduce all planetary motions to the ecliptic, and begin their counting from the first point, that of the sign Aries. 20. The planets are not all equally large. They call the distance of the Sun, or a planet, from the stated point Aries, the length of the Sun or the planet. These lengths they take on the ecliptic and express them in signs, degrees, and minutes. Mercury 41. When the middle line of the Earth is expressed as 100, the middle lines of the Sun and other planets stand in the following proportion. The middle line of the Sun, 11,279. Earth, 100. Venus, 97. Moon, 27. Mars, 67. Saturn, 1010. Jupiter, 1140. Saturn's ring, 2357. 49. It is not possible to arrange the sizes of the planetary spheres in relation to each other, and at the same time in proportion to their distances from the Sun. However, since the average distance from the Sun to the Earth is 107 times greater than the diameter of the Sun, this distance would be 84 feet, and that of Saturnus, this kind. Want if the ball, which represents the Earth, covers only one line in the center, it is certainly much too small to be clearly visible. The Sun would occupy 9/12 inches, while the Moon would take up only 14 of a line, and thus be almost invisible. 21. Wanda. From what has been said so far, it follows that in a good planetarium, one must take into account the following aspects regarding the major planets. One is therefore forced to desist from attempting such a projection, and must simply ensure that the ball representing Mercury in the center is about half the size of Venus. Venus being slightly larger than the Moon, Mars 1/3 smaller than the Moon, Mars 1/3 smaller than Thebe, Earth, and Jupiter and Saturn 11 and 10 times larger, respectively, than the Earth. The planets must be placed at their relative distances and in their true mean positions, 15. 2. They must revolve around the Sun at their true times, 14. 3. 4. Their length, breadth, nodes 18, and extreme and nearest point 16, must be clearly and easily discernible at all times. 22. The planets must follow the laws of true anomaly 17, and therefore in equal times cover less space at the farthest point than at the nearest. The Isinga Planetarium fully meets these 4 requirements. These are in the proportion we have determined here above 15. 23. All the circles in which the planets move are centered, and each as much as observations have taught us 15, so that now the planets are closer to the Sun, then farther from it, than in their mean distances. The wheels by which the planet balls are carried, and the gears, which convey to them the motion they receive from the clockwork 10, are provided with as many teeth as is necessary to produce the said true periods of revolution. The wheels consist of wooden circles, movable on rollers, which are provided with iron rods serving as teeth. A descriptive explanation of the gear train would not be understandable without plates. It is enough to note that the wheels are supported in the same way as in Huygens' planetarium. 24. It was required to place the spokes and elements in their correct positions. The grooves in which the Earth, the 5 principal planets, and the Sun pointer 3 move, divide the ceiling into 7 radially centered bands or belts, attached to the bars by screws, and if necessary they can be removed so that one could get to the gear train, for example. The edge of every ring or belt that comes next to the groove, for Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and Earth, is neatly divided into degrees, but for Venus only from 5 to 5, and for Mercury only from 10 to 10 degrees, as these rings are too small to clearly show all the degrees. Each planet then immediately shows its length in a visible way. In addition, around the Earth's ring, on the outer edge, the names of the months and the number of days are painted. On each of these divided and very neatly painted circles, the nearest and farthest point is clearly indicated by the letters NP and VP. These letters are located at the places where the mentioned points actually are. Namely, the farthest point 50, from Mercury in Sagittarius 13 Jur, 33 M Venus, Aquarius 8:13 from Earth, Capricornus 8:38, Mars, Virgo 1:28, Jupiter, Libra 10:22, Saturnus, Sagittarius 29:53-25. Regarding these farthest and nearest points, it should be noted that they do not stand immovably in the sky, but are gradually propelled by a double cause, according to the order of the signs, namely, on the one hand by the progression of the evening, stars' precession of equinoxes, and on the other hand by the mutual attraction of the planets. According to the results of the most precise observations, contributed by Mr. Lalande, the fastest propulsion of Venus's farthest point is 4 gr. 10 m in a century, or 212 minutes per year, and the slowest for Jupiter is 1 gr. 43 m in a century, or 1 minute per year. It is easy to shift the letters NP and VP on the ring every 50 or 100 years. These movements are not, so far as I know, actually made on this or any other planetarium. Not that this would be impracticable, but the utility would by no means justify the trouble and expense. And what instrument has not, after so many years, needed some repair, at least in painting? 26. Alone. Each planet also very clearly indicates its own latitude 18. To this end, first of all, the places are designated by the 2 signs used by astronomers on the already described circle of lengths 24. Subject to some change, but it is too small to be notable. For the greatest, that of Jupiter, amounts to only 1 minute in a century. The places of the nodes are as follows: 51, for Mercury in Taurus, 15 GRA, 21 M Venus, Gemini 14:26, Mars, Taurus, 17:36, also Su, 27 Dawn. Width of a planet is north or south, for the outer edge shows the northern, the inner edge the southern width. 28. To show the size of the width, a circle goes through the nodes of the length circle, which is marked for the northern latitude above the outer edge, and for the southern latitude below the inner edge of the said length circle. Indicates the size of the width, 5 to 5 or 10 to 10 units in length. The nodes thus determined, the divided circle that serves as an indicator of the length at the groove of each planet 24, marked from the ascending node to the descending node on the outer edge, and from the descending to the ascending node on the outer edge, and from the descending to the ascending node on the inner edge of the groove. So that one can, without searching, with a single glance see whether we have said 17 that the planets move with unequal speeds, and that their true positions differ from those they would occupy if they moved with a uniform speed. These true stand places, or anomalies of the planets, are also indicated on this planetarium, although the planetary balls themselves, as driven by an evenly rotating mechanism, have a constant speed. 29. The degrees marked on the length circle of each planet 24 are not equal in size, but larger at the farthest point, and smaller at the nearest. They decrease in the same ratio as the planet's speed increases, from the first mentioned to the first mentioned to the last mentioned. Therefore, the planet, passing through a space of 6 fingers around both points, moves by a smaller number of degrees in the first place than in the second, which, as far as the result and indication are concerned, comes to the same thing as if the planet had indeed moved with an unequal motion. This would be sufficient to meet the 4 requirements we have given 21, but this is not all that is displayed on this planetarium. This compelled Isinga to demonstrate this apparent movement. To that end, there is a 7th groove outside Saturn's orbit with the same midpoint as the Earth's orbit, or apparent path, and the Sun's path. Although the Earth is indeed orbited by a stationary Sun, we usually consider the Earth as stationary and the Sun as moving. This is also why astronomers attribute the phenomena causing the essential movement of the Earth to apparent movement of the Earth to apparent movement. The Sun. A pointer moves through this groove, indicating the apparent position of the Sun on the ecliptica at any given moment, thus providing information about the apparent path of the Sun. 3:30. This indicator always stands upright over the Earth, so that when, for example, the Earth is in the 1st degree of Aries, the indicator shows the 1st degree of Libra, and so on. The outer rim of this dial is divided into 2 bands. On the first are marked the 12 months of the year, and on the second the days of each month. On the inner rim there are also 2 bands. On the first are painted the degrees, and on the second the degrees, the signs of the ecliptic. Therefore, the same indicator shows both the days and the months, and the degrees through which the Sun seems to pass on the ecliptic, that is, the apparent length of the Sun as it moves along its path. This last is done as follows. But just as the Earth follows its orbit with uneven steps in equal time 17-18, so does the Sun, and its apparent motion is irregular. Since the days, on the other hand, all move with a uniform motion from 4 and 20 equal hours, the same dial, to indicate the days and months, must therefore have a uniform motion, and at the same time show the effect of an uneven motion, namely the length of the Sun. The band marked on the inner edge of the groove, 29, is not parallel to the groove, or to the band of months and days, but perpendicular to both. From this it follows that when the Sun is at its farthest point, the dial indicates the degrees with its rear end, but when it is at its nearest point with its center, the apparent motion is greater near the horizon than at the farthest point. 31. In this last case, the same degrees apply to an arc of a larger circle, for the circle that describes the center of the sign is larger than that which describes the end, so that these degrees fit more in number on the same arc here than when the Sun is at its farthest point. Thus it appears that more degrees have passed over in the same time. That the Sun seems to move along the ecliptic, as indeed the Earth does. The Sun is then only twice a year, at the beginning of spring and autumn, on the evening line, and is above or below it for the rest of the time. But the ecliptic is not parallel to the Earth's evening line or equator, but inclines towards it with an angle of 2312 degrees, and cuts the equator in 2 points, namely, Aries and Libra. The Sun's declination is also indicated on this planetarium by the same pointer that marks the apparent length of the Sun. This distance of the Sun, or any star from the equator, is called its declination or deviation, which is north of the equator when the Sun is above it, and south when it is below. It is very simple. The circle representing the apparent path of the Sun, as we have said, is the last one, and it is immediately surrounded by the rafters of the ceiling. These rafters thus form a square around the circle. 32. The numbers expressing the declination in degrees and minutes are painted very clearly on these rafters, from 5 to 5 minutes, and for intervals of 10 to 10 minutes. Declination on that day. Why the pointer indicates both the declination of the Sun, as well as the days and months with its front or rear end, at the same time that it, alternately with the rear end and the middle, marks the signs and degrees. 33. This is enough regarding the major planets. One sees how complete the planetarium is in this regard. Although we are certain that the Sun, the Earth, Jupiter, Mars, and Venus 52 rotate on their axes, and it is very likely that this takes place for all the planets, this movement is not demonstrated here, not because it was impractical to carry out, but because it would have been of little use. I will now turn to the moons, satellites, or guardians. The Earth is accompanied by its moon here. It moves. 1. on its own axis, 2, around the Earth, and 3, once a year with the Earth around the Sun, on 43M. This is why the Moon always shows us the same side. The Moon rotates on its own axis approximately in the same time it takes to complete a full revolution around the Earth. That is, in 27 days, 7 hours. 34. This planet is represented here as a sphere that revolves around the Earth at the mentioned time. However, there is a difference of 29 days, 12 hours, and 44 minutes between a conjunction of the Moon with the Sun and the next occurrence, because the Earth does not stand still, but continues its orbit around the Sun, 86-87. Jupiter has 4 satellites, and Saturn has 5. The illuminated or reflective side is always turned towards the Sun, and to the Earth, the golden or black side, or a larger or smaller portion of the golden side, depending on whether the Moon is fus all the new. Thus, all the phases of the Moon are observed at their proper times. They are appropriately positioned around Jupiter and Saturn, but do not move independently on this planetarium. 53. 35. Saturn also shows off its ring in this display. 54. The ring inclines on the ecliptic at an angle of 31 degrees 23 minutes, and intersects the ecliptic in 17 degrees of the Virgin. 36. The mean radius of the ring is 2, and 1/3 times greater than that of Saturn's body. The width is 1/3 of this same mean radius, and the space between Saturn's sphere and the inner edge of the ring is equal to the width of the ring. Thus, a fairly complete description is given here of what is displayed in the first part of our Franeker artwork, namely, the planetarium, and how it is presented. We have already said that this piece was completed by the maker before he had seen or read anything similar. 55. Third chapter. It will therefore not be unpleasant to compare this piece with several others of a like nature, produced by very experienced astronomers and mathematicians, and to examine in what way this piece can stand up to this comparison. 37. Comparison of this planetary with others, particularly those of Reuters, Huygens, Desaguliers, Wright, and the movable sphere of the Leiden Library. All planetariums can generally be divided into 2 classes. The first comprises the majority, which merely indicate the relative orbital periods and are not driven by any clock mechanism. The second class includes those planetariums that are powered by a clock, thus indicating the true orbital periods and the actual positions of the planets. Among these, the planetarium of Huygens and the sphere of the Leiden Library 56 stand out. However, we will not dwell on this difference, as adding a clock mechanism imposes no other constraints besides the calculations we will discuss later. 38. I only noticed that Huygens has also set up his planetarium in such a way that it can be moved by a crank, separated from the clockwork, which is also located in the sphere of the Leiden Library. 59. And others. Thomas Wright. The engineers who have devoted themselves to making planetaria have shown the movements of the planets either on a flat surface, like Huygens, Romer, Desaguliers 57 and most Englishmen, or in a sphere, like that of the Leiden Library, Pigeon 58, Castell. The first seems to me just as good as the last. The reasons for this will become clear when we compare the Franeker planetarium with the Leiden sphere. 60, an Englishman, has taken a middle course, but I cannot see that this instrument is of any use here. 39. The external form of his planetarium is similar to Huygens, but on the rim, which serves as the ecliptic, he has placed the circles which represent the evening line, the circle of Cancer, the northern polar circle, and the 2 cross circles, as well as a moving horizon. There are also, like Desaguliers and Nullet 61, who have designed their planetaria so that one can place or remove the various parts according to need, which is certainly suitable for teaching some unusual things. Of a permanent planetarium, like Huygens, our own, and the Leiden sphere. Finally, I find it unnecessary to go into the external form in detail. That of Isinga is attached to the attic, covering over 12 feet in diameter. Most planetaria, including that of Huygens and the first one by Romer, are enclosed in a box, have only a few feet in diameter, and can be easily moved from one place to another. These 2 share characteristics with Romer's second planetarium 62. It had the same size and was fixed to the attic of the Royal Observatory in Copenhagen. The only thing that matters is which one is the best, and I find this one most advantageous, as it aligns closely with the essential aspects and can be considered more easily. 40. To demonstrate how the Franeker Planetarium holds up against comparison, I will compare it to those of Huygens, Romer, de Séguliers, Wright, and the Leyden sphere, which, especially the first two and the last two, are undoubtedly among the most excellent pieces of this kind. The planetarium of Huygens is the only one where this is also the case. We have seen that all the planetary orbits are centered 15, and that the planets indeed move in such circles in accordance with Truth 22. On the Leyden sphere, on Romer's second planetarium, and on Wright's planetarium, the centering is not even indicated, but it is on Romer's first and de Séguliers. 41. The planets should be able to easily indicate their distance 21. The circles that indicate the centerings are marked alongside the one-centered grooves in which the planets move, but this is undoubtedly very imperfect. This has two types: sun-centered heliocentric and earth-centered geocentric. The first, which is true, occurs when one imagines the planets viewed from the sun. The second, which is only relative, is the point of the ecliptic at which the planets appear to be when observed from Earth. The sun-centered longitude is here immediately indicated by each planet on the divided circle that surrounds every gap 24. This has neither been done by Romer, nor by Huygens, nor by Wright, nor in the Leyden sphere. 63. 64. Look for the degree on the ecliptic, indicated by the extended light ray, as is necessary on the Leyden sphere. 42. These planetary systems are all surrounded by but one ecliptic. Hence, to find the sun-centered longitude of a planet, one must either spread a thread from the sun to the planet which indicates the length on the ecliptic, as Huygens and Romer wish, or along the sun and the planet at equal intervals. If through the sights of an astrolabium, one must. This is very easy to accomplish with this instrument, since one can place oneself directly under the sphere of the Earth. The Earth-centered longitude geocentric latitude, or the position of a planet as seen from Earth, is known approximately when one aligns his eye along the spheres of that planet and of the Earth to determine at which point on the ecliptic the sight ray ends. However, the reported point only approximately indicates the desired longitudinal position, which has not been noticed by any one of those who have described planetariums, except Huygens. To obtain the true desired Earth mean longitude, one must imagine a line from the sun, parallel to the first mentioned, or indeed draw it with a thread. The point where this second line intersects the ecliptic is the desired length. However, nothing prevents, in order to perform the two operations on the same object. Bode has clearly explained the reason for this second operation. 66. That the Earth is not, as in the first operation silently assumed, the center of the drawn ecliptic, but the sun. However, it follows that the smaller the Earth's orbit, relative to the ecliptic's circumference, the smaller the difference between the two operations will be. Thus it is extremely unnoticeable in this planetarium. 43. Versa passes 27. Darting. Neither knots nor extreme or middle points are indicated on the Leyden sphere and Romer's planetarium, or that of Wright. 44. The knots and the extreme and middle points are here, as we have said 24, 26, 27, marked on the circles which surround every groove, which is also done by Huygens and de Séguliers, but not so clearly with regard to the knots, distinguished here immediately by the places where the circle of the inner, toward the outer edge, or vice. We have already said how the breadth of the planets is here displayed very accurately 27. It is not at all indicated by Romer, de Séguliers, or Wright, but in the same way by Huygens, but not so perfectly. 10. 45. Because the part of the orbit where the southern width is so easily not distinguishable from the part where it is northern as here. 27. 2. Because Huygens only expressed the size of the largest width, but not the width that the planet has at various places along its orbit, which has been taken into account here. The direction and size of the width, that is, the climbing of the planets above, or their descent below the ecliptic, is then indicated here very accurately, although the planets themselves move in the plane of the ecliptic. One shows by means of this very plane what nature indeed accomplishes through a fundamental climb and descent. But who does not see that, As far as the matter itself is concerned, this comes to the same for the observer. In the Leyden sphere, however, nature has been followed more strictly, for the planets rise and set there to a considerable extent according to their northern or southern latitude. This could also have been done here without any difficulty, but it is not possible to determine the true size of the latitude in this way. But the angle of inclination, or the latitude, which is actually of importance, cannot be determined in this way. All that can be done is, by carefully observing the planet's position relative to the ecliptic plane, to ascertain whether it is below, above, or on the ecliptic, and thus whether it has no, or a northern, or southern latitude. 46. Although this method appears at first to agree more closely with nature, it is nevertheless less suitable for depicting the processes of nature than the one previously mentioned. All the major planets rotate about their axis 32. This moves there in 24 hours upon its axis, and so that that axis always remains parallel to itself. The movement takes no place here, either with Huygens, or Romer, or Desaguliers, as regards any of the principal planets. But it does take place with Wright, in regard to the Sun, Venus, the Earth, Mars, and Jupiter, of which the periods of revolution are known, and on the Leyden sphere alone in regard to the Earth. This is then a perfection on that sphere, but not of such utility as it at first sight may seem, because the globe of the Earth, though provided with a movable dial and meridian, is too small to solve any astronomical questions fruitfully. To that end, the planetarium of Nollet, or that part of the planetarium of Desaguliers, which is intended for the manifestation of the movements of the Earth, is much more suitable. However, whatever one may think, the absence of this movement is not a shortcoming in the Franeker planetarium, as it accurately reproduces on the celestial sphere the phenomena from which it emanates. 47. It would not be difficult to show both these things in this planetarium as well. In Desaguliers' large planetarium, Saturn's ring always remains parallel to itself, which, so far as I know, has no place here, but nevertheless serves very well to clearly demonstrate the phenomena of Saturn's disappearance. Ring tapes when viewed from Earth. 48. In Huygens' planetarium there is a segment that is only shown there and at hours, and which is of great importance, namely, that the planets move at different speeds in their various orbits, and follow the laws of true anomaly. 28. This Huygens has achieved in a very daring yet simple way, namely by not placing the center of the planet's motion exactly on the orbit of the planet, but as far from the other side of the Sun as the ratio of the size of the circle and that of the true center of the orbit requires. We have seen before 28 how Isinga achieved the same effect, not by giving the planets themselves irregular speeds, but by showing that the inequality of the motion on the degrees through which he moves results in the same for the observer. Writes nothing more than the planets' revolutions about their axes. I now turn to the satellites. Consequently, the apparent path of the Sun and its declination are not indicated on any of the aforesaid devices, but rather very precisely here. It emerges from the saying that our Franeker planetarium, as far as the main planets are concerned, need not yield to any other. That it is more complete in some respects, and that on the Leyden sphere nothing more is shown than the Earth's motion. About its axis, on Desaguliers' planetarium nothing more than Saturn's ring at a right angle, and on W. 49. The Moon is the only satellite whose motion is observed here, which also takes place on Huygens' planetarium, and the first one by Romer in the same way. On the Leyden sphere and Wright's planetarium, moreover, the Moon moves according to its true inclination on the ecliptic, and thus shows its latitude. However beautiful it may appear in the first observation, it is of little importance, since its width can be observed no more than that of the main planets. 45. Moreover, the phases of the Moon are subject to a very rapid motion, which, as nothing about this is mentioned in the description, is certainly not demonstrated in the Leyden sphere, but is shown by Wright, where the inclination of the Moon appears, much clearer than on the Leyden sphere. However, the movement from the farthest and closest point is completely left out by Wright. 50. But all those irregularities in the Moon's motion are very accurately indicated in the third part of the Franeker planetarium, 4th chapter. Wright followed the Leyden sphere in this respect, and moreover depicted the relative movements of Saturn's satellites. although this representation is imperfect due to the great tilt of 4 of these satellites, since this tilt is not shown here. But in this respect, the Leyden sphere surpasses the Franeker planetarium, which indeed shows the satellites of Jupiter moving around Jupiter at their true times, and also with these around the Sun. And it is, as far as I know, the first piece of equipment of this kind on which such a representation has taken place. 67. It would not be objectionable to introduce these movements back into the Franeker planetarium, but the distances of Jupiter's satellites, and still less those of Saturn, could just as little as on the Leyden sphere maintain their true relations with the size of their main planets. 51. On the quality that one must consider in making a planetary glaze. Aching of such works. I mean thereby the complications proper to the work, and not those depending on local circumstances. Isingha, who had to arrange his planetarium according to his departure point, has often enough experienced the complications of the latter kind. It has often happened to me that some people imagine that there are no more complications involved in the construction of a planetarium than in that of a clock, since the movements in both cases are carried out by a certain number of wheels. It will as often number of wheels not be amiss, therefore, briefly to point out what are the essential complications met with in the M. There was a beam in the way, then something else. Under other circumstances, one would not encounter such difficulties. 52. Thus, for example, he would have liked to move all the planets through one axis, equipped with 6 wheels, as Huygens had done. But the bars prevented him from doing so, which is why he had to use 3 axes. He designed the clock so that the slowest wheel would complete a revolution once every 24 hours, but the ceiling of the bedchamber prevented the pendulum from achieving the necessary length to mark the seconds, which required a shorter pendulum and some adjustments to the intended mechanism. An example will make this clear. However, the fundamental difficulties inherent in the work itself mainly consist in having to assign to each wheel the number of spokes required for it to complete its motion within the specified time. The numbers are expressed by the periods of revolution, or their ratio. But these are mostly large and commonly used numbers, while one cannot give to a wheel a size undefined, nor a number fractional, except by fractions proper. The Earth runs once in 8,765.8, 2 hours 14. The Moon, in its mean motion, synodic revolution, once in 708.733 hours 33:87. Therefore, these periods of revolution stand to each other as 8,765,812 to 783. Isingha used the numbers 99 and 8. But one cannot give to a wheel a number above 8 million or above 700,000 teeth, so that 2 small and whole numbers must be found which have the same ratio as 8,765,812 and 765,812. 68, which are indeed very accurate, for they stand to each other as 12,375,000 to 1. Therefore, according to that calculation, the Moon would, in 100,000 years, circle around the planetarium 1,237,500 times. Parts of an orbit too many in a year. Yet each orbit is accomplished in 708,733 hours, so that the Moon here advances approximately 4 hours, 45 minutes, and 46 seconds each year, or roughly 23 minutes of time in each orbit. The numbers 136 and 11 are more than half as accurate as 99 and 869. Also, Isingha uses this in one of the lunar indicators. Finally, the numbers 235 and 19 would be so precise that the Moon in each orbit would lag approximately a half-minute in time, and in 214 years, approximately a day. 53. The whole matter then comes down to this question. To solve this, Huygens, the great Huygens, resorted to a new invention, utilizing continuous fractions 70, while Romer and Cassini, what men? Instead of 2 large and broken figures, 2 small and whole ones, that stand in the same ratio, or precisely next to each other, so that no significant difference occurs over a long period, we have a difficult problem. 71. For Romer calculated these numbers in his first planetarium, and left them unchanged in the second, and Cassini demonstrated that the movements caused by them closely matched those of the planets. 54. This is sufficient to show how difficult it is to obtain these numbers with the required precision. However, Haribo showed that Mercury's orbital period was 55 minutes short, Venus's was 1 hour and 50 minutes long, and the same was true for the other planets. So he calculated different figures from Romer's and placed them on the plate next to the first mentioned ones. Yes, Huygens himself, who had used the numbers 32 and 52 in his planetarium for the rotation of Venus, later found that these caused a delay of 3.37 minutes on Venus over 20 years, while the numbers 43 and 70 would not deviate from accuracy by deviate from accuracy, more than 15 minutes in the same period. Volution in 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 45 seconds. However, the effort becomes significantly greater when the instrument is powered by a clock. For then, one is no longer able to arbitrarily assign a number of teeth to the Earth's wheel, or to the rotation that sets this wheel in motion, but one must match this number so closely with the wheels of the clock that it causes the Earth to complete one read. 72, which is very difficult, because the number 365, 242,187, which expresses the time of Earth's revolution in days, is not easily divisible by other, especially whole numbers. Suppose that the wheel of a clock that conveys Earth's motion makes one turn in 24 hours. Then the revolution time of that wheel to that of Earth will stand as 1 to 365, 242,187. Not easy. 73. 55. There must then be a wheel and a circuit, or rather, since this is impossible, a combination of wheels and circuits such that the revolution time of the first wheel to that of the last is as 1 to 365, 242,187, which means this number must be divisible by certain whole numbers multiplied together, or 365.242187, or a multiplication thereof, which is. It then follows from the above that these calculations are rather difficult, and they are, in their nature, somewhat different from those needed for a conventional clock that indicates hours, minutes. It designates, to be calculated, since all the numbers can then be easily divided. 56. We're on 5th chapter, Description of the Celestial Sphere and the Sundial. N. Both to the planetarium and to the celestial sphere and the lunar indicators, one has had to determine the number of branches in such a way that it is. Finally, it should be noted that all these calculations on this astronomical instrument were much easier than on any other planetarium, as this piece is not independent, but still connected to a celestial sphere and lunar indicators. To use as few spindles as possible, some of them have been so arranged that they transmit the motio. Eye of the celestial sphere. 57, 58. It is then an inseparable part of the perfect presentation of the celestial system. Nevertheless, as far as I know, it is not attached to any planetarium except, and very imperfectly, to the first planetarium by Romer, as we will show later. Just as a planetarium shows the movements of the planets, and is very useful for forming a true image of them, so too does an observatory show the movements of the fixed stars, the apparent motion of the sun, and the successive lengths and shortenings of the days from which the seasons depend. However, in order to make the beauty of this observatory clearer, it is absolutely necessary to precede it with certain general considerations on the phenomena of the starry sky. 59. This movement is only apparent and due to the rotation of the Earth on its axis. When we look at the starry sky, stretched out almost like a half-ball from the horizon to above our heads, all the stars appear to move from east to west, passing through the south, where they attain their greatest height above the horizon. We ascribe to the stars a motion that we ourselves have but do not feel. It amounts to the same thing whether the starry sky makes one complete revolution in 24 hours, with the Earth remaining still, or if the sky remains immobile while the Earth moves. The sun itself, the moon, and all the planets exhibit the same phenomena, with this unique difference that they do not, like fixed stars, maintain the same position in the sky. This is then the first phenomenon that we observe every night. The stars tracing circles around the axis of the Earth, either always remaining above the horizon, or, at a certain time, rising in the east and setting in the west. But since the Earth moves around the sun, the sun appears to change its position, and from this new and significant phenomena arise. If the Earth did not move around the sun every year, or, to put it another way, if the sun did not seem to move around the Earth, the aforementioned first phenomenon would never be subject to change. The sun and the fixed stars would rise and set at the same time every day and occupy the same places in the sky. We would always see the same stars. 60. During that time, two things happen. The time that elapses between two middays, that is, between two successive appearances of the sun in the meridian or noon line, is called a day, and it is divided into 24 equal parts, or solar hours. Firstly, the Earth has rotated once on its axis, or, to put it another way, the sun has appeared to move 360 degrees. Secondly, the Earth itself, or rather the sun in apparent terms, has continued its annual journey. Since this cycle is completed in approximately 365 days and 6 hours, the sun appears to have traveled 59 minutes and 8 seconds in those 24 hours resulting from the Earth's rotation on its axis, plus another 59 minutes and 8 seconds arising from the axis, Earth's annual orbit around the sun, for a total of 360 degrees, 59 minutes and 8 seconds. 61. This is then the second phenomenon, that, given 24 average solar hours between two successive appearances of the sun in the meridian, there are only 23 such hours with 56 force elapsed, until the return of the fixed stars to the same position as the day before. From this, it follows that the 360-degree rotation occurred in 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. Thus, the Earth rotates on its axis, and all fixed stars return to their original positions in 23 average solar hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, which 4 seconds is 3 minutes, 56 seconds less time than the sun needs to move from one noon to the next. The third phenomenon, which immediately follows from the second, is that the appearance of the fixed stars to the meridian, their time of rising and setting, is daily advanced by 3m56s. 62. 12 hours, that is, at 6 a.m., arise in the morning and set in the evening, and consequently, owing to the presence of the sun above the horizon, are entirely invisible. For we only see those stars which are not blinded by the sun's glare, that is, those which, in relation to the sun, are on the other side of the earth. But such a star, for instance, rising at 6 p.m. in December and setting at 6 a.m., and thus 6 a.m., and thus visible throughout the night, will rise 183 days later, that is in June, 183 times 3m, 56 earlier, or the fourth phenomenon is the lengthening and shortening of the days. This depends on two causes. 1. The different declination of the sun 31 at various times of the year. 2. The different position of places on the Earth's surface itself. If the sun were always on the equator, or in the line of equal night, the days and nights would always be equal, as indeed they are in early spring and late autumn. 63. But the sun moves in an orbit inclining towards the equator, the ecliptic 31. Thus, in spring and summer, the sun is above the equator, and in autumn and winter below it. To that extent does the position of the sun depend on these factors. The latitude of a place on Earth's surface is its distance from the line of equal night. Thus, the latitude of Franeker is 53:15 minutes, and the pool, or rather 90 degrees, because the circle arc, which is drawn from the pole through Franeker on the midnight line, only covers 53 degrees and 15 minutes to Franeker and 90 degrees to the pole, 64 and 45 minutes south of the equator, while it is only 53 degrees and 15 minutes north of the zenith. The zenith, the point directly overhead, is at a 90-degree angle from our sight line. But the zenith of Franeker is located 53 degrees and 15 minutes north of the midnight line. 63, so our sight line is 36 degrees and 45 minutes south of the midnight line, and consequently, the North Pole is 36 degrees and 45 minutes plus 90 degrees, or 126 degrees. 65. The appearance of the constellations in Franeker, and indeed all places between the meridian and the zenith, is at an angle to the meridian. But since all the stars move parallel to the meridian, they move at a slant towards the constellation. That is, they describe circles forming oblique angles with the constellation. 66. Doorway. The higher now a star is in its position above the meridian, the higher it stands above the constellation. Thus, the larger arc it must describe to return to the constellation, the longer it remains or appears above it accordingly. But the sun is 23:28 above the meridian in summer, and 23:28 below in winter. Hence the sun stays higher over the horizon in summer than in winter, and the days are longer in summer than in winter. From this it also follows that all the stars more than 3645 above or below the meridian move at a slant towards the constellation, describing circles with oblique angles to it. 67. Above the ecliptic never set, and thus never dip below the horizon, such as the Great Bear, Little Bear, Cassiopeia, etc., and that the stars which are more than 3645 below the ecliptic will never appear above our horizon, but always remain invisible. This is the fifth phenomenon. The sun then approaches the zenith gradually, from December 21st to June 21st, and recedes from there, from June 21st to December 21st. Our zenith is 53:15 above the ecliptic. In winter, the sun is 23:28 below that line, thus 76:43 from the zenith. But in summer, it is 23:28 above the ecliptic, thus only 29:47 from the zenith. 68. I. Thus, the five main phenomena which result from the movement of the fixed stars and the sun are presented here in a concise chart. The stars describe certain circles daily around the axis of the earth, and appear at fixed times in specific positions, 59 Doi. 2. The third. I4. The time between two successive days or the sun's risings in the meridian is 24 hours. But the fixed stars return to the same places in an average of 23 solar hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds 60. The appearance time of each star at a specific location advances daily by 3 minutes and 56 seconds, so we do not always see the same stars at all times of the year 61. B. During the earliest period, the sun approaches our zenith from all sides. During the latest period, it moves away from it and comes closer to the horizon, 67. The days become longer from the beginning of winter to the beginning of summer, during the time that the sun passes through the signs Capricornus, etc., to Cancer. But they shorten from the beginning of summer to the beginning of winter, or during the time that the sun describes the signs Cancer, etc., to Capricornus. 69. These are the five phenomena that a moving celestial sphere must indicate at their appropriate times. And this piece, which we will describe in more detail now, fully meets these requirements. The main stars that can be seen from Franeker 66 are marked on it. The celestial sphere is a circular plane of approximately 28 inches in diameter. The meridian line is divided into degrees. Enter the ecliptic, which here, as it belongs to such a piece, is centered on the line of the equinox, intersects it in the signs Aries and Libra, and is divided into signs. But it makes a notch in the celestial sphere, so that it consists of two parts, the outer, from the edge to the ecliptic, the inner, beginning at the ecliptic and extending to the sea. These two parts are once again connected to form one plate. But the notch is necessary for the movement of the sun, which is attached to a pillar passing through the notch. Furthermore, the point of the ecliptic on this sphere is also placed 23:12 degrees from the center, towards Capricornus, or the goat. Lines, which indicate the length of the sun and the stars. The line, which passes through the crab in Capricorn, is strictly straight and goes, as it should, through the center of the square. 70. Finally, the two equatorial circles, tropics, and the northern polar circle are painted on the square. The celestial square is surrounded by a circular plane of 19 inches. This plane represents the zenith, so that one can only see the stars that are above the horizon at the moment one contemplates the area. 71. The edge of this plane, or the zenith, is divided into 24 hours, but only 17 are painted, as the sun never rises higher than 17 hours above the horizon. The hours from noon to midnight are marked with Roman numerals on the right side, or below from the southern part of the meridian. Those from midnight to noon are on the left side, from the northern part of the meridian up, or until noon. The center of the zenith represents our pole point. This is therefore 36:45. 72. above the center of the celestial sphere, or the axis of the Earth, placed so that this axis at the north side would be only 53:15, and at the south side as much as 126:45 from the zenith, as the situation of Franeker requires 64. Finally, there go out from that point on the meridian which corresponds with the center of the celestial sphere, or the axis of the Earth, 17 straight lines to the hours marked on the zenith. Through the top point runs, from noon to midnight, a straight line which represents the meridian. From this same point go out towards the zenith several curved lines indicating the 8 principal directions of the compass, so that one might easily know in what part of the sky the sun or the stars are at different times during the day or night. However, since the sun never deviates more than 66:30 when we come to the point, all these lines do not extend further than up to the 60th degree of the point, and rest on a circular arc. The hour lines indicate what time it is when the sun is behind them. 73. These lines, whether straight or curved, are represented by very thin copper wires that do not touch the square, in order not to obstruct its movements. The plate, on which the style, which goes through the groove of the ecliptic carrying the sun, is fixed, moves every 24 hours. The celestial square rotates once every 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. Thus one sees all the stars moving in their proper time, rising and setting, or crossing the meridian, as required by the phenomena mentioned above. Therefore the sun appears to move daily with the starry sky, tracing its arc according to the position it occupies. It rises at the proper time, subsequently crosses the meridian, and sets, Tiek according to the order of the constellations, and thus completes a full revolution around it in 1 year. 10 Tweeden. Go the stars daily revolve around the sun, at a speed of 3m56 faster than the sun, and this creates a significant difference. This premature movement of the stars, the sun appears to move 59m8s further daily along the ecliptic. We can then observe how both the apparent daily movements of the stars and the sun, as well as the annual movement of the sun, are precisely depicted on this celestial 74. In the first case, it describes shorter diurnal arcs, and in the second, longer ones. The ecliptic, as we have mentioned 69, is marked at the midpoint of the evening line on the sphere, and the sphere itself is at the midpoint of the zenith, or the top point, which is mobile. Daily rotations are located at different distances from the top point. The sign Capricornus is the most distant from the vernal equinox, and thus lies closest to the southern edge of the zodiac. On the contrary, Cancer is adjacent to the vernal point, and the most removed from that edge. When, at the end of June, the sun moves from Cancer to Capricornus during July, until the end of December, it moves away from the vernal point, but it approaches it when, at the end of December, it moves from Capricornus to Cancer during January, until the end of June. 75. The length and shortness of the days as well as the seasons are thus indicated, each in their proper time, 67, 68. When the sun rises or sets, it indicates by the eastern or western edge of the zodiac the hour of its rising or setting. Subsequently, through the various hour lines, it indicates the hour of the day, 76. However, to also distinguish the time of phenomena at night, there is a little device above the sun that, as soon as the sun sets, appears on the horizon, and indicates the place and movement it is taken below the horizon, and thus also shows the time of night on the hour lines. Therefore, one always knows, whether during the day or at night, what time it is, and hence when each star rises or sets, or when it reaches the meridian, or where it is located. From the accompanying illustration, it becomes apparent how ingeniously everything has been designed to accurately depict the phenomena of the starry sky. On the ecliptic, in the latter only 57m11s, instead of 59m8s, but the sun moves faster when it is at its nearest, than when it is at its farthest. In the former case it traverses 61m11s. I cannot, however, fail to note that all the times indicated here are average solar times, as the sun moves in a uniform manner here according to its mean speed, as we, according to the mean velocity, supposed 60, or 57m11s, in that time. And one always says it is 12 o'clock when the sun reaches the meridian. Yet in society one always counts but 24 hours between one noon and another, whether the sun traverses 61 m/11. This is called true time. But when the sun only traverses 57 m/11, it runs through, less than 24 average solar hours have passed, and as a result, it is not yet 12 o'clock average time when the sun reaches the meridian, from which it appears that the true and average time most often differ from each other. When the sun traverses 61 m/11, more than 24 mean solar hours elapse. In these, indeed, the sun only covers 59 m/8, and consequently it is already more than 12 o'clock mean time when the sun reaches the meridian, or when it is 12 o'clock true time, so that the sun lags behind as regards mean time. Next, greater or smaller, and bringing about a difference between the true and mean time. With this first cause of the difference between the true and mean time, a second is added, the slope of the ecliptic on the equinoctial line, for the path that the sun follows is on the ecliptic, and the time is measured on the equinoctial line. Therefore, the reported sun path must be transferred to the equinoctial line. But due to the slope of the ecliptic, the same number of degrees of this circle will at one time make a greater, as in Capricornus and Cancer, or smaller, as in Aries and Libra, number of degrees on the equinoctial line, thus covering a greater or smaller arc on the same. Consequently, even excluding the already mentioned first cause, making the time from 1 noon to 77. These are the two main, yet sometimes contradictory, causes of the difference, which most often occurs between the true and average time, and of the equality, which is found 4 times a year, namely on December 23rd, April 14th, June 15th, and in August 31st, between them. Tower. Astronomers usually use tables in which the difference between the true and average time, known as the equation of time, is calculated for each day in minutes and seconds, since all clocks, with some exceptions, can only indicate the average time. 74. Indeed, he has already overcome so many difficulties, which appear to me much more remarkable, that I have no doubt but he will easily get the better of those which may here arise, as soon as he thinks of it. Therefore, to determine the true time of phenomena through this celestial sphere, such a table must be used, except that Isinga once found it necessary to devise means by which the sun would indicate its true position on the celestial sphere. Comparison of this heavenly sphere with others. 78. On a heavenly sphere, what we actually see within half a globe is represented on a flat surface. When this heavenly sphere is compared with others, one should not pay attention to the drawing, for it contains nothing new, and similar ones are frequently met with. 75. But I cannot fail to notice that Isinga, who was to create this celestial globe, knew nothing of the laws of nature, and yet with the help of a globe and repeated experiments, he has succeeded in presenting the truth. When we study the history of science, we see inventors proceeding by fits and starts, often making foolish mistakes. This cannot be done without distorting the figures, distances, etc., of the objects more or less. And this distortion, which in this case is called stereographic projection, takes place according to mathematical rules which are found laid down by many authors, and, as far as I am concerned, in a very comprehensible manner by Varenius. Through the repeated questions I have asked Isinga about this, I have had the pleasure of learning the entire series of his thought processes on this topic, and I have experienced the same delight as in reading the History of Astronomy by Bailey, where that renowned and learned author unfolds the magnificent scene of human intellect in the invent. 79. Ion of Astronomy, and, as I now see from experience, presents it in a manner true to life. Such a display has, as far as I know, never been attached to a planetarium. But what sets this celestial sphere apart from all others that I know of is the double motion of the sun. First in 24 hours, with the starry sky, and then, additionally, in 1 year on the ecliptic, from which all the aforementioned phenomena arise. 68. Roemer had indeed constructed his first planetarium, in which the planets moved on one surface of the box containing the gearwork, and a celestial sphere was marked on the other. But 1. The celestial sphere was immobile. 2. It had nothing in common with the movement of the planets. 3. The circle representing the zenith could rotate on the axis of T. Each sphere, while the Earth turned once in the planetarium, so that a year in the planetarium represented a day on the celestial sphere, whereas here, conversely, a day is a day. For to observe anything on Romer's celestial sphere, place the hour circle, which could be moved independently, at the degree where the sun was at the chose, end time of day, and then, by the movement of the zenith wheel, locate the stars visible at that or any other hour. Then indeed this celestial sphere, like all the others known to us, is designated, among which that of Bode, a renowned astronomer in Berlin, certainly excels. 76. And does not in any way need to give way to Cassini's beautiful planetarium, and can be used just as easily for solving all the problems. 77. Our moving celestial sphere can serve to the same solution just as easily when the entire instrument is moved by hand, as was said above. 11. I will state what I am aware of. This celestial sphere surpasses, by far, everything that I have learned about this earth from books, and I dare say that this piece, in its simplicity and the natural way everything is presented, is a completely new piece, if I were not aware of it, having read too little to properly judge what is entirely new, or not in the realm of inventions. And if I did not also know that the course of the sun has sometimes been depicted on some artistic work. 78, and that something similar takes place in the astronomical clocks of Strasbourg and Lyon. In the astronomical clock of Strasbourg, according to Dumont's description, there is a globe on which the sun and moon complete their daily journey around the zodiac or celestial band. However, it is not mentioned whether they also travel through their annual and monthly cycles. Furthermore, there is a large diagram representing a celestial globe, indicating the course of the heavens. 81. From the drawing it appears to be a heavenly square on which an horizon is depicted. However, I cannot deduce from either the drawing or the description whether the sun moves with the sky in 24 hours, nor does it specify its separate movement on the ecliptic in a year. The astronomical clock of the city of Lyon is more complete in this regard. Herein, see what Dumont has to say about it, as far as it concerns use. 79. The first thing one notices is a large heavenly square, on which the movements of the heavens are so well imitated that one can clearly and accurately know the course of the stars, and generally the state of the heavens. The moon, which never shines bright but on the side turned towards the sun, thus indicates, as by a dial, her age, the growth and decay of things, and finally her fullness. The sun appears in the zodiac, in the degree of the sign where it should be, and shows, every day, its rise and setting, the length of the days and nights, and even of the twilight light, with a wonderful accuracy. A great dial alidade, which lies over the entire square, represents the motion of the heavens prime mobile, indicates the motion of the sun on the ecliptic. 80, and with its extremities shows the 24 hours of the day, also indicating the month, the running day, and the degree of the sign through which the sun passes on that day. The majority of fixed stars are located on their true positions, so that one can see at any hour which ones are above or below the horizon. But the most surprising thing is that, while this pointer completes its movement from east to west in 24 hours, the entire system and all its parts retain their special movements, and all the special revolutions are carried out at their proper times, without disorder or confusion. Ion, more accurately and naturally. 82. However detailed this may be, it appears that nothing is displayed, except for the twilight, that is not as well represented in our work, whether on the celestial globe itself, or in the planetarium, or on the moon indicators, about which we will speak later, just as clearly, and, to the best of one's judgment from Dumont's drawing and descript of the sun. These pieces correspond very well with our celestial sphere. I was also given the opportunity to view 2 of these pieces, which I did not fail to do as soon as possible. This work was not only entirely composed, but even printed up to this page when, during the 1st of this month, June, I, together with some enthusiasts from Leeuwarden and Harlingen, examined the artwork. I was informed that the skilled horologist, Tgeerd Radsma in Harlingen, had crafted several timepieces which display the daily and annual movements. Above the ordinary clock face is a ring, divided into hours, similar to the horizon of our celestial sphere 70, on which a celestial sphere moves. On the edge of this are engraved the names of the months and signs as well as degrees and days. A sun, attached to a post, and rotating once every 24 hours, nevertheless maintains its position on the ecliptic due to its ability to rise and fall with the post. The center of the heavenly square is covered by a plane of a specific size and shape at a certain distance from the central point. Since the square has a movement causing it to rotate once every 24 hours, and additionally undergoes another motion, advancing approximately 1 degree daily, it appears that the sun rises and sets daily with the stellar sphere, and also traces the ecliptic in a year. This plane represents the zenith. In this plane, there is a gap, which makes one aware of the light figures of the moon. In summer, the sun is farther from this point than in winter. It touches this spot daily, both in the morning and evening, at a distance more or less removed from noon, depending on the season, thus rising and setting at the proper times. This is a very brief description, or rather indication, of a piece that I have seen with great pleasure, and which does honor to the inventor and maker. It differs from our Franeker town square primarily in the following 4 aspects. 1 due to the placement and appearance of the astrologer on the clock, the stars that surround the pole, which indeed never set here, but are always below the astrologer, on the Franeker town square, are instead always above it just as they are in the sky. In summer, just as it does from the dial itself 67, as also shown on the Franeker square according to Nature 74. One should then imagine the highest point on the clock falling outside the center of the plane which serves as a dial. But this cannot correspond with the drawing of the square. 20 vermits the highest point, corresponds with the center of the dial 64, and the sun does not, as on the Franeker square, move within the hollow border of the dial, but outside around the plane which it represents. It becomes clear that when the sun approaches the dial in winter, it also comes closer to the highest point and moves away from it. The main lines of the compass are not found on the clock, but on the Franeker square, 72, where also 17-hour lines are placed. But the style, to which the sun is attached, can, in the clock, be regarded as a moving hour line. 40 finally, the gearwork that produces the motion of the celestial sphere and of the sun, which Mr. Radsma was kind enough to explain to me, differs from that which causes the same motion on the Franeker celestial sphere. It seems to me simpler in the last mentioned case than in the first. It has been extremely pleasant for me to have had the opportunity to compare 2 pieces of the same nature, both conceived and made by men, who, without any assistance, and without knowledge of what others had already done, arrived at their invention, and followed very different methods in its manufacture. Isinga had, even Weinig as I, ever heard of those artistic works by Radsma, or seen any of them, although this skilled horologist has made and delivered them for many years, both in Harlingen and Amsterdam. Beautiful inventions sometimes have the misfortune of remaining unknown for a long time. Of the astrological clock, June 83. This is enough regarding the celestial sphere, on which the movements of the stars and the sun are so naturally displayed that I doubt if anything simpler can be found. The 2 hands we are discussing fulfill this deficiency. To the celestial sphere I have added the 2 astronomical clocks that are placed alongside its 7. Therefore, its notable features should also be touched upon. The imitation sun rises and sets at the same time as the true sun, and at the moment of its rising or setting, it clearly indicates the time of its rise or set on the edge of the dial 75. However, this hour is only perceived during those mentioned moments. One points throughout the day to what time the sun rises, the other indicates what time it sets. 84. On the longest day, the sun rises at 3:38 a.m. and sets at 8:22 p.m. Therefore, only the hours from 3:38 a.m. to 8:22 p.m. are marked on each hand, and each of these hands describes only a segment of 4 hours and 44 minutes. Neither of them ever completes a full revolution, but traces out the aforementioned arc by swinging back and forth very slowly at first, then returning by the same path. 85. For example, from June 21st to December 21st, the hand indicating sunrise moves from the right to the left hand, from 3:38 a.m. to 8:22 p.m., and as the days grow longer, it moves back from December 21st to June 21st, indicating that the sun rises earlier each day than the previous day. Conversely, from June 21 to December 21st, the dial, which marks the sunset, moves from 8:22 a.m. to 3:38 p.m., showing that the sun sets earlier each day, and from December 21 to June 21st, it returns from 3:38 p.m. to 8:22 a.m., indicating that the sun rises later each day. This is then the first notable peculiarity of these dials, that they do not, as all others do, go around, but only describe an arc, at times forward and at times backward. May 21st, 50, May 21st, June 21st, 23, June 21st, Jan 21 to Feb 21, 56 Feb 21, March 21st, 57, March 21st, April 21st, 62, April 21st. But there is also a second, no less remarkable peculiarity, namely, that these dials do not move at a uniform speed, but sometimes very slowly, other times much faster, and this must be so, because 81, from Dec 21 to Jan 21 to Jan 21, the morning days, lengthen by 24 minutes. July 21st, must move 3 times faster from March 21st to April 21st than from June 21st to July 21st. The days are growing shorter. 20 July 21st, August 21st, 51, 55 November 21st, December 21st, 25, which shows that the hands M. 86. The method devised and used by Isinga to accomplish these two peculiarities is remarkably clever, simple, and accurate. 6th chapter, 1. Magnitude are devoid of such. Description of the third and last part of the work, specifically of the moon pointers. 87. This celestial sphere, in all its parts, provides a clear knowledge of the phenomena of the sun and fixed stars. It is very suitable for observing them at all times, both day and night, and should undoubtedly be attached to a planetarium in order to obtain a perfect image of the entire starry sky, although all the planetaria I am aware of this M. The moon is to the inhabitants of the earth, after the sun, the most magnificent of the celestial bodies, which has the greatest influence on society, and therefore its phenomena deserve to be accurately represented. The moon is here itself brought into the planetarium 33, and moves therein in such a way around the earth that it takes 29 days, 12 hours, 44 minutes. Neither in conjunction with the sun does it appear. But all its appearances and movements could not be so accurately depicted there as they ought to be, partly on account of its small size, partly for other reasons, which lie in the inequality of the moon's orbit. One will quickly observe that it requires the greatest ingenuity and the greatest effort, since all the movements of the moon are very irregular and, as it were, uneven. The phenomena of the moon's orbit can be divided into 4 general classes. Phenomena relating to the sun, or the light shapes of the moon. 2. Isinga has therefore devised and made several lunar indicators to represent the most notable phenomena of the moon with accuracy, which I do not know to have ever been actually constructed in any other planetarium or instrument. Hence this third part of our work, if not entirely new, is at least novel as far as I am concerned. The phenomena of the moon's orbit around the earth. Those of the rising and setting of the moon. The eclipses or solar and lunar obscurations. Top indicator on the left pillar 8. Illumination of the moon's phases. We will describe these in detail and demonstrate how they are represented by the moon phases, as previously discussed. 5.8.1. 88. ROA. The various light phases of the moon depend on its different positions in relation to the sun. For a moment one might imagine the earth standing still in its orbit, and the moon moving around it, as it does now. The sun illuminates half the surface of the moon and the earth. Those illuminated sides are always turned towards the sun. We do not see the moon then, and they say it is a new moon. When the sun, earth, and moon are in a straight line, with the moon between the earth and sun, they say the moon is in conjunction with the sun. Its illuminated surface faces the sun, and its dark side the earth. As the moon progresses in its orbit around the earth, the illuminated side gradually becomes visible. We see half of it when the moon has completed 1/4 of its orbit, and that is the first quarter. Subsequently, we see more and more of it until, having completed half of its circle, the moon is directly over or in opposition to the sun. Then the entire illuminated side faces us, and it is a full moon. What we see of the moon gradually decreases, and when it has completed 3/4 of its orbit, we again see only half of the illuminated surface, or the last quarter. 89. And finally, the light dims even more until, having completed its orbit, the moon finds itself once again in conjunction with the sun, or is entirely invisible to us. The Earth's motion around the sun makes no other difference here than that the phenomena occur after a longer time interval than if the Earth stood still. The moon has not only completed a full circle, or 360 degrees, but indeed 389 degrees, minutes, and 4½ seconds. 90. For now, 29 days, 12 hours, 44 minutes, and 3 seconds elapse to observe the same light shapes. During this time, the Earth has traveled approximately 29 degrees, 6 minutes, in relation to the Earth, in conjunction with the sun. This is the true or mean periodic time, during which the moon, with its average speed, returns to the same point in the sky. That 29 days, 12 hours, 44 minutes, 3 seconds, is the time required for the moon to return to conjunction with the sun, and is, therefore, called the synodic revolution. 82. Since now the moon shows the same phases of light every 29-12 days, these days are called moons, age days. The lunar phases depend on the portions of its orbit which have been covered. These are called the distances of the moon from the sun. And since astronomers divide the circle into 12 signs, and each sign into 30 degrees, those distances are expressed in signs and degrees. Thus, during the first quarter, when the moon has completed 1/4 of its orbit, its distance from the sun is 90 degrees or 3 signs. At full moon, 180 degrees or 6 signs. At the last quarter, 270 degrees or 9 signs. At new moon, 0 signs. 91. See here how it is arranged. These distances, phases of light, and age of the moon are all shown very accurately by a dial, which we will describe now. And since everything depends on these stated distances, this dial, with letters above it, bears the name moon's distance from the sun. There are, as in a clock, 2 dials. The smaller one indicates the signs, the larger one the degrees. The first mentioned completes a revolution every 29 days, 12 hours, 44 minutes. The border that surrounds the dials is divided into 3 bands. On the middle one, which is the widest, are marked with Roman letters the 12 signs, just as the 12 hours on a clock face. O is at the top in the center, then I, 2, the third, up to She, and O takes the place of Jude, as it is customary among astronomers. On the outermost small rim, at equal distances, are marked the numbers from 1 to 30, in ordinary numeral letters, just as the minutes on a clock face. Those 30 numbers represent the 30 degrees that are in each sign, and they are indicated by the longest hand. This hand completes 12 revolutions, while the smaller hand makes 1 circuit. Finally, the lunar shapes are designated between the third rim and the center. 92. On the innermost small rim, the numbers from 1 to 29 are marked. These are shown by the smaller hand and represent the days of the moon's age. For example, when the smaller hand is on 3, and the larger one stands at 30, the distance of the moon from the sun is 2 signs and 30 degrees or 3 degrees, and it is the first quarter. The day and hour are indicated by the day pointer 4, and the celestial sphere 72. One can also very easily determine on what day and hour around the moon will be at a certain distance from the sun. As the day of the moon's old age approaches, as we have said, the small pointer beneath each sign indicates it. To this, there still lack 1 sign, and 19 degrees or 49 degrees. For example, if today at 12 o'clock the distance is 1 sign and 11 degrees, ask, when will the moon be in its first quarter? That is, at a distance of 3 signs. The moon moves approximately 13 degrees 10 minutes per day, so 49 degrees in 3 days and around 3 o'clock. One can very easily perform this for all future and past times, when the entire mechanism, apart from the clockwork, is allowed to run by hand 11. 93. Regarding the light shapes, Isinga's initial design included, under sign O, a dark shape, undersign the third, a first quarter, undersign 6, a full moon, and undersign Zeiss, the last quarter, to indicate the phases of the moon. However, having later had the opportunity to see Apianus's Cosmographia 83, he did not hesitate to follow these astronomers' very simple, natural, and easy method, as far as his design required it to do so. This is how it works. The space within the inner edge of the moon's age days is completely covered by a disk, to which the small pointer is attached. That disk rotates with the small pointer once per month. In that disk, there is a round hole, of a certain size, through which one perceives the light shapes of the moon, when the pointer from sign O moves towards sign 3, etc. ENS, that is, during a new moon, it becomes completely invisible. The light shapes are then all displayed at their true times and in their proper manner. 94. As it goes, one sees the moon gradually increasing in size. That is, a golden spot appears, with its rounded side facing the sun, which gradually grows, and at 3 signs shows the first quarter, at 5 signs the full moon, or a whole golden circular surface appears, which subsequently diminishes again, at each sign shows the last quarter, and at Ose. From this saying, it appears how the distances of the moon from the sun, its age, and its light shapes are depicted at the same time. But what is most noteworthy is that all this is displayed at the right time, and not only according to the average motion of the moon and the sun. To make this comprehensible, we need to look into the matters a little deeper. 29 days, 12 hours, 44 minutes. The light forms on the moon depend, as we have observed, from 2 causes. 1. The distances of the moon from the sun, that is, the orbit of the moon around the earth. 2. The movement of the earth itself, which results in the fact that, although the moon completes its orbit in 27 days, 7 hours, 43 minutes, the conjunction with the 95. If both these movements, namely, the moon's orbit around the earth and the earth's orbit around the sun, were uniform, the progress of the light forms would also be uniform, and it would have been sufficient if the indicator showing them had a uniform speed. However, both movements are irregular. They are now faster, then slower. Therefore, it is necessary that this indicator also have an irregular speed, which is adjusted so as to conform to the 2 causes from which it depends. The first cause is the irregular movement of the moon around the earth. The moon, indeed, moves around the earth in an elliptical orbit 84, and thus has a greater speed at the nearest point than at the farthest. But as the speed increases, the moon recovers that lag again when she has passed through 6 signs, that is, at the nearest point. When, therefore, the moon goes from her farthest point to the nearest, her motion is slower than the average, and she therefore lags 6 degrees behind that average movement after having passed through 3 signs. 96. The motion being fastest there, the moon precedes the average movement, and the difference amounts to about 6 degrees, or 9 in all, after passing through 3 signs. The speed subsequently decreasing more and more, that precedence disappears again, at the farthest point. This is the first inequality of the moon's orbit, known to astronomers as the equasiocentry, and which we follow more accurately by means thereof. The second cause is the oblate motion of the earth, which is faster near the perihelion, that is, in December and January, than near the aphelion, that is, in June and July. The indicator is designed to move at different speeds throughout the seasons as well. That's why the orbital period varies with the seasons, longest in December and January, shortest in June and July. 97. In the first case, the earth is closer to the sun than in the second. This reduces the gravitational pull of the moon on the earth, causing the speed of the moon to decrease and its orbital period to increase. The manner in which this is done is extremely simple and wisely conceived, and fully answers the purpose. How much intelligence is not contained in this single piece! Men seize, therefore, that it is not the average, but the true times of the light figures of the moon that are indicated, because the movement of the hand is so arranged that it follows the inequalities which arise from the ellipticity of the orbits, both of the moon and of the earth. It was difficult to give the sun's hands an irregular motion depending on one cause 85. It has been far more difficult to construct one that depends on 2 very different causes, working at very different times. 2. Indication of the moon's movement around the earth. For this purpose, there are 5 moon hands. The 2 large ones on the ceiling 5, the 2 small ones on the right pillar, and the upper one on the left pillar 8. 98. The moon moves around the earth in an elliptical orbit, inclined to the ecliptic, and following the same laws as the major planets around the sun. 1. Of the orbit of the moon. It therefore has length 19 and latitude 18, rising and setting nodes 18, extreme and nearest points 16 its path. 99. We have seen how all these things are accurately indicated on a planetarium regarding the major planets. This could not be done with respect to the moon, because, as it is carried around the sun with the earth, it constantly changes position, and also that the nodes, the extreme and nearest point of the moon, are subject to very rapid changes. The main planets only need to have their length and width specified, but here, the case is entirely different. When the positions of the extreme and nearest points, or of the nodes, have once been determined around the major planets, their change, especially that of the nodes, is very slow, 25-26. It is not noticeable at all after a century or longer. 85. The farthest, and thus also the closest point of the moon from the earth, constantly changes its position by approximately 3 degrees in each lunar revolution, and completes the entire orbit of the moon around the earth in 8 common years 311 D88. H34, M57, 12s, 100. It is therefore not enough to indicate that the moon is at its farthest or closest point, or by how much it is from those points, but one must also know where the farthest or closest point itself is. To that end, 2 indicators have been manufactured here. One, on the ceiling 5, bears the name of the moon's farthest point, the other, on the pillar 8, that of the distance of the moon from the farthest point. The pointed end of the indicator shows the position of the farthest point, while the other end indicates the nearest point. The first indicator mentioned, which indicates the position of the moon's farthest point, is only divided by a border, and each mark beyond that is graduated, which has been easily accomplished as this indicator covers a median length of 15 inches, 101. The indicator completes 1 revolution in 8 years, 311 days, 8 hours, etc., following the order of signs Aries, Taurus, etc., because the farthest point indeed follows that order in the sky. This hand completes the 12 signs, or makes 1 revolution in 27D13. H18, H18, 34th. The last indicator mentioned 99, which shows how far the moon is from its farthest point, uses small marks for the signs and larger ones for the degrees, as in 91 above, similar to hours and minutes on a clock face. 89, and the farthest point, according to the order of the signs, describes a complete circle in 8Y311D, etc. When the small hand points to VI, the moon is 6 signs from the nearest point, i.e., it is at its nearest. When the hand points to 3 or X, the moon is 3 or 9 signs from the farthest point, and thus approximately at its average distances, etc. 102 are needed for this. Longer than the period of the moon's revolution, therefore 27D13 H18 men 34 sec bestowed, and this is approximately the orbital period of these indicators. 103. 100. This point has already covered 3238 in those 27D7 H43 min, which the moon still has to cover before reaching the farthest point, and for this it needs 5 H35 min 30 sec. Hence, the time that the moon requires to return from the farthest point to the farthest point is 5 H35 min 30 sec. We have already said something about the irregular motion of the moon, 94-98. Astronomers know how this depends on the eccentricity of the moon's orbit, and on the position of the sun in relation to the farthest and nearest point of the moon, or rather the major axis of its orbit, and the distances of the moon from the sun. And the seasons, the indicator that points out the distances of the moon from its farthest point, has therefore an irregular speed, smaller around the farthest point, larger around the nearest point, on the width of the moon. 104. 105. According to instruction, these 3 things are indicated by 2 pointers. The orbit of the moon, like that of all other planets, is inclined on the ecliptic and cuts it in 2 points or nodes, so that to know the course of the moon, one must know the places of both nodes, the distance of the moon from either, for example, from the ascending node, and finally the width of the moon. The first pointer is a large indicator on the ceiling 5, named the moon's climbing node, 106. With regard to the other planets, the nodes are nearly immobile 26, but for the moon, matters are quite different. They are subject to relatively rapid changes and traverse the sky, or the entire circle, in 18 common years, 228 d, 4, 2, 52 m3, 86. However, contrary to the order of the signs, that is, if the climbing node is, for example, currently in Taurus, it will not be in Taurus. It will not be in Gemini in 1.5 years, but in Aries, in 3 years in Pisces, etc. This pointer then goes through the signs painted on the rim, in 18Y, 228D, etc., contrary to their order, and thus indicates with its front end the true position of the climbing node, and with its rear end the true position of the descending node. From the ascending to the descending node is the moon, like all the planets, above the ecliptic, and from the descending to the ascending it is below. These distances, and the latitude itself, are indicated by the hand which stands on top of the right pillar 8. In the first case, it has a northern latitude, in the other a southern one, and this is, in both cases, greater or less according to the distance of the moon from the node. This hand is called the distance of the moon from the ascending node, and marks the 12 signs on the edge, and above these the 30 degrees with a longer hand, as has been said before 91, and on horology plates for hours and minutes, G node, and is at its greatest southern latitude, 107 or. When, for example, the hand indicates Thro, the moon is 3 signs from the ascending node, or at its greatest northern latitude. When it indicates Vi, the moon is 6 signs from the ascending node, or in the descending node, and has no latitude. When it indicates Ix, the moon is 9 signs from the ascending node, or 3 signs from the descending, then to the same node, 108. At I and at V degrees, the width is northern equal. As the nodes move contrary to the order of the signs, they meet the moon on her orbit. Hence the time required by the moon to return to the same node, for example, is less than the orbital period, and amounts to 2 hours 37:12 minutes. At this time, 12 minutes, the moon takes only 27 days 5 hours 5:12 minutes to complete one nodal revolution, that is, to return. Seed, she, 2, southern at 2 and at IV degrees, the width is northern equal. The width depends on the distance of the moon from the node. It is the greatest at 3 degrees, either from the north or south node, and is the same at equal distances from both, that is, 8 XXE, southern at 3rd degrees. The greatest northern width is equal, 109. The width is from north of O to V marks, that is, on the left hand, and from south of V to O marks, that is, on the right hand. Ein, south. To indicate the width, there is within the border, on which the signs are painted with Roman letters, a smaller border in which, under each sign, with ordinary numeral letters, the width expressed is stated that the moon has when it is at this distance from the node. 110. This pointer also has an irregular movement, and goes faster or slower, depending on how close or far the moon is from its nearest or farthest point, by the sun, around which it revolves with the earth. Regarding the width of the moon, it should be noted that, unlike other planets, it does not maintain a constant width on equal knot distances, but rather varies, as we have assumed in 108, but then larger or smaller. The moon is not governed by a single force, such as the Earth's, around which it rotates, but also the sun exerts much less influence on the moon than the Earth, because it is much farther away from it. However, its effect is still noticeable. When the sun is directly above the Earth, which occurs at conjunction and opposition, i.e., when the moon is new or full, its power is strongest, and weakest when the moon is in a quarter phase. The extent of the declination does not depend solely on the moon's distance from its node, but also on its distance from the sun. From this, it follows that, as the declination of the moon's path is only 5 degrees, when the moon is simultaneously full or new, it reaches 5 degrees 18 minutes when the moon is in the first or last quarter. For in the former case, the sun's power, too, press the moon's path into the plane of the ecliptic, is much stronger than in the latter. 3. Length of the moon. However, this is indicated at every moment by a pointer 92. Hence one can easily determine what should be added or subtracted to the given declination to obtain the true value 87. 111. The length of a star, as we have said in 19, is the distance from the vernal equinox on the ecliptic. Therefore, the indicator that shows the length of the moon, located below on the pillar to the right 8, is called the distance of the moon from Aries. On the rim are painted the constellations with Roman letters, and above them the degrees with ordinary numeral letters. These last are indicated by a second indicator, like the minutes on a clock. 2. It is almost superfluous to mention here that this indicator also has an unequal motion. This is indeed necessary to follow the true motion of the moon. The moon moves in its orbit according to the order of the constellations. That's why these indicators also move according to that order, and complete the circle in 27/7 HE43. By means of these, one can determine at any moment the length, i.e., the position of the moon on the ecliptic, variations of the rise and setting of the moon. 112. Above the first mentioned there is written, for distinction, moon rising. Above the last mentioned, moon setting. The edge of both indicators is divided into 2 hours, and each hour into 4 quarters. The rise is shown by an indicator placed on the left panel, next to the celestial sphere. The setting by a similar one painted on the right panel 9. This is sufficient, as it will appear in 114, that from the light forms of the moon, indicated by an indicator 91, one always knows whether these hours are forenoon or afternoon. 113. As the average pace will increase. Therefore the indicators go from 2 to I the set, that is, according to the order of the hours. Both indicators follow the order of the hours, since the time of the rise and setting of the moon daily decreases, and therefore the moon is at present at 12 o'clock, for example. It will rise tomorrow at 12:48, overmorrow at 1:26, etc. 114. But since this is not the case, the times of the moon's rise and setting are also very different. They depend on the distances of the moon from the sun, and on the declination of the moon, or 31 its position above or below the equinoctial line. If the moon, like the sun, were to move in a fixed, or approximately fixed, circle, whose inclination, nodes, apogee and perigee always remained approximately the same as it moved around the earth, the moon would present us with the same phenomena at each orbit, and rise and set at the same times of day in its age. If we ignore all other conditions for a moment, the moon, when it is in conjunction with or new to the sun, will rise and set with the sun and be at the meridian. When she has 3 signs of the sun behind her, or is in the first quarter, she comes 6 hours later than the sun in the meridian. When she has 6 signs behind her, or is in opposition, that is complete, she rises as the sun sets, thus in the afternoon hours, and sets as the sun rises, thus in the morning hours, and reaches the meridian at midnight. When she has 9 signs of the sun behind her, or is in the last quarter, she comes 18 hours later, or, since we in society only count up to 12 hours, 6 hours earlier than the sun in the meridian. Finally, when she has 12 signs of the sun behind her, that is either in conjunction or new, she comes 24 hours later than the sun. That is, once again with the sun rising. 115. All this would take place if the moon always had the same declination as the sun. But the difference and change in declination cause a certain advance or retardation here. Yet in general, it remains about thus. Moons rising and setting, in one circuit around the sun, or in 29 days 12 hours 44 minutes, make 2. The moon, according to her average motion, makes about 13/10/12 per day, passes of the 12-hour dial, and therefore the dials used for this purpose do not, as those for the sun, have a forward or backward motion 84, order of the hours, as is done here. This causes a daily retardation of about 48 minutes in the hour of her rising and setting, and of her coming into the meridian. Efferent points of this orbit 95, according as it stands higher or lower than the ecliptic, and has a greater or less declination. All these changes, which ultimately result in an irregular change of declination, caused the times of the rising and setting of the moon to vary very irregularly. But the moon has an uneven speed at different points of its orbit, which increases or decreases depending on whether these or those points are farther from or nearer to the sun, and all this exerts some influence, greater or lesser, on the time of leisure. The rising or setting of the moon, according as it moves faster or slower in its orbit, that is, at d. 116. An example will clarify the matter. 88. July 1, 1779. The moon rose in Paris at 10:15 p.m., difference 26 minutes. Then 14. Julies, 1779, 4:36, m des Morgens, verschiele 83 Minuten Torte. 2:10, 41 p.m., 23:11, ULM 18, 4:11, U19, m 11, U37, m on zoo, ports. 15:5 U59, M85, 16:7, U24, M83, 17:8 U47, M79, 18, 10 U6 M Demand, 18, 10:5 U55 M des Morgens, Verschil 65 Minuten doi. Men ziet dan, dat het verschil der tijden van op e. 27 U68, 38 U8, M6849, U16 M68. 5:10 U24M, 9:3 U19, M79, 10:4 U41, M82, 15:9 U39, M2816, 10 U7 M20, 17:10 U27M, 21:18, 10 U48M, 117. We hebben tevoren 97 reads gezegd dat het mogelijk was aan een wijzer ene ongelijkvormige beweging. Een ondergang dan eens 18 minuten, dan eens 85 minuten bedraagt. Omdat dus de wijzers op sommige dagen 5-maal meer ruimte in denzelfde tijd moeten afleggen, dan op andere dagen. De wijze op welke Isinga een zodanige onregelmatige beweging aan deze wijzers gegeven heeft, is zeer eenvoudig en nauwkeurig. Zij volgen de ware tijden nadenok, en het kleine verschil dat er is, verdwijnt alle halve maanden op. Geven welke van twee oorzaken afhangt. Hoeveel moeite moet het dan niet gekost hebben, de ongelijkvormige beweging deze twee wijzers te verwaardigen, vermits zij van 3 zeer verschillende oorzaken afhangt. 118. However, all 3 of these causes are accurately and simply taken into account here, given the extent of their effects. First, whether it is the greater or smaller arc that the moon describes in its daily course, due to its distance from the farthest point, and the circularity of its orbit, 95, second, the breadth of the moon, and finally the change in declination, or its change in declination, or its position above or below the equator. When one compares the time of the moon's rising with the time of its subsequent setting, one knows the duration that the moon remains above the horizon, and this duration is also very irregular. 54M 13:16, U55M, Den 13 NM 14:16, U27M 15:15, U20M NZ. For example, in Paris, in 1779, from July 1st to 2nd 8H45M, 2S39 H27M, 3S or 10, M13, M4S5, 11H5M, 5S SM12, 11H5M, fixed, 48M, 914 U42, M 1015, U41, M 1116, 29 M 1216, U20, 2010 U49, M 219 U58, M Vanden 22, Tot Den 23 9 U12, M 23, 24 Julish, 8 U31 M 24, 5 8 U31. Thus it appears that the moon, in one orbit at a specific location, can be above the horizon for less than 8 hours or nearly 17 hours. This time is indicated by both pointers when their respective times are added together. 119. For example, on July 1st, 1779, in Paris, the half-circle was 4 hours 22 minutes 118. On that same day, the moon rose at 10:15 p.m., 1:15. Adding these gives 14 hours 37 minutes, which is on July 2, at 2:37 a.m. If the declination of the moon, between the time of her rising and the following setting, does not change, Half the time that the moon remains above the horizon, that is, the half-circle 118, added to the hour of her rising 116, would give the hour of her rising 100, at which the moon reaches the meridian. The time depends, as has been said above, on the distances of the moon from the sun, and the advance or retardation results from the irregular variation of the moon's declination. However, since the declination of the moon changes constantly, this calculation is not always precise enough. For example, on July 15th, the half-circle was 7 hours 40 minutes. The moon rose at 5:09 a.m. Adding these gives 13 hours 9 minutes, 9 minutes after noon. But the true time of her arrival at the meridian was 1 hour 58 minutes. I4. When that point passes through the meridian on the celestial sphere, the moon is in the meridian, and the hour is indicated either by the sun or by the dial that lies over the sun, 72, on eclipses. But the celestial sphere always shows at what hour the moon reaches the meridian, for, by one of the moon dial 111, it is known what is the length of the moon at any moment, that is, in what point of the ecliptic it is situated. 120. Eclipses cannot then take place, unless the moon is near its nodes at the time it is full or new. Hence, by observing this mechanism, one can always know if an eclipse occurs or not. But these same scales give much more precise measurements. If the moon moved in the ecliptic, we would have one solar and one lunar eclipse every month. But this does not happen because the moon's orbit inclines on the ecliptic, so it often happens that when the moon is full or new, its phase angle is too wide for it to be in the Earth's shadow, or for the moon's shadow to reach the Earth. For on one scale, we see if the moon is new or full 93, and on another if it is at a node or not 105. In the former case, there will be an eclipse. In the latter, if the moon is, for example, more than 18 degrees away from the nodes, no eclipse can occur. 89. 1. On moon eclipses. 121. That shadow of the Earth is cone-shaped. The cause of a lunar eclipse is that the Earth's shadow falls on the moon, thereby depriving it, wholly or in part, of the light borrowed from the sun. The half-length of that portion of the cone which touches the orbit of the moon never exceeds 47 minutes, 90. The half-diameter of the moon is at most 17 minutes. The sum of these two quantities is 64 minutes. Hence, if the moon, or the center of the moon, during its fullness has a diameter of 64 minutes or more, that is, about 12 degrees from the node, will be the greater in proportion as the diameter is less. 2. Of solar eclipses. But the size of the width and distance from the node is shown by a pointer 106, 108. So that one always knows, through the comparison of two pointers, whether there will be a lunar eclipse, and if so, whether it will be noticeable or not. 122. Similarly, by means of the aforementioned two pointers, one can determine whether, at the time of a certain new moon, there will be a solar eclipse or not. 34 m, or its distance from the node, is approximately 17 GRA. If, therefore, on the pointer for the distance of the moon from the sun 92, one sees that the moon is new, and on the pointer for the distance of the moon from the node 100, that the width of the moon is greater than 1 GRA, for no solar eclipse can occur unless the width of the moon is less than the sum of the horizontal difference in position 91 of the moon, and the half-mean distances between the sun and the moon, a sum that never exceeds 94/34 minutes. Then one knows that no eclipse can occur. However, generally, without calculation, one knows whether a solar eclipse will be visible to the north or south of the evening line. The broader the distance, the more likely an eclipse will occur, and then one must calculate where and how it will be visible. For a lunar eclipse is visible everywhere where the moon, during its eclipse, is above the horizon. For if the moon, at the time when a solar eclipse can occur, is around the ascending node and has already passed it, which can be seen on the dial 106, then the eclipse is visible to the north of the evening line, but to the south, if the moon has not yet passed that node. On the contrary, when an eclipse occurs, one can determine its position north or south of the meridian by observing whether the moon has passed or not passed the descending node, which is indicated by the pointer 106. 123. Decision. This observation can sometimes be very useful for clarifying chronometric calculations. It goes without saying that this instrument allows for the calculation of eclipses at any time in the past or future, by paying attention to each lunar cycle. 1. If, during a full or new moon, the moon is at a distance from the nodes where an eclipse can occur 121, 122, and 2. If so, observing the year, day 4, and hour. The reader will judge, from this description, and from all the particulars I have stated, and from the comparison of this piece with some others of a similar nature, whether I do not rightly call this work a perfect mechanism. Essary at present. I will merely add here that a number of 103 wheels, or pinions or rings are used, amounting altogether to about 5,900 teeth. It would certainly be worthwhile to examine minutely the arrangement of all the wheels and pinions, which cause so many different movements in this work, and also to explain in detail the simple means used by the inventor to imitate irregular movements as required, but this cannot be done without the aid of some plates, which have been found unnecessary. Happily, if through this little work I have reached my desired aim, this composition, the effects of the same, the accuracy of the movements, the invention and manufacture of all this work and his services known, not come to mind at the appropriate time, would be easily added. As for the rest, although I am fully convinced, and as I think have proved that this masterpiece is much more complete than any other, of the same kind, as far as I know, I still consider it, in accordance with the concepts of the intelligent inventor himself, not entirely perfect in all respects, except that we have previously seen, there are some pieces, such as the movements of planets around their axes, and those of Jupiter's and Saturn's satellites, the parallel position of Earth's axis, ring which is displayed on one or another of the planetaria we have spoken of, not on ours. I know Pat the inventor daily devotes his thoughts to new additions and improvements, and with that sincere dignity which adorns great minds, he boldly declares that if he were to create such a piece again, he could with less effort bring some things to perfection beyond their current state, and others not displayed in this piece, simply because they did. Finally, I am far from wanting to set any limits to human reason, and to think that in time we will never be able to go further than we are now, even in those parts which seem to bring us close to perfection. 92. I consistently adhere to the wise and grounded maxim of Plinius, no one should despair of always making progress through the ages. In addition to the previous description, as well as an appendix containing a small planetarium, by Isinga, included in the second edition of 1824, I will note the changes and improvements that this work has undergone, following the order of the sections. 4. The description of Professor van Swinden, given in the year 1780, is reproduced here almost word for word. 93. In the first edition, further towards the bedstead, on the same attic, one comes across 3 circles. See the plate. 5. There are now 5 circles or pointers. The word climbing knot has been replaced with the moon's north node, which has the same meaning. See the plate. Idior door uots altern eighthien anal bamari. It reads, on each of the 2 pillars that separate the central panel from the others, there are 2 small pointers. This is now 1 on each pillar. See the plate. I have lowered the 2 upper pointers to the middle of the pillars, and removed the lower ones, placing them in the attic. The other changes this section has undergone can be seen in Chapter 6, about moon pointers, 88 and onwards. 12 vol. Even the relocated celestial sphere indicators are only sketched on paper. The external appearance was in 1780, when the professor presented the description, sketched in chalk, and it was completed by me in 1781, with some help from my late brother S. Isinga, and nothing has been improved upon in the subsequent 34 years. Only the board or shelf with the years is already repeated twice, as there can only be 23-year plates placed on it. With the 4th year after 1774, the planetarium was already in use. See the introduction to the description of Van Swinden. Due to this long series of years, the outer glow is already somewhat faded, mainly the sky-blue ground color and white. Perhaps it will be repainted and gilded to its former splendor soon. In 1776, the relocation of the year plates was completed, and painted up to 1798. The second 23-year period ran from 1799 to 1821, The ones currently painted on the board run from 1822 to 1844 to 1842. This is all the more necessary now that 3 copper-engraved and colored plates have been added to the second edition, which would otherwise surpass the work itself in appearance. Instrument might be misled, because the plates far exceed the actual work in outward brilliancy. The ball hanging from the sun once a year, just as our Earth does. These 2 golden balls, of which the large one or sun ball is made of wood, and the small one or earth ball of lead, serve solely to keep both threads or strings taut by their weight, in order to determine the equatorial length of each planet as accurately as possible. I have, after the publication of Mr. Van Swinden's description, besides the thread from the center of the sun, to which a large gilded ball is attached, also suspended a thread from the Earth's sphere, to which a smaller ball is fastened, so that this moves around, and the thread of it indicate the place of that planet, as seen from our Earth. Through these 2 strings, one can locate the apparent or Earth mean places of all the planets in this way. One stands on the side of the room so that the planet whose apparent or Earth mean length one wishes to know comes after the degree of our Earth. Then one at once sees where the sun's thread falls on the ecliptic or 7th chamber, the signed chamber. In the first case, the planet comes before the sun and goes under it. And in the second, it appears after the sun and disappears under it. 86, now 88. If the planet stands in a straight line with the sun and Earth, its true place is also its apparent place. If the planet is to the right hand of the sun, then its apparent length is always less than its true length. On the contrary, if the planet is to the left hand, its apparent length is always greater than its true length. The light shapes of the moon were shown on the pillar, on the left hand by the lower pointer on it, indicating in particular the distance of the moon from the sun, according to the last part of 8. The plate for this pointer is divided into 24 rising and waning light shapes, so that the lunar phases are indicated daily. They are now shown on the ceiling on the right hand. See the plate by a long pointer that completes one circuit every 29 days, 12 hours, and 44 minutes. Ning in the plate, referred to as 91, now 93, that only a median line of 1 inch. Within the rising and waning light shapes, there is another circle, divided into 29 12 days, representing the age of the moon, that is, the number of days that have passed since the last new moon, much clearer than before on the pilaster, as the circle in which the 24 different light shapes are indicated has a diameter of 22 inches, while the indicator now bears the inscription light shapes of the moon. The distance of the moon from the sun is for each of the depicted 24 light shapes 15 degrees, or a half sign. The illuminated portion has halved, marking the last quarter, and finally it diminishes further until the entire illuminated section is gone, signaling a new moon. With the new moon, the pointer is in a completely dark position. In the following phase, a small strip is illuminated. Further on, the 6th house, which is 3 signs from the sun, indicates the first quarter, half illuminated. It then increases, until the pointer reaches the 12th house, indicating a full moon. After that, it decreases again unto the uneven duration between new moons, as described by Van Swinden in sections 92 to 95, now sections 94 to 97, is accurately reflected by this pointer. 5 moon pointers are required for indicating the movement of the moon around Earth. See pages 100 of the first edition, 113 of the second, and 128 of the third edition. 109, now 111. Each pillar. That to the right hand for the distance of the moon from the north node, and that to the left hand for the distance from the farthest point. See the plate. The indicator below on the right pillar, which indicates the length of the moon, has now been transferred from the pillar to the ceiling, to the left hand, on the plate called the length of the moon on the ecliptic. There were, in the first edition of the description, 2 large ones on the ceiling 5, the 2 small ones on the right pillar, and the upper one on the left pillar 8. Now there are 3 large ones on the ceiling, called the length of the moon on the ecliptic, the farthest point of the moon, and the north node of the moon, and a small one on Urs, which came closer to the truth. This resulted in an entire arrangement and displacement in most of the gearwork for the moon indicators. The reasons that prompted me to remove the two lower pointers from the pillars and place them on the ceiling were: there was more space on the ceiling to extend the pointers, thus drawing larger circles and allowing for a more precise representation of the signs and light shapes. I had also calculated other teeth for the movement of these 2 points. The 2 upper pointers had to be lowered to the middle, and new axes and several new wheels had to be made for those transferred to the ceiling. On the plates, added during the second press. This is also the relative size of the dials marked on plates No. 1 and 2. Plates No. 1 and 2 were drawn by myself, with the help of my friend, the merchant class Joe. The 3, added at the second press. Plates can serve to give a clearer idea of the entire instrument's external appearance to amateurs, who, due to their distant residence, age, or occupation, are not, or only with difficulty, able to visit and personally observe the work so accurately described by Professor Van Swinden. They can also be used to demonstrate the relative or extensive size of each planet's orbit, for they are traced in my room onto the plates themselves according to the scale on plate 1, which contains every foot into 1/12 old Dutch inches, and thus the tracings are exactly 1/8 the size of the actual work. Sans, made in the months of March and April 1820, and the positions of the planet balls, sun and moon indicators have been set, as does the instrument moved by the swinging of a pendulum, indicating them on Friday, March 24, 1820, at 7:30 a.m. Jupiter was nearly 3 degrees in Pisces. The planet Saturnus was also 334 degrees in Aries, thus in conjunction with the Sun. At that time, the sun and date indicator, moving along the longest or outer groove on the ceiling, was marked on plate Nobel 1 at 334 degrees in Aries for the length of the sun with its inner end, and indicated 113 degrees of north declination of the sun with its outer end. Mars was 26 degrees in Leo. Earth was 334 degrees in Libra. The moon was 11 degrees in Leo. Venus was 11, and Mercury 26 degrees in Cancer. The indicator for the light figures of the moon marked its age at 10-12 days. The farthest point of the moon was 28 degrees in Leo, and its north node was 2 degrees in Aries. The day indicator Friday morning between 7 and 8 o'clock, and the year number within the circle of days 1820. Plate No. 2 depicts that portion of the instrument visible to the shutter, between the first quarter and the full moon, or 10-12 days after the new moon. Thus it rose by day. The small indicator on the pillar to the left, which marks the distance of the moon from the farthest point, showed O signs and 17-12 degrees. It is scaled the same as plate No. 1 and the celestial sphere, with the sun and fixed stars as far as permitted by the smallness of the drawing, as well as the sun and moon indicators, are also marked according to indications from the original work on Friday, March 24, 1820, at 7:30 a.m. The indicator above the cabinet on the left hand, which bears the inscription, "The moon is rising," indicating at that time a quarter of an hour past 12 o'clock. This being in the afternoon, and not after midnight, is evident from the position of a physician of above. The indicator on plate No. 1, marking the light figures of the moon with their age, which was then bent. The indicator on the central panel to the left pointed to sunrise just before 6 o'clock. The celestial sphere, on which the apparent movement of the sun and fixed stars is displayed, at that time indicated the position of the sun on the ecliptic 334 degrees in Aries, in the east-southeast, 14 degrees above the horizon. These positions of certain fixed stars are noted here because they could not be clearly shown on plate No. 2 due to the small size of the celestial field. Vega, or the bright one in the chariot, in the southwest, at 73 degrees high. Hercules and the northern crown in the west. Bootes, the brightest of these, Arcturus, in the west-north, at 20 degrees high. The Great Bear in the northwest, and 8 degrees high. Little Bear in the north-northwest, etc. The main stars that were visible at that time above the horizon are: Capella, in the northeast, at 12 degrees high. Pleiades, in the northeast-east, at 3 degrees high. Almagmerich, the head of Andromeda, and the Ram, in the east-northeast. Swan, in the east-northeast. The southeast, at 70 degrees high. Adiar, the bright one in the arrow in the south, at 46 degrees H. The compass hand on the right, next to the celestial sphere, indicated the sunset on March 24th, shortly after 6 o'clock. The small indicator on the right pillar, which marks the distance of the moon from the north node, was drawing IV signs and 11 degrees, so that the sign and degree indicators were almost directly above each other, 94. Plate No. 3 is a perspective drawing of the entire setup, as viewed from the chimney, 3 feet above the floor, marked by Merchant Class Joe. Sans.Goy. The indicator above the case on the right-hand side, with the inscription "The Moon Sets," marked 4:12 hours. This was in the morning, as is evident from the comparison of the indicator, which shows the lunar light shapes or its age, as seen on plate No. 1, at that time between the first quarter and a full moon. The 2 golden balls, which hang from the sun and our Earth, are depicted on this plate, according to their relative size. The planetary balls and sun and moon indicators are depicted there as they appeared on the aforementioned 24 March, 1820, in the morning at 7:12 hours. The very pleasant service, brought about by the daily movement of the smaller ball around the sun, is accurately indicated here in the change made to 42 of the description. Otherwise, since the interior had to be drawn as it appears when using the instrument, one finds it furnished and decorated as it was since the year 1774. Only the silver, which usually stands on a table in the room, is a present from the states of Friesland, received in 1784 and marked under this plate to the right. I close this edition with the hope that this second edition of the description by this high scholar will find favor, and that, besides subscribers, other enthusiasts may also acquire it. The rest, which formerly belonged to the decoration taste of a civilian room, is shown on the last 2 plates, No. 2 and 3, depicted. And I found no reason not to, in my later years, openly reveal to the world, or rather to lovers of science, that the furnishing and decoration of my room are a half-century behind contemporary taste. May it happen for me, through the kindness of the highest ruler, to see my life's years extended, and to preserve those spiritual faculties in my old age, which his love still grants me. Then I sincerely wish to fulfill the request and invitation of a Viscount. Many, particularly of the highly learned Mr. C. once again, professor at Leiden, I hope to fulfill. It pleases me, with the help of experts, to be able to publish a precise description of the internal structure of the work I have created, illustrated by the required plates. Nevertheless, to share something of my later work with readers, I offer them this appendix. However, I fully feel that this wish, especially given my age, may not come to pass, and I leave it to God or my descendants to decide whether such a description, at least under my supervision, will be received. Appendix.Boy. The final piece, conceived and signed by me, is a planetarium depicting the orbits of Mercury, Venus, Earth with the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, in their relative distances from the Sun, as well as their perihelions and nodes. After witnessing this planetary diagram, Janssen was inspired to create it himself. The Saturnus orbit, at a distance of 43 inches old Frisian measure from the Sun, is proportioned as follows: 4 Mercury, 7 Venus, 10 Earth, 15 Mars, 52 Jupiter, and 95 Saturnus. This diagram was observed by Willem Jans Janssen, a farmer from Dongjum, an outstanding natural scientist and inventor considering his social status, who also constructed a lathe and other tools for himself, with which he is capable of creating various artistic works. For this purpose, a flat board measuring 20 inches in diameter was chosen, depicting the ecliptic. It is divided along the outer edge into signs and degrees of the zodiac, as well as months and days, forming our year. Jupiter and Saturn are each placed on a peg because their distance exceeds the plate's boundaries. The lines on the mentioned planets are marked with 5 to 5 degrees intervals, in order to place the balls, which are mounted on copper bases, where they belong, assuming the position where they should be at a certain time is known. They are fixed to time is known. They are fixed to the plate from below with a screw. Our Earth is surrounded by a meridian ring, allowing it to rotate around its axis points. Within this meridian ring, there is a flat ring depicting the horizon. On this ring are marked the 16 main compass directions. The horizon can be placed at any angle by loosening a screw. On the miniature Earth itself, the main circles, such as the equator, ecliptic, zenithal circles, and polar circles, as well as the capitals of each empire or kingdom, and land and sea have been neatly inscribed by my nephew Sipta Isinga to the extent that the size of the ball allowed. Inside this year's circle is another circle, divided into 2x 12 hours. This hour circle can rotate within the year circle. The Earth's axis points pass through the meridian. One axis point has a copper plate screwed to it, allowing the sphere to be turned by hand. On the other axis point, a pointer is squeezed between a knob and a plate, and a copper plate is fixed around the axis on the meridian ring, whose outer edge is divided into months and days of our year. When using this instrument, the planetary spheres are placed in their respective positions on the board, as well as our Earth sphere, with their axis points parallel to the lines drawn on the board. One can place the observer anywhere on the globe and determine their preferred perspective. They then turn the chosen location along the meridian and set the hour circle with the noon mark for the month and day of the year, and the hand at 12 o'clock. The instrument is mounted on a long rectangular seat with 2 pillars at its longest corners, allowing the plate to rotate in Aries and Libra. This allows one to observe the sun, moon, and planets rising and setting as the Earth rotates, and their position on the compass, as well as the time at which they rise, pass through the meridian, and set at that specific latitude and longitude. Selected for observation. Attached to the plate is a half circle of wood, 3 inches wide, which slides along a groove in a footpiece, standing in the center of the long rectangular seat. The situation is reversed at the South Polar Circle. This half circle is divided into 90 degrees on one side, from the equatorial line to the North Pole, and also into 90 degrees on the other side, from the equatorial line to the South Pole, in order to position the plate representing the ecliptic at any chosen pole height, complementary to the third edition of 1851. The 66-12 degrees are again the midpoint of the half circle, because under the polar circles, the ecliptic lies horizontally in Cancer and Capricornus horizon, while it enters Cancer at midnight but does not set below the horizon. It is therefore not surprising that in the previous description, given new light, there are some figures for which contemporary, more advanced astronomy offers alternatives. Since the highly esteemed J.H. van Swinden described the artistic planetarium of Isinga, more than 70 years have passed. Years during which, through astronomical observation and calculation, a more complete and accurate knowledge has been acquired about the solar system. These outdated figures relate in particular to the number of known primary and secondary planets, the characteristics elements that distinguish one planetary course from another, as well as certain properties exhibited by the planets themselves. We did not feel free to make essential changes to van Swinden's description, or put him on a new footing in explaining the solar system, a position reached only 70 years after the creation of Isinga's masterpiece. Withhold any important figures that would be replaced by similarly less precise ones found in the text or notes. We will make these improvements in some concise overviews, and thereby hope to meet the needs of many readers of this work, who are interested in learning what is currently known about the solar system. Overview of the planets discovered since 1780 until the end of 1850. Uranus, March 13, 1781, discovered by W. Herschel. Ceres, January 1, 1801, J. Piazzi. Pallas, March 28, 1802, H. M. W. Olbers. Port. Juno, September 1, 1804. C. L. Harding. Vesta, March 29, 1807, H. M. W. Olbers. Astrea, December 8, 1845, K. C. Henke. 95. Neptune, September 24, 1846, G. Gala. Hebe, July 1, 1847, K. C. Henke. Iris, August 13, 1847, J. R. Hind. Flora, October 18, 1847, J. R. Hind. Metis, April 26, 1848, A. Graham. Q. Hygeia, April 14, 1849, de Gasparis. Parthenope, May 11, 1850, de Gasparis. Egeria, November 2, 1850, de Gasparis. Clio, Victoria. September 13, 1850, J. R. Hind. Furthermore, on May 20th, 1851, Hein discovered another planet named Irene. Finally, De Gasparis discovered another one on July 29, 1851. 2. Summary of the Monos Guardians, discovered since 1780 until the end of 1850. In 1780, 5 Saturnian moons were known. One of them was already discovered in 1655 by Christian Huygens. The other 4 from 1671 to 1687 by Cassini. Since then, and first in 1788 and 1789 by W. Herschel, 2 more Saturnian moons have been observed. To avoid confusion or stop it, J. Herschel gave those 7 satellites their own names. They are now called, in order of their distance from the main planet, starting with the nearest, Mimas, Enceladus, Tethys, Dione, Rhea, Titan, Japetus. Between Titan, which Huygens discovered, and Japetus, Lassell has recently discovered an 8th one, named Hyperion. The ring that surrounds Saturn is not simple, but consists of several separate concentric parts. The main separation circle in the ring was first discovered in 1787 by W. Herschel. At least 2 are well known. As for the number of satellites orbiting Uranus, there is great uncertainty. Later, a second similar but narrower space between the rings was observed by Kater and Encke. According to reports, astronomers in Rome found that the belt previously thought to be the outer part of the ring is actually a 3-ring system. They are those discovered by W. Herschel on January 11, 1787. At least 1 moon moves around Neptune as well. From 1790 to 1794, the telescope of the same astronomer occasionally revealed light points, which also seemed to be Uranus's guardians. Later observations have not left any doubt about the existence of these guardians. Only Lamont claims to have seen one of them again, which no one else has been able to achieve since Herschel. However, Lassell and O. Struve have convinced themselves that, in addition to the 2 well-known ones, there are still 2 other guardians describing their orbits around Uranus. A second satellite was discovered by Bond on October 17, 1847. It was first observed by Lassell on October 10, 1846, and later diligently noted by Bond and A. Struve. Summary of the orbits of the main planets. Furthermore, Lassell and Challis believe they have detected that Neptune, like Saturn, is surrounded by a ring. Race time. Course length, surface name, banking of the race. Average distance eccentricity. Perihelion dont, climbing wedge. From the sun, where? Tropical. What? C. A. B. D. U. M. S. D. U. M. S. G. R. M. S. 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 M. S. 365 6 9 10 7 496 S. G. R. Rain. MSS Mercurius 0.387 10.2 056 287 23 15 46 87 23 14 35 74 57 10.8 146 75 11 30 20.53 23 31 07 RDA 1016 788 16 18 54 17 13 170 52 35 13 210 Sarah's 2.765 3653 674 1679 1622 50 76 1684 15 20 121 5 1172 38 30 30 35 19 Jupiter 5.20277 048 2 240 32 14 274.3 13 14 14 Ben 1145 33 2.2873 848 36.05 046 29 0.03 Neptunus 30.20 2624.960,000 224 960,000 238.1 11 13 41 11 13 39 147. This table is adapted with certain abbreviations from Popular Astronomy by J. H. Medler, Berlin, 1849. The data given in it apply to the year 1840 for the 11 planets then known. Latest computations of the orbits of Flora, Iris, Hebe, Astraea, and Neptune have yielded numerical values that differ somewhat from the above. This is also true for some of the planets discovered at the beginning of this century. Jamid, Tynwell, Penguin. John presents, as a conclusion to the latest orbit calculations, the following table in his astronomical weekly Wöchentliche Unterhaltungen of August 17, 1850, which includes data for 19 out of the 23 currently known planets. Distance from sidereal or astral period of circumcision in the Sun, or half days. Mercury 0.38788, Venus 0.723, 225 Earth, 1365 Mars, 152.4, 2.202, 1321. Vesta 236.1, 1325. Iris 238.4, 1344. Metis 238, 6, 1346. Habe 2, 44, 26, 1380. Parthenope 2.426, 1392. Astraea 2.577, 1511. 19,182. 3686. Neptune 30,174, 165, 12 years. No 2.669, 1593. Ceres 2.77, 1,000, 1685. Pallas 4 through 333. Saturnus 9,539, 10,759. Uranus. IVU. Ion. The semi-major axis of Clio Victoria is 233.3, and her orbital period is 1302. Summary of certain characteristics of the main planets. Regarding this, it should be noted that instead of 1321 for the orbital period of Flora, 11093 should be read. Furthermore, according to later calculations by Luther, the semi-major axis of Parthenope is equal to 2.451, and its orbital period is equal to 2.351. Finally, according to Goldschmidt's calculating, average distance, names, orbital period, flattening, relative semi-detachment, true, relative, volume, cubic meters, liters, milliliters, Mercurius 24.5, 671.6, 608, 112.05, 1,409,725, 1 Einde. Antikenningen, 1 J. H. Halbertsma, Holda and Gisbert Japix, Liu Dr. 2638.4, 20,000, and 1811.65, 1017, 1491. 1 Saturnus, 7300, 425, 77 1. Zon 61010 UO 1920.81092. The 2356 4171, 92199. Mars 2437, 22, 5.8, 888, 184, 1, 1793. 0.5E5 14508, 11661. Jupiter 955, 1827, 2, 305. 2. Except for some linguistic changes, the text of the description has remained unchanged. 3. To avoid further specific citations, I am allowed to indicate here the sources from which the following is taken. However, as it is revered by many as a useful reader on the solar and planetary system, an expert has included some exercises and tables in this edition, which contain the main elements of the planetary system according to the current state of science. 1. Einwoord, the task and description by Prof. van Swinden, which contains several details. 2. The preface by Do. Jan Brouwer for the second edition of this description, from 1824. 3. Mr. Jack Dodd, Scheltema, Life of Isinga, in his Historical and Literary Melange, Amst, 1818, second part, second series, 1864, 4th. J. van Leeuwen, Tribute to E. Isinga, in the Freyfries, 1847, v. 86. Prosa J. W. de Crane, Collection of Letters and Historical Documents, containing various biographies and reports, Liu, 1841, pp. 79 and following. 5th. Furthermore, Jacobus Isinga, the current resident of the planetarium, and his nephew Stephanus H. Shinga from Dronrip, have shared with me some information about their fathers Isis and Stephanus, The former has also obliged me by allowing the use of the explanatory description of the mechanism, as well as the albums. 4 Corn. E Cama Horatio de Frisia, Ingeniorum, Mathematicorum in Primis Vertelli, Dicta Fran, 1809. I have often been assisted by my esteemed friend Professor J.W. 5. See the work on Willem Loret and his Dikes and Sluices, published in 1835 by Professor de Crane and myself. De Crane regrets not having completed the plan to provide a translation, with biographies of the persons mentioned, from the historical materials he had assembled for this purpose, as Professor G. de Waal has done in his oration on Frisian Legal. Scholars in 1825. Nor. 7. Most of the works mentioned have been collected by me in a library, already quite extensive, of Frisian works in various fields, which served as literary sources and proved very valuable to me for the first time here. 6. For more detailed information about the aforementioned persons, see Scheltema, Mengelwerk, 3rd volume, 3rd section, page 225, and De Crane Collection, 97, 105, and Mulder, Oratio, on the Merits of David Mies Groningen, 1823. 8. This excellent manuscript in folio is now preserved in the library of the Frisian Society for History, Archaeology, and Language in Leeuwarden. 9. He was buried next to the main entrance of the church in Dronrup. Still readable on the tombstone is the epitaph composed by his son, a rare testament to their spiritual connection, which reads, Jelti Isis Isinga, who during this fateful life was granted by God a wondrous intellect, by his own ingenuity creating things, and through his own hands bringing them to maturity, that people above his natural peers exalted his praise and fame. His body rests here until the Lord wakes him up to eternity. He passed away at old age, with Christ's years added to his lifespan. 1854, 204,365. Accompanying it was a plate depicting the conjunction of Saturnus and Jupiter in 1762, with 7 plates. 10. The first work was entitled, The Conjunction of Venus with the Sun in 1761, showing the great usefulness of this remarkable phenomenon on Earth. And when multiplying Christ's years by a quarter of his own years, we get 31,120,292,849,332,900. The second work consisted of brief but detailed notes on the discovery of the sun's parallaxis, its magnitude and distance from Earth, etc., featuring a plate of Venus before the sun. A brief report of these observations appeared in the Lyons Current of June 10, 1761. It has succumbed to foreign competition, as Dutch wool is now exported beyond its borders as raw material. In gratitude, he dedicated this manuscript to the provincial states, and credited all those who contributed to the calculations as his students. Peter Christoffels, Reinert Johannes, Joe, Loyenga, Reiner Beising, Albertus Blom, Joe, Sardor, and his 2 sons W.W. and T.W. Uppes. 11. This principal wool industry of Franeker, which then produced 200,000 pounds of wool annually at a price of 10 to 14 pence per pound, mostly through the work of women and children, has since declined so much that there is now not even one half woolen mill in operation. 12. This work, published in Leeuwarden by A. Verwerda and G. Tressling, begins, Of the Earth, its Burning, the method whereby, over the period when this great event will occur, etc. The publication, widely advertised in the Leeuw Current, was however delayed until after May 8th, when the fear had subsided. 13. For details regarding what transpired, see the Nieuwe Nederl Koer of April 16. 14. Jarboeken, 1774, first part, p. 412. The 12th volume of the Journal de la Pensée and the Leeuw. This spell, which can also be found above the entrance to the former creative chamber at the town hall in Franeker, he had painted on a narrow board, which is still preserved. 140 pages at 22 stivers. My friend Arjen Roelofs also had a spell that he repeatedly cut into copper during his grave art exercises, and tried to follow as a guide for life. Let no day pass by without you having done something good. In 1780, a second improved edition was published. 15. The title of this work was The Frisian Merchant, containing an inventory of all imposts and internal resources embodied in the country's list or plakat, etc., along with an appendix on the increase in goods, etc., in narrow folio or long folio. Van Isingde. Description of the system, gears, etc. 16. This brief description of the condition and external appearance of the artwork, when Prosse van Swinden saw it for the first time, is taken from the subsequent He. Among them are signatures of very important and famous men, whose names we would like to mention if we knew where to start and end. 17. The album now consists of 6 volumes and contains, according to a rough calculation, 70,000 names of people who visited the planetarium over 70 years. 18. I have gathered numerous evidence of this for several years, and presented it in a lecture at the Frisian Society. 20 on page 7 of the hereafter mentioned HS, and in Scheltema, BL 2014. These and several improvements were mentioned more detailed, especially in the adjectives to this description. 19. I possess this letter in its original form among my vast collection of original documents regarding the Franeker Academy from the 17th and 18th centuries, which make up a significant part of the archive of the Lords Curators of that academy, which were bestowed upon me for several years from the estate of a distinguished and extinct family. 21. According to the end of the adjectives to this description, Isingde, on invitation from many, particularly from the Leiden professor Siakama, intended to have this description and images printed, but no action was taken. 23. This piece is still in the possession of his son-in-law, J.B. Hoffman, a pastry cook in Franeker. 22. According to the album, from September 1787 to June 1797, only Louis, Count of Bentheim, and 3 other persons were involved with the artwork and inscribed themselves. Later, 2 more examples were made, which belonged to Mr. O.W. Roelofs in Amsterdam and Paulus Everts Scheltema in Franeker. 24. Isinge's own ideas for improvements to be implemented in a locally 3 times as long as wide have been communicated by Scheltema, 222. In letters to his family in Gronau, from John. In March 1790, he announced the plan for a newly invented, excellent, useful hemispherium and planetarium, much simpler, much more perfect, and more in accordance with nature than anything that existed. He intended to place this in a circular building of 28 feet or more in diameter, with a dome roof and the sun globe in the center on a column, surrounded by a staircase where the clock would be housed. This is the plan he communicated to the curators in 1790, however, without result. The planets moving around it, he wanted positioned so that when one stood on the top step and kept an eye on the Earth's ball, they could see the entire starry sky with the sun, moon, and planets rising and setting at their proper times and places, passing through the meridian and other compass points. 25. See that report in the Con. Current, 1810, 144, 145. By then, this enterprise had already declined greatly. In 1809, Isinge suffered a severe loss with the death of his eldest son, Jelte, who, shaped by his father, was in high favor and apt for science and engineering equal to anyone at that time. 26. As he diligently continued his work as a chamberlain, he received an honor in 1820, when the samples he sent from his factory to the exhibition in Ghent were awarded with a bronze medal. 27. Such was the progress of affairs, as I vividly recall having heard it said by the noble lord. Van Humalde had originated, while it belonged to the government of Franeker, from the representation of the Honorable de Crane, verse. 85. It might perhaps be inferred, as if the idea of the tribute from A.H.R., the said G.R.R., born in Leeuwarden on September 12, 1754, was brought up on the Hobma estate in Dronrip, and there received his education at the village school, along with Isinge. Van Humalde, during the happy hours of the years 1828 to 1834, when he invited me weekly for a day, and always engaged me in instructive conversations about poetry, history, and other sciences, in which he possessed a treasure of knowledge. That he had no effort, no attempts to make it unproven, Camper thanked him openly in his speech at the dedication of the Athenaeum, p. 48. 28. The noble speaker had particularly in view his efforts, when A. G. Camper's excessive applications for the restoration of the Academy in 1815 failed to establish a national Athenaeum in Franeker, so as not to lose everything. In his important collection of biographical contributions, 85, he described this feast day more extensively. 29. Also the highly esteemed distinguished Professor Crane did this, as I often learned from his mouth, when after the death of Mr. Van Humalde 1834, I found in him such a paternally friendly person, with whom I spent several days full of scientific enjoyment. Rarely did one see so much humanity and scholarship united in this beloved man. That is why we long so much for the biography that his grandson, Mr. A. Telting, would give of him. Also mentioned in Collet Destury, Dutch Glory, by 260, and in the appendix to New and High's Dictionary, 2516, he is noted to great effect. 30. Not long after Isinga's death, his artwork was mentioned with great praise by Bowring in Something About Dutch Literature, p. 48, first published in the Foreign Review, and by Mr. A. Telting translated before his letters, published in 1829, as well as by W. van den Hoel, on the importance of those aged 60 in 1832, p. 132, Theater, and that H. M. King, Willem II, visited the work again on July 20, 1841. 31. As further details regarding the planetarium, it would be worth noting that it was entirely repainted in 1828. That a new edition of this description appeared in 1831, with Gyma and Franeker, bearing a different title, that in 1838 access to the mechanism was greatly improved, albeit at the expense of the small and distinctive study room of I. 32 specifically, in the manufacture of chronometers or sea clocks for determining longitude at sea. Lengths have been laid to facilitate access. That this machinery is annually taken apart, cleaned and reassembled by Isinga, the son, without ever requiring any significant repair, and that the planetarium maintains its regular operation, and that the planetarium continues to be visited by many. The Queen and Princess Sophia and their distinguished company, that in 1843 the building was taken over by the governor of Friesland, together with all the material from the dissolved Athenaeum, that in 1848, following the removal of the chimney, the room acquired a larger appearance and larger windows and panes, while above the machinery loose P. Harrison received a reward of £10,000, more than 1 ton of gold. See the history of this remarkable invention in the Extraordinary Philosophical Transactions, Part 3, pages 355-397. In this work, one finds the description and drawing of Harrison's chronometer. That history is described there up to the year 1762. The rest can be found in the Investigated Transactions, Part 9, pages 309-331, and particularly in Pazena's. Mr. Mudge, of whom I spoke in Note 52, has also recently received a prize of £500 as an encouragement to further perfect his sea clocks. See Journal de Physique, Bulk d'Ordre. G. p. 537, Torty. 33. This Ferguson has become very famous through numerous works and ingenious inventions. Among the latter is also a planetarium, of which a plate and description can be found in the inventor's work entitled Astronomy Explained upon Sir Isaac Newton's Principles, etc. 40. London, 1757, 434, 435, 436. I therefore do not consider it necessary to deal more fully with those of Ferguson. Although the 2 planetaria, described therein by Mr. Ferguson, are very reasonably designed and suitable for indicating the motions of the earth and moon, they are, however, as planetaria considered, much less complete than that of Wright C. 3rd chapter of this work, 38. Ferguson has also 437, following Desaguliers, written a cometarium, or instrument, to explain the course of comets. I will merely remark that there is, in Ferguson's planetarium, as well as in Isinga's, a pointer plane over the earth, which indicates the apparent path and position of the sun. p. 113. What our countryman, Mr. Stroop, has done in this respect is fully treated in his continuation of the description of the starlings, 5th part, 34. This excellent man, who lived 3½ centuries before the birth of Christ, made an instrument that Cicero denat. Dedorum, libida su, cap. 35 calls a sphere, on which, as appears from the same author Tusk, Little can be said about this instrument, since no description of it has come down to us. Lib A.E. IC 25, and the well-known verse of Claudianus, the movements of the sun, moon, and the 5 principal stars were indicated. Proclus, a Greek mathematician of the 5th century, includes among the parts of mechanics the art of making spheres to imitate celestial motions, as Archimedes did. He adds, comment. In prim. Lib.E. Euclid's Lib.Wari. I. Cap.Die. Barachi.War. 13 and fine. P24, ed lat. Denat. Durham. Lib. Set. C35. 35 Posidonius, a contemporary and friend of Cicero, is said to have made a sphere that indicated the movements of what happens daily and nightly around the sun, moon, and 5 main stars. 36 in 1573, Copernicus created the magnificent astronomical clock for the Strasbourg Cathedral. 37. An image and poor description of this clock, as well as one from Lyon, can be found in Dumont's Travels through France, Germany, etc., pages 30 and 45 of the Dutch translation. A clear description and illustration can be found in Statistica Curiosa, Book 6, Chapter 10, page 397. In 1645, Ritter, a German astronomer, described an instrument in his work entitled Oculus Enoch et Elie, where the movements of the sun, moon, and 5 main stars are indicated using several dials. P81, 38. See a brief description and neat drawing of this beautiful piece, made in Paris in the year 1680, in the machines approved by the Academy of Paris, Volume 3, ppr. 142 SQQ. 39. Horribo has given a precise description and illustration, with additions and improvements, of a similar planetarium, constructed by Romer in Copenhagen, in his Basis Astronomia, ch. 15, 2nd edition, found in his Opera Omnia, Volto. This excellent Dutchman made an extraordinary planetarium in the year 1682, which is moved by a clockwork mechanism. It seems to have served as a model for that of Dr. Desaguliers, and for many others subsequently made in England. See the description and drawing in Eugenii Opera Postuma, and in the Opera Reliqua. 40. It would be superfluous to mention them all. One may find a list of the main planetaria in Weidler Hist. Astron, cap. See also in the same, cap. 15, 163, 164. 7, 33. 41. Isinga has been kind enough to lend me this paper, which occupies 100 folio pages. Mr. Duval-Selle, a French astronomer, a pupil of the renowned Lalande, has calculated and marked those solar eclipses which will be visible in Paris up to the year 1900. Mr. B. Martin, an Englishman, has given a brief history of the planets in his Philosophia Britannica, 3rd part, p. 165, note 141, but everything that has been done by Dutchmen or Frenchmen on this subject is entirely omitted. The Academy of Paris received this paper with great pleasure, and printed it in the 5th part of Memoire Présenté à l'Académie. Isinga composed this treatise when he was 18 years old. But is this praise not even more applicable to Isinga, given the difference in circumstances, profession, and education between the 2 individuals? Mr. de Fucci, the secretary of the Academy, rightly noted on this occasion that this work is of great importance, and that Mr. Duval-Selle, who has taken upon himself the effort and care to make the fruits of this labor readily available to all, deserves much credit. 42. It was still unknown to Isinga, on March 16, 1780, that books such as Connaissance des Temps existed in the world. I had the opportunity to show him this work because he, along with some enthusiasts at my residence, asked me if a conjunction of Jupiter and the moon would occur on March 22nd, as his planetarium seemed to indicate. My answer was that I would immediately look into the mentioned book in his presence, where this phenomenon is indeed recorded on the 22nd, at 7:30 in the morning. 43. The phenomenon consisted solely of Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the moon all being in the zodiac sign of Aries at that time. 44. In the year 1778, Isinga published some very precise lists, which were of great use to traders and collectors, where one could find the positions of various goods and domestic resources calculated with great accuracy. He worked in silence, and completed his artistic work entirely without foreign help. This book, of which I had never heard until the last month of March, fell perhaps only into the hands of those for whom it was suitable, and the planetarium remained unknown. The author had the hobby of printing the dates by the positions of the main planets, as he said, by my now half-finished movable planetarium being demonstrated. His procedures were almost completely unknown to me until I had the opportunity to see them in February of last year. Screws, ovals, and pendulum wheels can also be turned, sequently as collector of brandy and port duties, and finally in May 1778, due to his appointment as guardian of the city's poor. All of these circumstances reduced his available time somewhat, especially the last one, which, in the annual 2-month administration, almost requires a full-time person. The tool would have probably been completed much earlier if it hadn't been for various intervening circumstances. In 1776, due to his appointment as supervisor of the city's poor for collecting taxes. At the end of 1776, due to his appointment as citizen captain of this city. In January 1777, due to his election as a member of the Vroedschap. Subsaw 45. This father, Jelti Isinga, who lives in Dronrup, is also a lover of the fine arts. He has devoted the time left to him by his wool chamber activities to making a lathe, on which the necessary discs, sometimes 28 inches in diameter, for this work of art, as well as the axles, 9 to 11 feet long, for the spindles, etc., are turned, and he also made a beautiful clavichord tailpiece, and is currently 1780 working on completing a cabinet organ. In earlier years, this man had already built a 2-masted galley ship, 9 feet long, complete with all its fittings. His passion also extends to making sundials, in which his son has gained considerable experience. This is evidenced by a folio manuscript written by him, containing calculations and drawings of sundials for all possible occasions. 46 refer to L. Lalande, Abrégé d'Astronomie, 450, 505. 47. As anyone familiar with mathematics knows, the figures after the decimal point indicate tenths, hundredths, and thousandths, respectively. 1 digit after the decimal point indicates tenths, 2 digits indicate hundredths, and 3 digits indicate thousandths. Thus, 2111.741 represents 741 thousandths. 48. The year is here considered to be 365 days, as stated on page 503. The 12 signs are 1. Aries, the ram. 1. 4. Cancer, the crab. 5. 2. Taurus, the bull. 3. Gemini, the twins. Leo, the lion. 6. Oi. Libra, the scales. Virgo, the maiden. 7. Tua. Scorpio, the scorpion. 9. Panguari. Sagittarius, the archer. 10. Capricornus, the goat. 11. Aquarius, the water-bearer. 12. Pisces, the fish. The moon is the 49th part of the earth. 49. If one wishes to know about physical bodies, they are like the radii of a circle. That is, the sun is 453,000 times thicker than the earth. Mercury is the 700th parts, Venus 11/12, and Mars 3/10 of the earth. Jupiter is 1479 times, and Saturn 1030 times thicker than the earth. See L. Lalande, last page, 50. Thus, they were in 1750. See L. Lalande, 514. 51 L. Land, 518. Isinga followed Ella Hire's tables but moved each point forward, as necessary for the time since 1700. In painting, those letters will be placed accordingly with the year 1800. 52. The sun, namely, at 25:14:8 gone, p. 8, the earth at 24h. See L. Lalande, 959 and 970. 53. To complete the sketch I have given of celestial bodies, I will here add the orbital periods and distances of their satellites. Jupiter at 9e56m, Mars at 24h14, Venus at 23h20 according to Cassini, and at 24d8 according to Blanchini. But the first mentioned determination is the most likely. Jupiter's satellites. Orbital periods. Diagram. Distances from Jupiter's semi-major axis. I. 1 day 18 hours 27 minutes 33 seconds, 965 to 2. 3 days 13 hours 13 minutes 42 seconds, 494 thread. 7 days 3 hours 42 minutes 33 seconds, 141. 16 days 16 hours 32 minutes 8 seconds, 639. Saturn's satellites. Orbital periods. Rome. Distances from the semi-major axis of the ring. I. 1 day 21 minutes 18 seconds, 972. Tot. 2 days 17 hours 44 minutes 22 seconds, 686. Thread. 4 days 12 hours 25 minutes 12 seconds, 752. I. de Belda. Dot. 15 days 22 hours 34 minutes 38 seconds, 698. V. 79 days 7 hours 47 minutes 25 seconds, 348. C. Lalande, 860, 868, 869. 54. Alalande, 9172. 55. As the planetarium was already in operation, Isinga was shown the plate of Desaguliers' planetarium by a good friend. The first planetarium he had ever seen was that of Nullet, which I have been using in my lessons, and which I showed him for the first time on March 16th of this year. Although Isinga usually travels to Leiden once a year, as a matter of principle, he had never heard that the library of the academy in that city boasted a decorative movable sphere. 56. One can find an illustration and a very brief description of it after the catalogue of the Leiden Library. The description is repeated by Weidler, Hist. Astron. p. 563. 59. See Historiador. 58. See the description of this instrument in Valmont's work, Description de la Sphère, suivant les Principes de Copernic, an excerpt from which can be found in the Acta Lipsiensia, 1708, p. 80, 80. 57. Desaguliers' planetarium is described in a suitable little book that was published in Amsterdam in 1737 as a supplement to the short content of the lectures of that author, and later, with some changes, after the first part of his natural philosophy. Delicade. 1766, p. 162. 152, 185. 60 refer to the Platon description and use of the globes and the orrery by Joseph Harris, 8th edition, London, 1757, 8 Bevo, pp. 61. See the latter part of this author's Natural Lectures, where a very full description and illustration of this instrument may be found. With Martin's planetarium, on which this Englishman boasts so much, it was mainly intended to point out the phenomena of the Earth's motion. Refer to it described in the Phil. Trans. Viodore. 3. p. 166. Utro. 62. I call the planetarium that Romer made at Paris the first. The second, which he made after his return to Copenhagen, is described by Horrebow. See page 57, note above. 63. Partially but imperfectly described by Desaguliers, who uses pointers attached to the planet balls to indicate the length on the ecliptic. 64. Refer to Weidler, p. 565, end of 163. 65. Description, in opposition to the Reliquia. 2. p. 159. 66. Anleitung zur Kenntnis des gesternten Himmels, Sekt. 3. Tudsnade, p. 509. 67. I do not refer to instruments solely designed for indicating the phenomena of Jupiter's satellites. See the description and illustration in the Basis Astronomiae by Horrebow, K.P. Desaguliers has made one of this kind, which can be attached to his planetarium. But he did not mention that Romer, already 50 years earlier, had invented and constructed a much more beautiful and useful instrument of the same nature. 14. In the third part of his Opera Omnia, P.T. Deitch, 115-136. 68. Romer, of whose inventions Isinga was unaware, used the same numbers. Mudge, one of the most famous and skilled English clockmakers of this century, has invented a very ingenious method to make gears move with the greatest accuracy at certain intervals. 69. The numbers employed by Huygens are even more precise, but Huygens used 5 wheels, 1 large and 4 small, for the motion of the moon. Later on he invented a simpler combination with only 4 wheels. Magellan described it and applied it to the average motion of the moon in his account of Mudge's sea chronometer, which can be found in the Journal de Physique de la Béroisier, June 1778, Owl 11, p. 541. 71 Duhamel Histoire. 70 continuous fractions are such that the denominator is always a combination of an integer and a fraction, for example 1 to 13. However, since 6 gears, 4 cogs and 2 screws are used indefinitely to produce the average motion of the moon, it follows that the planetarium, celestial sphere, and moon dials would be extremely complex if one were to use this method for all these parts together, and each planet in particular. ACAD, 1680, p. 192. LO of 45 teeth. The rim Q of the wheel O works with 9 teeth on the wheel L of 73 teeth. But P completes 1 revolution in 4 days. Therefore L, and consequently the Earth, once in 365 days. When L completes 1 revolution, the Earth does 2. Thus the orbital period of P is to that of L as 4 times 9 is to 45 times 73, or 4 to 5 times 73, or 4 to 365. 72. Although Huygens, in calculating the proportions of the orbital periods of the planets compared to that of the Earth, always sets them at 365 days 5 hours 50 minutes, the Earth nevertheless completes its revolution in 365 days on his planetarium. For P166, Plate 3, the wheel P, which turns once in 4 days, works with 4 teeth on the way. On the Leiden sphere, the orbital period is approximately 365 days, 6 hours. Why Huygens chose this rather than 365 days, 5 hours 50 minutes is unknown to me. 73 here, for example, to illustrate how one could do it, the wheel A, which turns once in 24 hours, will be too small, and thus in 300 years it would deviate by more than a true day. This calculation serves only as an example, for one can certainly get closer to the truth. Once upon a time, one adds a gear of 13 teeth. This works on the wheel B of 49 teeth, which in turn has a gear B of 10 teeth working on the wheel C of 51 teeth. This has a gear C of 5 teeth that acts on the wheel of 95 teeth. Then I say that the circumferential times of A and D will be approximately as 1 to 365.242187, for these times are as the 74 here is a shortened table in minutes, which is sufficient for daily use to set clocks. Product of the gears to the product of the wheels. Those products are as 13 times 10 times 5 to 49 times 51 times 95, or as 13 times 10 to 49 times 51 times 19, or as 130 over 47,481, or as 1 to 365.23846. 37,271,000,000 per year, or by parts of 37,271,000,000 per day. That is 5 minutes and 22 seconds, which would about 30. Zone 3, 10 May, 4, 20, 4, 31, 3, 10 June, 1, 15, 0, 30. Zone behind 3, 10 July, 5, 20 Jan 10 Sun, 8 Niem 20s. 11 Enter 31s. Phoebe 10 14, 15 20, 14 28, 13 28, 13 28, 13 10 March 10 20 on 7:31. 4. 10 April 1 14 0 6 31 6 10 Augie 5 20 3 3 31 0 10 Septi. Zonvor 3 20 7 30 10, 10, 10 Octi, 13, 20, 13, 13, 20, 13, 15, 31, 16, 10 Novi, 16, 20. Minutes on average. So you need to subtract 8 minutes from the actual time to get the true time. Zonvor, for example, 3M means that it is already 12 o'clock according to the average time. 14, 30, 11, 10 Dec, 6, 23, 0, 31, Zon actor 4, Zon actor, for example, 8M, means that it is first 12 o'clock according to the average time, when it is already 12 o'clock 8M. The time, whether measured from midnight or from the sun, when it is 3 minutes before 12 o'clock, or only 11 hours and 57 minutes, is the average time. Therefore, one must add 3 minutes. This table is taken from Berthaud, Art des conduites et de régler les pendules et les montres. 75 Arrhenius, Geographia Generalis, lib. The third, prop.ol. 6.ol. This book has also been translated into Dutch. I know few books that are as excellent and comprehensive in their kind as this one. 76. It contains a plate and description of the constellations in his Anleitung zur Kenntnis des gesternten Himmels. One should paste the first and second plates, following Bode's instructions. Then the star map will be very suitable for learning the constellations easily. In the Dutch translation, the first plate is not transparent, as it is in German, and to make it useful, it should be so. A lover of these things in this city has cut the lines of the first plate onto a piece of glass, which is very clear and easy to use. One has then, in the translation, made a complete waste of one of the cleanest parts of the book, unless every copyholder, as the translator desires, corrects this mistake, which would certainly be difficult for many. But from experience, I know that the use of the damaged first plate by Bode is no more difficult than the translator claims. 77. See the drawing and description in Machines Approuvées par l'Académie, Tome I, p. 136. Cassini has marked the months and days around the edge of the lower plate of this beautiful instrument, which does not appear on Bode's map. However, since the degrees of true ascensions are marked on this plate, one finds them only in the fifth. Table, BL 500 in German, to see which degree for the day one desires has its place. I have found myself very well by copying the mentioned fifth table onto the edge of the map, as well as the names of the stars, which are indicated by every letter, and found on P497, and finally adding the Greek letters and the size of the stars, which can be found on P467 and following, and P4092 and following. 78 in a small work titled Description et usage des télescopes, microscopes, ouvrages et inventions de Passement, ingénieur du roi au Louvre, à Paris. After it was reported how accurately the orbital periods of the planets are depicted, it is said, one sees the rise and fall of the sun for all countries on earth. The days lengthen and shorten regularly. The seasons follow one another. The moon waxes and wanes. Eclipses occur at the same times as in the sky. One observes the standstills and retrogressions of the planets and their paths, so that this instrument gives the state of the heavens at any given moment. I have found no broader description or illustration, which leads me to wonder if the representation is simpler than assembled here, where all this is also displayed. On page 81, one also finds a description of a celestial globe that rotates on its axis in 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds, and around which the sun moves in a year. Such globes have been made multiple times. 79. I had to translate this myself from French, as there is some ambiguity in the printed Dutch translation of this passage. IV, P59. See the description and illustration of this piece in Machines, Approuvées par l'Académie, vol. 80. It seems certain to me, from both the description and the illustration, that the sun does not move in the true ecliptic of the celestial sphere, as it does in our case, but that its motion is only represented by the index, in much the same way as was done in 1723 by Mr. Meunier, in a very elegant clockwork mechanism. The inventor also added an index to show the position of the moon in the zodiac, its phases, etc. However, that index was neither described nor illustrated, nor presented to the Academy of Paris. 81. I follow here the tables by Crucius, for the court of the renowned Boerhaave, Old Poelgeest, near Leiden, at 52 degrees, 12 minutes north latitude, calculated. See P15. With us, the difference is even greater. Antwerp, 1584, P189. 83 Cosmographia Petri, Appiani et Gemmi, Frisi. 82. Because one cannot count in half-days in society, the lunar months are made up, when counting thus, as the Arabs and Turks do, by terms of 29 and 30 days, so that 12 such months make 354 days, or a lunisolar year. But since 12 such months are indeed about 8 hours 48 minutes shorter than 12 lunar revolutions, due to the 44 minutes above 29 12 days, 30 such lunisolar years are 11 days short. Wherefore in 30 years, 11 leap years of 355 days are used. 84. The mean distance of the moon is 54,710,000 parts of its average distance from Earth. 85. LA land, 559. 86. Lully land, 568. 87. The average declination is set at about 5 gr 9 minutes. Astronomers also know that this correction is greatest when, namely, the said difference amounts to 3 degrees, approximately 9 m, and is equal to the multiplication of those 9 m by the angle measure sign of the said difference in all other cases, from which it follows that one can very easily find the true latitude of the moon at any time, without the aid of calculated lunar tables, thanks to this device. Astronomers know that what must be added or subtracted at that mean latitude to obtain the true latitude depends on the difference between the double distance of the moon from the sun and the distance of the moon from the ascending node. Both these distances are indicated here by their indicators 92, 106, 88. This example is taken from Connaissance d'Eston, and as it is but an example, I have thought it unnecessary to transfer the times to the meridian and the latitude of Franeker. It is enough to remark that the differences with us are still greater than at Paris. The planetarium shows what a solar and lunar eclipse is. It does not show what actually happens in terms of the time of the eclipses, for it displays an eclipse every new and full moon, etc. To represent the matter in such a way as to be true, the relative size of the Earth, moon, the distance of the moon from the Earth, and the shadow of the Earth must have the same proportion as in nature, which is not possible to demonstrate in a planetarium. 89. Dr. Desaguliers, and after him write, imagine the eclipses by placing a suitable lantern in the place of the sun, so that the moon might come into the shadow of the Earth, or its shadow, when it is new, cast on the Earth, thus producing a lunar, or solar eclipse. But as Dr. Desaguliers rightly observes p. 479, although this arrangement of my limitations do not permit me to discuss instruments that people have made to measure or explain the times and conditions of eclipses. From this it appears how much more accurate and complete the method used by Ising is. All the more so because the true irregular motion of the moon takes place here, while in the other case only the apparent motion occurs, which, even if all else were arranged as we have said, would introduce a deviation from the truth. Trans.y. Professor Segner has invented one of this kind for solar eclipses, described in Phil. No. 461, Volterate, XLI, p. 781. Ferguson has also invented and described a similar instrument for solar eclipses in that work, Vol. LCD, p. 520, and later, under the name of Eclipsarian, in his Astronomy explained, 442. The horizontal difference takes place when the planet is at the zenith, which amounts to at least 1534 minutes, and the sum of the changes in position of the sun and moon, which reaches a maximum of 6134 minutes. This difference is then 46 meters, plus 46 seconds for the shadow's diameter. Meters at most. Now, omitting mention of the beautiful instrument already made by Romer in 1680, see Machines Approuvées par l'Académie, T.I., p. 85, and of that by Ella Hire, which is described in his explanation of astronomical tables, we come to 90, the fact that the half-length of the shadow's axis equals the difference between the half-length of the sun, with 91. The difference lies in the angle, which two lines, drawn from the center of the planet to its one towards the center of the Earth, and the other towards the place on its surface, where the observer is situated, intercept, embracing both. 92 hist.nat lib.u 2 sect.y.e. 93. There has been a slight variation only in the numbering of the sections. As to those sections which occur in this supplement and differ from it, this difference is indicated. In the first edition, 76, 80, and 110 appear twice, marked with a mullion. In this reprint, the numbers are regularly continued. 94. The outer edge of this dial, as well as that on the left pillar indicating the distance of the moon from its furthest point, is divided into 30 degrees. These degrees could not be clearly marked on plate No. 2, owing to the small size of the dials. 95 after the presumed place of the unknown celestial body had been indicated by Leverrier. 96. The orbit of this planet had also already been calculated by Adams. The unit assumed here, namely, the average distance of the Earth from the Sun, has a length of 20,682,440 geographical miles. 97 eccentricity here means the difference between the greatest and smallest distances, divided by twice the average distance. 98. This second column indicates the change that the above-mentioned quantity undergoes in 1 year.